Are you looking for a high-quality education provider? Are you looking for an educational institution that is 100% focused on Black history? Well, you have come to the right place. At AE Learning, we provide exceptional African history education, training, resources and courses to an international customer base. At AE Learning, our e-learning courses deliver high-quality content and support teachers and students alike, ensuring that they have what they need to achieve their learning goals. Go to aelearning.net to select from our comprehensive library of multimedia e-learning courses. Our courses come complete with tutorials from our African history teachers. Within our e-learning courses, you will also benefit from high-quality videos to assist in your learning. Throughout our courses, quizzes and examinations are provided so you can test your knowledge. A generous library of downloadable resources complements your learning, and in addition, there are materials to read through. Go to aelearning.net to learn more. AE Learning, your source for quality African history education.
Peace, family. We are live again. Donnie Samir, Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Make sure you hit that like button. Again, please hit that like button as you come to the chat room. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements before we get started. Announcement number one, Sierra Leone. I got a group that is heading to Sierra Leone today. They start leaving out today. They're going to be in Sierra Leone. If you don't know, Sierra Leone has started the citizenship process again. You know, it was on a hiatus. Ooh, slap my hand for that one. A hiatus last year, but now it's back on. They've changed the rules some. So basically, you have to come twice now, right? And you have to wait a year in between each visit. So if you come, so every April and December will be the swearing in ceremonies. So if you come this April, you won't get your passport to the following April. If you come this December, you won't get your passport to the following Decembers. So yeah, so that's what's going on. So that's back on the table. Sierra Leone citizenship, and also they're accepting more DNA test providers now. So at first it was only African Ancestry that had the MOU, but now African Ancestry, Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and CRI. And 23andMe, they've gone bankrupt. So as far as in the future, I don't know how that's going to play out. But currently right now, if you've taken a DNA test with 23andMe, you're good to go. So if the results come back Sierra Leone, you are good to go. So that's where we're at now with Sierra Leone citizenship. If you guys are interested, again, if you're interested in citizenship, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. So I got a group there headed there today, and then I will have another group that I will be personally going with in December. So if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. That's DANFO.Africa to learn more. We are also rolling to Senegal next month. I have a spot open for that. So if anybody wants to go, if you want to go to Senegal, if you want to eat the best food in the world and listen to some jazz, we're going for the Jazz Festival in St. Louis. If you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. Also, we are rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival, Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue, and then Namibia and South Africa. So a 2-for-1er. In November, and then back to Sierra Leone in December. I am not sure if I'm going to do the Voodoo Festival tour this year. I don't know yet. I might, but I'm not sure. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I don't know yet. But for sure, we got Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Zanzibar, Namibia, and South Africa, and Senegal on deck. So please visit donfo.africa to learn more. I appreciate y'all. No, we love you. Muleki, we love you. We love you. I love everybody. I mean, we have our disagreements, but yeah, I love everybody. So please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Today's topic, the 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court's gonna look at it. And we all know the 14th Amendment, which is birthright citizenship. A lot of people, well, there's a few people out there saying that this was really solely intended for the descendants or for enslaved Africans and their descendants, not for illegal immigrants to come over and have children, and those children be given citizenship. When you say you disagree with birthright citizenship, meaning that illegal immigrants could come and have a baby and that baby's automatically given citizenship, they call you xenophobic or racist. But the majority of countries on this planet, again, the majority of countries on this planet, they don't allow this birthright citizenship the way it's interpreted in regards to anybody could just show up to the country, have a baby, and that baby's given citizenship. It doesn't work like that. And I'm not a lawyer. The way some people interpret the actual, in fact, let's pull it up. So this is coming from the White House. Their interpretation of the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. Let's read this. And then what I'll do, I'll put the link in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and add to the conversation, you can. But protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship, this is from January 20, 2025, from the White House. By authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered, Section 1, purpose. I think this is his executive order, Trump's executive order, which a lower court has shot down. Now it's at the Supreme Court. Section 1, purpose. The privilege of United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That provision rightly repudiated the Supreme Court of the United States shameful decision in Dred Scott versus Stanford, 60 U.S. 19 Hal 393, 1857, which misinterpreted the Constitution as permanently excluding people of African descent from eligibility for United States. So again, it's supposed to be, that's what people are saying. There's a group of people saying specifically for Black folks, descendants, or those that are enslaved Africans, or to keep it simple, ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, are for foundational Black Americans of African descent from eligibility for United States citizenship solely based on their race. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States. The 14th Amendment has always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who were born in the United States but not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Consistent with this understanding, the Congress has further specified through legislation that a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and citizen of the United States at birth. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's how they're interpreting it. Some people don't interpret it that way. Some people just interpret it. Listen, you come to America, you give birth, no matter your status, that baby is a citizen, is a national and citizen of the United States at birth, 8 USC 1401, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment's text. Among the categories of individuals born in the United States and not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the privilege of the United States citizenship does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States. When that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth, or when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the auspices of the visa waiver program or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Section 2, Policy A. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize the United States citizenship to persons when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. 2, when the person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Subsection B, A, of this section shall apply only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of this order. Nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documentation of their United States citizenship. Section 3, Enforcement. The Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Commissioner of Social Security shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that regulations and policies of their respective departments and agencies are consistent with this order, and that no officers, employees, or agents of their respective departments and agencies act or forbear from acting in any manner inconsistent with this order. The heads of all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance within 30 days of the date of this order regarding this order's implementation with respect to their operations and activities. Section 4, definitions as used in this order. Mother means the immediate female biological progenitor. Father means the immediate male biological progenitor. Section 5, general provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of the office of management and budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order should be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees. What is this? Sorry about that, guys. Employees or agents or any other person. The White House, January 20th, 2025. That's the executive order. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like I don't like the way that's interpreted. That's fair. This is fair. I don't see anything wrong with this. I mean, do you guys see anything wrong with this? I think this is perfectly fair. What are you guys' thoughts? I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. You guys are more than welcome to call and answer the conversation. Make sure you hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share. Make sure you subscribe. Hey guys, let's be respectful to each other. I know it's been getting kind of out of hand lately when we have these these, I guess, talks or streams where people call in. So let's be respectful. No N-word. If you said N-words, a $10 fine. If you don't want to pay $10 fine, that's completely fine. You just got to drop off. But links in the chat room if you want to call in and add to the convo. You're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. But yeah, it just depends on how the Supreme Court is going to interpret this. I think it can go both ways, but I think this executive order is definitely reasonable, if you ask me. But links in the chat room. You're more than welcome to call in, add to the conversation, and Let's chop it up. Yeah, panel. I meant to say panel. Yeah, we've been having these panels lately. They've been getting kind of, you know, heated. So if you guys want to call in, you agree, you can say why you agree. If you disagree, you're more than welcome to say why you disagree. Okay, Reckman says it was for the 14th Amendment, but it comes from the concept of just solely English legal tradition. Anyone born within the king's realm was a subject of the crown, regardless of parents' nationality. Okay. I need you to call in and expand on that. I need y'all to. I need you to call in and expand on that. But they're starting to listen to this at the Supreme Court starting this week. So I think we should know something or have an idea. I forgot what there's a station or a channel here on YouTube that you can listen to the arguments, the lawyers going back and forth with the Supreme Court justices. Yeah, going back and forth with the Supreme Court justices. And it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. But when you hear the responses from the Supreme Court justices, it's you'll get an idea in regards to the direction they're leaning towards when it comes to this. But if they start hearing this week, we probably won't get a actual judgment or ruling till next month in May. So that's how it's gonna work. But links in the chat room. If you guys want to call in, please click on the link. Again, if you guys want to call in, please click on the link. We'll love to have you guys on the panel. Birthright citizenship is over. We have Don Corleone now. Like you said, he's saying the United States of America is being ran by the mob. You're saying the United States of America is being ran by the mob? That's what you're saying? Laugh loud, yes. Hey, Pam Mulatto, call in. Call in, Pam Mulatto. I know you're at the beach somewhere. But call in. Go ahead and call in. We already know what Clarence Thomas thinks, and he is siding with what is. Yeah, guys. So there's a book by Clarence Thomas called My Grandfather's Son. It's a very good book, and if you read that book, you kind of get into the mind of how he thinks. But like I said, it's a very good book. You guys should check it out. Dennis be having the best time. Yeah, well, guys, call in and let's chop it up. What did Justice Scalia say? Mr. G 1804. What did Justice Scalia say? What did he say? I don't know. I don't know what he said. Okay. Okay. Google it, bruh. Well, why don't you call in and talk about it? I mean, hold on. Let's we'll do this right here. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see. Justice Scalia, birthright citizenship. Free game. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, I have to agree that the Dred Scott case is what set precedence for FBA ADOS to get recognized as citizens.
Uh-huh.
Because if at first we wasn't recognized as citizens into the Dred Scott case, at first we weren't even recognized as people.
Right.
So, but I don't know now. Now, with us getting it in, being recognized as citizens, doesn't mean we was the only people.
Well,
So,
what they when I read Trump's executive order, he mentioned, Africans.
yeah,
But I forgot
yeah.
you Negroes don't claim African. Y'all Native American Indians. So y'all don't never mind. Y'all don't claim African. So never mind. So
I never said I was Indian, so I said I have ancestors that lived on Indian reservation that may have mixed in, but I don't want to be
yeah,
no
y'all
Indian,
y'all
man.
y'all claiming to
I'm not.
be I forgot. I forgot. Y'all don't qualify. Y'all claiming to be Hebrew Indian Moors and the Aztecs and shit. So I don't know. Yeah, this I
No,
might be having a wrong conversation.
but I don't think that it was because it's difference. It's a difference between recognizing a fundamental right versus I only did it for this reason. So there had to be other people here in America. I think FBA's got it in, but it's not just for them. You see what I mean? Because the Constitution cannot make something for one specific group of people. Can't do that. So the 14th Amendment gave birthright citizenship, but you had to be here legally. So you can't just come here and say, "Oh, I'm gonna drop a baby off." They're gonna ask, "Where's the documentation? Where's your
Right.
documentation?" They're gonna look up your social security number. Where's the activity on your social security number? So, because it was Asians here, it was Africans here, it was Irish people here. So FBAs may have got it in, but it's not only for them.
Right.
You know,
So do you think anyone could just come over, no matter the status, and have a baby, and that baby be considered a citizen?
no, because that's not how. That's like for instance, Africans, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they came over on ships, let's say they came in on ships. Well, they had to be documented that they came on ships.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't arrive here without any person that was already settled here.
Right.
So no, you just nobody should just be able to come over here. If it, let's say if I'm FBA, if I go to Africa and I give up my American citizenship, even though I've been here, but when I gave up my American citizenship, I shouldn't just be able to come back in, even though I was born here. I
Right.
gained a citizenship.
You have to apply for you have to reapply for citizenship again.
Yeah. So that's my take on it. I think that a lot of Black Americans sensationalize what they have done. We have done a lot,
Okay,
but
expand on that. When you say sensationalize what we have done, what do you mean?
oh, it's
Come on, expand on that.
they on TikTok, they on Facebook. Oh, that's only for us. That's only no. It was other people here. You just got the issue in. Like for instance, if like any case law, right? For instance, Troxel versus Granville. Troxel versus Granville established that parents have the fundamental right to have the best interest of the child without state interference. Yes, one person brought the case, but the case applies to everybody. It's not because of you, it's because of a fundamental flaw in the system. In FBA, we sensationalize that we are the end all be all here in America, when it's not true. Africans was here, Asians was here, Irish people was here. So we're not the end. We're not the be all end all. It's just not how things work. If that's the case, that's case law that white people have gotten put in that's just as important as birthright citizenship, this thing going on. For instance, for your property, for your trusts, for your businesses. You're not looking at all those cases for your First Amendment right, your Second Amendment right, your right not to be searched. Do we take all the responsibility for those laws being passed too? No. So I think FBA, we sensationalize a lot of things that we have done, but in reality, it was for everybody. Just like we gave up the segregation thing, right? The segregation, we are responsible for segregation, desegregation, sorry. But did desegregation work for us? We are behind a lot of legislation that was counterproductive.
Yeah, bro. I think you're missing some important points.
Okay.
And here's what it is. Yes, so some of the things you're saying is true, right? But at the end of the day, the reason why the 14th Amendment was brought about was all of it was to answer slavery. And if you read it very, very carefully, you'll see it doesn't take very much for you to see that it was in direct response to the Dred Scott case, where it literally said that the Supreme Court literally said that Black people didn't have any rights to which a white man was bound to respect, and that Black people did not have citizenship. Okay, the citizenship question was very important to the point where really what caused Abraham Lincoln to be assassinated was this question of citizenship. Once Abraham Lincoln had a speech on the White House lawn, and he was told, he went up there and said he was planning to give Black people citizenship, and he nixed the plan to send Black people to Panama and to Liberia. There was a guy in the audience by the name of John Wilkes Booth who said it was unacceptable and stormed off. And within days, Abraham Lincoln was shot by that same guy. So this was a very important question. And so the Supreme Court used the 14th Amendment to answer that. And not just that, the 14th Amendment, in fact, has a fourth section of it where it literally says that that basically there can be no reparations in the United States. And so that for slave owners, further reparations for slave owners, because some slave owners were given reparations, and for slaves. It said that there was going to be no further compensation for slavery in there. So everything about the 14th Amendment was addressing Black people in America, or what we would call today FBA. So I think that's really important to point out the historical context of it, that it was a direct result of a response to Dred Scott, and then it was used later also to give the slaves from Indian reservations their citizenship, because for 20 years, if you were owned by the Choctaw Nation or something like that, by those people, you were not given citizenship because you were not owned by anybody who had citizenship, and that was a question as well. So they went ahead and they further clarified it based on that. So that is the history of it. So I don't think it's much question of whether or not the birthright citizenship is what that was actually something that was designed to address slaves. It's one of the few things that I think, from a historical standpoint, Donald Trump is actually correct about.
Well, um, I somewhat agree with you, but the 14th Amendment didn't completely abolish slavery. In fact, it upheld slavery, and they used it against you by mass incarceration.
Oh,
Slavery is not
that was the
outlawed.
15th. No, that's not true. That was the what was it, the 15th Amendment that actually did that in terms of mass incarceration. The 14th Amendment, in and of itself, specifically targets the rights of newly freed slaves, and codified basically the rights of Black people to have citizenship rights in the United States. That's what it's for. Now, how it's been used since then is people have been taking it and made it into something that was supposed to be a blanket statement for everybody. But it's not a far-fetched argument, is what I'm trying to get at. Whether you agree with it or not, it's not a far-fetched argument that the Trump administration is making, saying that that was designed specifically to answer to newly freed slaves. It's not a crazy argument, especially in this historical context.
Well, yeah, but you have to prove that FBAs was the only slaves in America.
But it didn't
And,
matter
and
it didn't matter if it was FBAs or not. It was designed to codify the slave rights of all people. But for instance, white people or these so-called Irish slaves, they were indentured servants. Those people did not have problems surrounding their whether or not they were citizens or not. They were considered citizens. What the Supreme Court said in the Dred Scott case was explicitly addressed Black people, and said that Black people did not have the right for citizenship and did not have any rights in which the white man had to acknowledge or respect. That was what was said by the Supreme Court at the time. It's one of the most racist things that's ever come out of the Supreme Court, right? This amendment was designed to specifically address that. That's what it was designed for. And people who try to make it seem that it was designed to address anybody else, I think they're missing the point. Anybody who was enslaved in the United States who did not have citizenship was given that right by the 14th Amendment. And I just think that's from a historical standpoint, that's just true.
I think it's true. It's somewhat true, but they clearly had two different. They were saying, hey, if you want my government benefits, because Black people at the time had natural rights. You just didn't have rights to get benefits from the government. So they came back and they said that if you want the benefits from our government, they said after Black people was free, you can go do what you want to do. And Black people came back and said, no, I want to be a citizen of the United States. So so when the milkman runs every Thursday, I want him to deliver milk to my house. Just like now today, getting food stamps. Black people opted in to get citizenship from for getting government benefits, because they didn't have any rights. They didn't have any rights to um they didn't have any rights to get those things, but they had the rights to own land.
Right, but you're talking about civil rights. We're not talking about civil rights. What we're specifically talking about is the 14th Amendment and what was designed for. And there's no question that the 14th Amendment was a response to the Dred Scott case. And if you read the underlying things, portions underneath the 14th Amendment, particularly the fourth section of the 14th Amendment, it specifically addresses slavery. It specifically addresses African Americans. It specifically addresses former slaveholders, saying that none of them were entitled to any further compensation for slavery. And so so to pretend like that amendment was not specifically talking about Black people is just not, that's just not true. So what the Trump administration is now arguing, and what conservatives are arguing, is that that amendment was designed to help with the rights of African Americans, right? And it had nothing to do with anybody who was born in the United States necessarily having an automatic right to having citizenship. And so, that's again, we can agree or disagree with that, but I've listened to both sides of it, and as an objective person, I have to be honest and say I understand both sides of the argument, and I get it. I get what they're trying to say. That's probably going to end up having to go to the Supreme Court. Don't be surprised with the Supreme Court if birthright citizenship is gone.
So I agree with you on that. I'm saying that FBAs may have been the cause of and the reason behind the 14th Amendment. But what I'm saying is the 14th Amendment have been beneficial to everybody but FBA. That's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
when we got it in, when we got it in, yes, it was cool. But when we got citizenship from America, we basically asked them to rule over us. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That we
So are you saying that Black people have been better off had we been sent to Panama? Had we been sent to Liberia? Had we been sent scattered around to different Caribbean islands as Lincoln had planned?
No, they told us we could establish our own thing even here in America. Where do you think the Black people went after
That's
slavery?
not true. The white man's not giving up the land.
Okay, so let me ask you this: before Black people was,
that goes against the whole manifest destiny and the way that white people have operated the entire time this country's been going around. The only land set aside for Black people by the United States was Liberia, specifically for Black people. That's why you have the Negro Clause and all that.
so what I'm saying is, where did you think Black people? Where did you think Black people go after slavery? You think they didn't own houses?
Yeah, of course they owned that people. Certain Black people did own houses, and those people did not have rights in which any white man had to honor or respect, and those things were taken away.
So hold on. So who did the Indians have rights?
No, that's the reason why they were forcibly removed.
Yeah, you got the Trail of Tears.
Yes, they had the Trail of Tears, but not all Indians had the Trail of Tears.
No, that's true, but most of those people were taken, were taken, did not have citizenship rights, were taken and put into Indian schools, were forcibly removed, all those things, or just flat out killed in the genocide, whether overtly or covertly. So, again, those people did not have citizenship rights, which is why the slaves that belonged to those Indian nations did not have citizens, were the last people to get any citizens' rights, even after the 14th Amendment. They had to have a ruling on that. So So again, this citizenship piece was a big deal and is important
So
um,
so
to
so
talk
let
about.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Black people had rights. Black people didn't have rights, or citizenship, right? But after they was granted citizenship, the amendment wasn't followed into desegregation.
Well, no, that's not true. The 14th Amendment strictly has to do with citizenship. It does not have to do with your civil rights or what you can and can't do. Right. So
No, that was
so
the whole
black people.
purpose of getting
So
it passed. That was
hold
the
on,
whole
no,
purpose of getting it passed
I just
because they
explained that.
didn't have rights.
No. I just explained that the 14th Amendment had to do with the rights of people who were born in the United States or were slaves, right? Specifically addresses slaves, and then specifically in the fourth section of that amendment says that no further compensation should now be given to former slaves or former slave owners.
Yeah, because you accepted you got their benefits. We waive any benefits of slavery, of recouping money from slavery when we accepted to be citizens of the United States.
Yeah, there
So
was
so
no choice,
so
but
the
the only point
reason
I can
why
make to you is there was no choice. Those either you accepted the
okay,
citizenship or you deported, you were sent someplace else.
what I'm getting here is, why did the Indians get reparations?
What reparations did they get? They were completely slaughtered, moved, and put on reservations. You want a reservation?
Okay, we wasn't. We went through the same thing they did, but guess what? They set up their own stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They had the option. The United States government said, "Hey, you can set up your own nations and tribes or whatever under the federal government." But we didn't. We accepted to be under the United States government. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, those people are under the United States government. Just because they have a casino or two does not mean that those people are in any better position than black people in America. Matter of
But
fact,
they
I would tell you that they're in a worse position.
well, that's their problem. Well, I'm talking about us. I'm saying the 14th Amendment was used against us because that gave precedence for mass incarceration, which upheld slavery.
14th Amendment
I'm
has
talking
nothing
about
to do
after
with
I said afterwards.
14th Amendment has nothing to do with mass
I said
incarceration.
afterwards, the 15th.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let me pass the mic to Ivy. Go ahead, Ivy.
Hi, how are you doing, Dinus?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Well, I do agree that we're speaking about the 14th Amendment. I do believe that that is solely for the newly emancipated. And the reason why I believe that that is because the indigenous population did not get their citizenship until the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, also known as the Cinder Act. So if that 14th Amendment was for everybody,
Mm.
they wouldn't have had to do the Indian Citizenship Act in 1924, because at that time, the indigenous populations still were not considered American citizens. So I believe, of course, we know the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was strictly dealing with the newly emancipated. We were not in those courts fighting um, for these amendments. So I'm not going to put whatever happened with these amendments on Black Americans, because we were not the ones that brought up these amendments. We were not the ones fighting. These were usually people who were abolitionists, especially the white abolitionists. They had the ability to go before the courts and fight for these matters. And I believe that the 14th Amendment just allowed us, if we chose to remain in the United States, that we cannot be deported. We already know that Black Americans did leave to Liberia and Sierra Leone. They did leave. and also to other places. But we already know that Liberia was set up for Black Americans. Sierra Leone was also set up for descendants of slavery. And so that amendment just allowed that if we selected to stay, we could stay. And if you look at all of the statistics, Black Americans are doing better than the Indigenous / Native American communities. If you ever visited a reservation, I'm sorry, I'm from the Los Angeles area, and I feel that Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills, Windsor Hills, and View Park most definitely is better than residing on an Indian reservation in Oklahoma, or the Indian reservations in Arizona, New Mexico, and other states. So I just wanted to add that, Dynas, and thank you for allowing me on your panel.
Oh, no problem.
Very well said.
Saying,
Very well said.
what I'm saying here, Dynas, is essentially what I'm saying is the 14th Amendment, the Black Americans fighting for the 14th Amendment. It's the equivalent of the civil rights, the beginning of the civil rights movement. Is what I'm saying. We should have never accepted the citizenship at all. You could have contracted with American, had your own products, had everything else, just like every other nation did, and went that way about it instead of being citizens of the United States of America, because that gave them direct jurisdiction over us to do anything that they wanted to do, including slavery. After the 14th Amendment came the 15th Amendment, and what they said is, oh, we abolished slavery, but besides people who committed crimes, people who's in jail, and what that gave them the option to do is use black labor as a money generating tool for incarceration. Also, they help people with private prisons generate revenue from our labor. The 14th Amendment was just a setup to gain black labor for free under incarceration.
Can I
So
say
black,
something, Dynas, please?
Well, let Free Game finish. Let him, Free
Okay.
Game, you got 30 seconds, and I'll pass to you, Ivy.
and what I'm saying is, black people, they was over killing people and just murdering people at this time. This was post world. This was, I think it was during World War One, or almost just before or after World War One. So yeah, black people could have set up their own stuff.
I'll go with Ivy.
Yes, and our first Civil Rights Act was in 1866. And the Civil Rights Act of 1866 gave Black Americans the right to conduct business. It was allegedly we're supposed to have the same opportunities. And so my whole thing about citizenship is that a person can just move on. They do not have to accept citizenship. So to me, I think we're looking a little deeper. The question that you put forth is the 14th Amendment, was that addressing the newly emancipated or the American freedmen at that time and their descendants? And I'm stating that that is correct. I think we're going in other areas. The title of the show is, was that amendment dealing with the newly emancipated? And yes, it was. Now, the newly emancipated could have left, like a lot of our distant cousins left, and they went to other parts of the world. It did not make us stay here, because people were freely to move like they did. And I think we're going off in areas. And to me, it's very, very scary. Sometimes when I listen to these panels, when I hear the discussion, and when I'm listening to, um, Black men putting their ideas out, it's very scary. It's very scary. Um, it's very confusing, because you ask the question, and I don't know why we can't stay focused on what you're trying to address. Thank you.
So
I
so
agree. I
so
agree with you.
so,
I agree with you
so what I'm
Almost.
100%.
saying.
It's Alan's turn, and then I'll pass it to
Yeah,
you, Free Game.
I agree with Ivy 1,000% and pretty much everything she said. It is scary to be on the panel sometimes, and people cannot stick to the subject, want to take the question in different directions. And oftentimes, what ends up happening is because sometimes when people don't have a leg to stand on, when it comes to the actual question, they then want to divert the whole conversation into a completely different area. So that it's not, so then it becomes non-productive. So, I've been on a lot of panels, and I can definitely say that's 100% true. The point that Ivy brought up about the Indian citizenship in 1924 was an excellent point. Absolutely brilliant. If it was birthright citizenship for everybody, there would be no need for an Indian Citizenship Act. Um, it's pretty clear and apparent that that was designed to address um, black people, descendants of slaves, and not for just anybody coming off the boat. Not even my parents who came here. They didn't have automatic citizenship when they came to the United States. So I think those were some excellent points that she made.
So what I'm saying here is that the 14th Amendment was wolf in sheep's clothing. Y'all are saying that, of course, the reason why the 14th Amendment was passed was because of Black Americans. I'm not fighting that. I'm not saying that isn't true. But we have to elaborate on the point. And the point is that setting up the 14th Amendment have been used against Black Americans. For instance, right after we got our right after the 14th Amendment was passed, you had an influx of more Asians coming into the country. They came to Louisiana, they set up business, and guess what? Black Americans have been getting disenfranchised since then. You had a bunch of Germans, you had a bunch of other group of people come to America and set up business. The reason why, for instance, around this time, the KKK was started, right? The KKK originally started because Black Americans had the tools and the know-how to do manual labor because they were slaves. So they created the KKK to burn white people's business down. Now, if Black people would have kept those skills and didn't get the 14th Amendment passed, they could have contracted with our government and gave them products and goods, and we would have had more money. So, but therefore, they the 14th Amendment was a downfall for the Black American. Y'all think it was a good thing for the Black American, and I don't think that. Black Americans should have set up their own systems and financial backing, but they didn't. Soon as the 14th Amendment was passed, that's when it started being used against them. It didn't just happen in 2015 when a bunch of Mexicans came over. No, this have been a progression of events over 200 years almost. Is what I'm saying.
Dennis, the 14th Amendment.
I know. Go ahead,
Listen, I'm
Ivy.
just going to say this.
I know. Free game
Listen,
is just, but go ahead. Go ahead.
my family members own businesses, so
Mhm.
I'm not understanding. And they also own land, and they still do. So to say that the 14th Amendment or the original Civil Rights Act, I believe of 1866, um, and the 14th Amendment, which only stated that we cannot be forcibly removed. That's the only thing the 14th Amendment addressed. People in my family own businesses. The thing is that why are we owning businesses today? If my ancestors who were emancipated were able to buy land, keep that land in the family for well over 100+ years, and start businesses in the segregated South, you know, I'm also going to state and put this on the record is that I don't like the fact that people always say the HBCUs were started by whites. Some private HBCUs were started by white. A lot of HBCUs were founded by the African Methodist Episcopal Church, including Wilberforce, Morris Brown, and others. We have 2 HBCUs in the state of Texas that were founded by Black Republicans during Reconstruction, Black Republican men. And a lot of HBCUs were started by taxpaying dollars because we were under segregation. So they may set up one school for whites and then set up a public school for blacks. So HBCU is a mixed bag of whites who wanted to start some white churches, the African American Episcopal Church. Several HBCUs were started by blacks, and they were also started by state agencies. Because if you're going to have Mississippi, the University of Mississippi for the whites, you had to have a HBCU in Mississippi for the blacks because we were under segregation. Thank you, Dinas.
Oh, you're welcome. Links in the chat room. Shout out to Information Man Show. Thank you for the $4 holla. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Dinas, what you're saying what's your point? What's your take on the topic?
No, I just think that not to get in the weeds. I think that the 14th Amendment was specifically intended for descendants of slaves of African descent, and that other groups of people are abusing it. That's my take on it.
And Dinas, can I say one more thing, please? Just one more thing before I check out. I think sometimes people within our ethnic group, because I know you are also a Black American descendant of freedmen. I think sometimes people project. They look at their own family and their own ancestors, and they cannot imagine Black people coming out of slavery, owning land, starting businesses, and thriving since the end of the Civil War. And they project that when in my environment, Black people have been thriving since the emancipation.
Girl, where your family from?
My family's from the South, sir.
No, I'm saying where do your family own chains of businesses? Where? Because that's where I'm from. Where?
Okay, so my family, they own land and still do.
Okay, what are they doing with the land? It don't matter if they have land, what they're doing with it.
Sir, the fact that they own it.
Okay.
Okay, the land.
Conversation done.
Okay, first of all, the land that our family owned had mineral, gas, and oil on it. So our family received revenue, okay, for around 2 generations from the mineral rights of that land. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that even when we left Texas, we still owned the land. My mother and my grandmother and great-grandmother still benefited financially from that land. And my family moved on to California, Chicago. My family in Chicago are 3 generations of lawyers, law enforcement, attorneys, and judges. And they own their own law firm. Okay, my family that came to California, my uncle started an insurance company, worked independently, and then he expanded into a real estate company that he owned several properties. He owned apartment buildings in that section of the family. Okay, I even was blessed to inherit 2 properties, and I managed those properties and was able to benefit off it and still have one of those. And I managed those properties, receive rent for those properties. What I'm just trying to say is that some Black people were able to take everything that was done, including what Dr. King did, and we were able to benefit, and we ran with it. We made the choice to run with it. Okay. So I'm not saying that every Black family was able to do that, but I'm saying within my circle, the Black people that I know, I don't care if they're in South Central, over at Hawkins, House of Burgers and Watts, from up to the Bay Area to down south. My cousin in Oklahoma has a very large landscaping business. So what I'm saying is that people who wanted to be business owners, they were. People who wanted to go into real estate, they did. And in California, I have 3 different cousins who own their own real estate agencies. So what I'm saying is that those who wanted to go in those avenues, whatever they wanted to do, from a hamburger stand to a laundromat to a law firm, they made the decisions to move forward with it. So that's all, now I don't know your family. I don't know your lineage. I don't know your ethnic group. I don't know that. And I'm not here to argue with you. You are a man. So you're not supposed to even be arguing with the woman. But
who are you to tell me who I'm not supposed? You're not supposed to be arguing with me. I'm the man.
Not arguing with you. Dinus allowed
what are you talking about?
Dinus allowed me to speak on his site. I appreciate it. And Dinus, I have one thing to say to you. Are you there, Dinus?
I'm here.
Boule lives matter. Thank you.
I agree. Who said I agree? Boule lives do matter. I get it. I agree.
Dinus.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see what she said?
What she say?
The key thing she said.
What she said?
She said their family left the land. This is the fundamental issue why the 14th Amendment was a token for Black Americans. She said that their government, they had their contractors go and dig up the oil on their land. Now, Dinus,
I didn't say the government, sir.
Hold on. I said no. Their contract. I said the government contracts, right? They contract.
No, they were not government contracts. So now you're
so who doing it? Who doing it?
Hey guys, if I can interject real quick. So I have to go pick up my son. We can keep going or we can end it. This is you guys.
Hey, Dinus, I just wanted to say something real quick.
Well, that's fine. But I gotta get my son. So.
I don't want the sister to leave because I have something I want to say.
Okay, well, you got. Well, again, I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Is that okay?
Right.
Okay.
All right.
No,
yes.
I just wanted to be brief.
Yes,
sister, I was listening to what you were saying, and this is the fundamental thing that Black people need to realize. What you just spoke of is called generational wealth. Having ownership of land is very important. What was one of the first things that Black people desired coming out of slavery into Reconstruction? First of all, Black men and women got married, and then land became very important, considering that you had so many Black people who are working as sharecroppers where they were still slaves to the land. To be able to get land is to create generational wealth, which is one of the problems that we have today. So when you said what you said about how that property has minerals on it and oil, that will be handed down to generations to come who will benefit from that. Any Black person or anybody who tries to underestimate what you're saying, undervalue it, and marginalize what you're saying is out of their mind, because that's one of the things that Black people today lack, which is a connection to land, generational wealth, and resources. That's what we really lack. That's why what you said was fundamentally important, and your family will be blessed by that for generations. Now, of course, there are Black people who are not as fortunate to have that, but that's lies the problem there. When you look at other groups, white folks in this country and other groups, they have had generational wealth to hand down from child to child. That is the fact of it. So do not underestimate what this sister has just said, because it's very, very important. And as you said right there, you said that there was no government coming in trying to eat off of it, that you never said that. This is a problem with us.
Yeah, the government did not.
Right.
My ancestor did a contract and did business with another business. It was not the U.S. government. It was a private business. So my great grandfather did business with a company and went in and to do a partnership. And then they got I'm just saying, they got a percentage. And I actually kept for our family records checks that my mother received. My mother received checks until the contract was done. All the, everything that we did, we extracted from the land. The land still remained in the family, But you know, it's been in Texas. We already know that
Right.
Texas is very oil, mineral, and natural gas.
Right.
It was also
And
natural gas. So what I'm saying is that the family did benefit from it.
mhm.
It did. Then this a certain part of the land, the family sold. Not all of it. Other people
Yes.
still own land in the Smith County, Texas.
Mhm.
But that rural piece of land, they decided to sell. And my mother got her portion, and then she shared it with me.
But see, that's the thing, though, sister. If that had never taken place, your mother would have had nothing, as you already know. I'm not
Correct.
telling you anything, you know, to give to you. And therefore, because your mother gave that to you, if you
Correct.
have, I don't know if you have children or not, but your kids will benefit and generational wealth is created, which is why other groups in this country, as in terms of Europeans, that's why they can give money to their
Correct.
kids to have startup business. How do you think the guy who created Facebook and all these social medias,
Their
you know how
parents
they got
helped them.
started? Their
Their parents
parents
helped them.
gave them
Their
money
parents
that
helped them.
came from generational wealth.
And let me tell you, what I'm saying is that my family's just a regular middle class
Mm-hmm.
family. But I can
Right.
even say how my grandparents, when they came from the South in different
Right.
parts of the South, and this particular grandparent came from Smith County, East Texas. They first
And
moved to
somebody,
Central California. They purchased
right,
property in Central California, right? And then
right,
they moved to Los Angeles and they
right.
purchased
Can somebody
property.
mute themselves, please?
They
God.
purchased property in South Central.
Right.
Now that home, let's say the one in South Central,
Mm-hmm.
the first home that they bought when they came to LA, they may have maybe paid $20-something thousand. Okay, so that was one of the homes that was left to me. I was able to sell that house at that
Mm-hmm.
time for 400 and something thousand. Excuse me, let me go back. Not at that time. When I was able to sell that house, they may have bought it for 15,000.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to sell it for 200 and some thousand at that time. If I would have
Mm-hmm.
kept it, it's worth 400 and something now.
Right.
But
I can
money from
relate.
that
Go ahead,
property
sister.
was put into another property.
Okay. See
Right.
how it works.
So
I can relate to what you. Let me just
yeah.
say this. I can relate to what you're saying. I was born in Baltimore, but I live in California. So you could talk about Oakland, San Francisco area. I understand what you're saying. Very powerful. But what you've done again, sister, as you have, your family has created the generational wealth.
They did.
We know in California that there were towns that were run and owned by Black people. Matter of fact,
Correct.
in Oakland and part of Oakland, where we call Hayward, California, there was a thriving Black community that got, you know how the story goes. They stole
Yes.
it, they ripped it off, what have you, right? You got Hunters Point, where Black people live, who have homes that are worth money, and they're trying to buy it from under them as they do the redevelopment, which is really Negro removal. So I really want to give you kudos, and this is what we need. And I can tell, sister, that you must be a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. You're talking to a brother who pledged Alpha Phi Alpha, Spring '89, the cold wave, San Francisco State. So I relate to what you're saying.
So you know exactly what I'm saying. And
right.
I'm involved in the reparations movement
Mm-hmm.
here in California.
Right.
I listen
C-Jack and all of that.
Yes, I listen to all of the testimony. So I just know that I can say people who came out of slavery with no education.
Yes.
This is my family, because some people's families were educated.
Right.
When
Right.
my family first came out of slavery, they were not educated, of course, because I can't find any of my ancestors that had freedom prior to the Civil War. I'm still searching my lineage, and I haven't found one yet. But they were able to purchase land. And that gave us a wonderful start. Just the value of not being stuck in a sharecropping system.
Right, because so many Black people were stuck in that system, and we were being ripped off. Yeah,
correct.
So,
and so, yeah, and
there were quite a bit of Black people doing Reconstruction when they came out of slavery. They remained on the land that they were still slaves on, because the sharecropping con game was that the so-called individual white man that owned the land would give them seed and say, okay, you can grow food. We'll give you money to get the seed and all of that. And if those crops didn't come through, you ended up owing that individual who you were a slave to. And then if those crops didn't come through right, you end up being a slave to the land because you had to work it off. So many black people at that early stage of this country got manipulated into this sharecropping. And there are some that didn't and some that did. And that did hurt us in so many ways. Not to mention you had convict leasing, where they went around purposely trying to arrest black people for anything and everything to put us in jail. And then remember, in South Carolina, that's where you had some of your first black politicians, where black people were thriving in South Carolina doing Reconstruction. And then white folks said, oh shit, no, we can't have black people thriving like this. And then they tried to shut all of that stuff that was happening in progress in South Carolina. Everybody go back, do the research, look it up. Black people were thriving in South Carolina going into out of Reconstruction, and they had to stop it. That was the blueprint that could have benefited us to this very day. I'm going to drop off, sister. I just really wanted to come up here to say kudos to you, because I agree with what you were saying, because I am also an example of someone who's done family history, where I've had members in my family who were able to get land and do something with that land that has benefited my family to this very day. Okay. And then I had some families that were sharecroppers, and I saw I learned how that impacted them to this very day in terms of different sides of the family. And this is one of the stories that Black Americans have in our history that oftentimes other people who come from other parts of the world they're Black like us don't always understand our history, and why we have sometimes the chip that we have on our shoulder when it comes to this country and the blood and sweat that is literally in the soil that y'all are walking on. Matter of fact, sister, do you remember the history in New York where they found a burial ground of Black people in New York when they were building skyscrapers?
They found
and how they had to, right, and they had to build around that issue. They had to build around this burial ground because Black people have been here in this country at its very foundation. And without the triangular slave trade, you wouldn't have New York, Chicago. You wouldn't have any of these port cities, because they were built off of what? They created companies to put clothes on slaves, people that were enslaved. They built
Brooks Brothers.
Right. All of these companies, all these trading companies that you have today that have morphed themselves into other types of businesses, they were getting rich off of that slave trade. And then that created the industrial development of some of your port cities, such as your Bostons, your New York, and what have you. A lot of people don't understand that little history, or the fact that policing came out of slave patrols when you had bounty hunters. You know, when you see these images of the frontiersmen or the Crockett guy with those raccoon hats and all of that, those people were bounty hunters coming out of the South trying to get us when we would escape from the South. So
Correct.
Black people have a entrenched history in this country that people from other parts of the world, when you come here, sometimes you don't understand. And that's the reason why you got a historical Black colleges and all these various things. All of that got created out of this history.
Correct.
Well, I rest on that. I'm about to drop off. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you and Dinus as well, and everybody on the panel.
Show on YouTube?
Yeah, Information Man Show.
I'm gonna come
right there. Right, yeah, check it out, sister. And everybody on the panel, peace and respect to you. I hope everybody has a great day today, despite whatever the differences in conversation that people have. But thanks a lot, Dinus. Thanks a lot for letting me come up, brother, wherever you may be right now. Y'all take care.
Yes. And also I'm leaving. Thank you, Dinus.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying here is that I'm not saying that she don't have a right to say that our family have generational wealth. You know, my family, we have generational wealth coming out of South Carolina, moving to Shreveport, Louisiana, going to Houston, Texas, starting the first Black taxi business in Houston, Texas, back in the 1930s, 1940s, then turning that business into a funeral home business that we still have today. My mom is a forensic scientist.
My dad just died, rest in peace, just died in October. Graduated from Grambling State University, worked for Homeland Security. My mom and brother have five trucks, just retired as a truck driver. I have a lot of generational wealth in my family. So what I'm saying here is that the 14th Amendment was because of Black Americans. Yes, but it has been abused against the Black American since its ruling date. So the 14th Amendment was a great thing. Yes, it gave us rights. It gave us rights to be protected by the police. It gave us rights to have land notarized notarized by the government, for it won't become taken like a lot of land. But that amendment wasn't implemented until almost 100 years later. Black people were still losing their land. Black people were still still getting killed by the police. Black people were still getting land taken. There's a bunch of black people that have been killed on their land, and their land was just randomly taken by whites. So yes, the 14th Amendment was a great thing, but it have been used against us. It have been used against us for as people coming to this country, sneaking over the border. Before border control was secured, border control was not secured in the beginning. We didn't have a good border patrol, and people sneaking over. That's how a bunch of Europeans get here. A lot of Europeans got here through Canada. A lot of Chinese got here through California. And guess what? Through that, their children set up businesses. And they got a leg up on Black Americans just because of their color. Now we look up and see it's almost 100,000 whites in this country. 100 million, sorry. 100 million whites in this country. That's because they was the first border babies. They was the first border babies. They snuck through the border, got citizenship, and guess what? They got an establishment. Even after the 14th Amendment was passed for Black Americans, they still had privilege over you. So I'm saying, if the 14th Amendment only started being effective until 1962, what's the point of getting it passed when we were still treated like crap? We were still getting treated like crap. We were still third-class citizens. We still was used as slave labor. Still to this day. Still to this day, we are treated like slaves. I'm not saying that the 14th Amendment wasn't good. And another thing is, they used the 14th Amendment of us getting the citizenship for us to fight in their wars. one of the number one causes of Black Americans going to jail back in the day. One of the number one reasons of Black Americans going to jail back then was us not enlisting into the army, into the military. Black men went to jail. Black women was hung. A lot of Black mothers was hung because their children, their boys didn't sign up to go to war. The Civil War, World War I. In fact, a lot of white people, they use Black Americans to go to war for they won't go to war. So the 14th Amendment allowed us to fight in their wars. I don't want to hear that Black Americans weren't patriotic. I don't want to hear that Black Americans wasn't willing to die for the country. We had to go to war. We had to go to the military when we didn't even want to, before our rights was acknowledged by the government. So it seems as if the 14th Amendment and us joining hands with America, with the United States of America, well, not the United States of America, the United States. These people treated us like dirt. These people did all type of things. Man, I look at court cases all the time on how Black Americans was treated prior to segregation. There have been Black women eradicated. I'm talking about white men just coming, beating their head in because their son didn't join the war and he had no benefits. That's why I wish I'm not. And Ivy, she was right. Yes, a lot of Black Americans had the tools, the education to thrive after the 14th Amendment in slavery. But I just wish that we would have created our own jurisdiction. That's it. That's it. I mean, if we would have got our own jurisdiction, we would have had a little bit more control because there was no benefit for us to join the United States. And also, after we joined the United States, they got the Social Security Act, right? The only benefit that we got from the government is to rely on them. and we see welfare, I believe that the 14th Amendment was for us to rely on the government and not ourselves. Because when we was by ourselves, we thrive more. So now we're accepting government benefits. We're accepting government benefits. And when we accepted those government benefits, for instance, like I said, the milkman used to ride by. The cheese man used to ride by. 40 years prior to that, Black Americans knew how to grow everything. What happened to our skills that we learned on a plantation? We just forgot all about it. We forgot all about the sharecropping. We forgot how to grow our own food. And now today, we are suffering malnutrition because we don't know how to grow food anymore. Some people say, y'all see some people in the industry, right? Y'all see people in the music industry. Y'all see people in the music industry. Y'all say they signed the deal. They signed the contract. The 14th Amendment was just to give us benefits for we won't do the work ourselves. We signed the contract. We signed our soul away. People may disagree. But guess what? People with birthright citizenship to this day, right? People with birthright citizenship, the reason why they are thriving because they have their own nation. The Japanese, they have Japan. The Nigerian got Nigeria. The Indian got the Cherokee. But Black Americans, we got the United States of America. The very entity that's the cause of our downfall. The very entity that said, hey, y'all are not citizens. We wanted to join that. You get the government cheese. You get the desk job. I'm gonna work these fields. I'm gonna develop Black Americans. Look how many things we invented. What happened? We invented so many things in slavery. While the whip was on your back, you invented tons of inventions. We invented so many things. You couldn't do it by yourself. That deal, I said that the reason why the KKK was started because black people were slaves. The whites wasn't slaves. They didn't have any knowledge on how to build anything at that time. Coming over from Germany, coming over from the UK, British, wherever, right? They didn't have the skills to build nothing. We built everything. Where you think Black Wall Street came from? Where you think Wilmington? Where you think a lot of these places in Maryland came from? Black people built that. Black people built Detroit. South Carolina. We did this under Jim Crow. But here we go. Oh, I want to join America. I want equal. Bro, you should have set up your own military. Fight back. That's why they say we came from having a master to having a master card. Somebody said FBA built the Great Wall of China. Do y'all know that Black Americans created a bunch of, had a patent for a bunch of inventions? Look at what China is doing. Look at what China is doing. Do y'all know how poor China was 100 years ago? Do you not know a Black woman created the heating, air conditioning, heating majority? We could have sold that. We could have manufactured and sold that. How you're going to kill us? People saying, "Oh, they was going to be killing us." Look, how they was going to kill us when we making everything. You're going to kill the people that's making everything, that had the knowledge to build everything because you were slaves. We could have kept building and manufacturing. Black women had a monopoly on birthing. For a long time, white women had to rely on Black women to give birth to their children because they didn't know how to give birth. And when we accepted that 14th Amendment, what they said is, you need a license. Black women was ahead of the curve in the medical industry. People don't know that. And when they said, I'm gonna learn from these Black women on how to birth children, and I'm gonna create an industry out of it. And guess what they said? They said that I'm gonna learn this from Black women, and I'm gonna create an industry out of it, And I'm gonna tell them that they need to go to college to learn how to do it. I'm gonna tell them that they need a license, and the license program is going to run through me, and I'm gonna get paid from the license program. Do you not know that Black women had so many herbal remedies? But we gave that up. Bro, y'all are hilarious in these comments. Y'all, y'all are hilarious. We had a monopoly on a lot of skills that was needed. But guess what? Instead of relying on ourselves, we relied on the system. And guess what? About 60 years later, they said, this is the Great Depression. And in this Great Depression, we're about to have a reset. And when we have this reset, you're going to accept these food stamps. And when you accept these food stamps, you're going to get that man out of the house. But guess what? We're going to take the jobs away from him too. Because guess what? We got new citizens. We don't need you anymore. We don't need the Black man anymore. We don't need you for your labor anymore. We got the Chinese. We got the Chinese. We got the Mexican. Y'all said y'all wanted birthright citizenship, right? They was born here. They was born here. I wish I can pull some of y'all up, but I can't. Dinus, he gone. I don't know, Dude, what this dude Rod Muse or whatever his name is. Man, look, I'm right outside talking to the panel while my kid's in the house. Man, what are you talking about? But anyway, Black Americans should have never accepted citizenship from America without having their own nation first. The Indians got their own nation, Cherokee Nation, Choctaw Nation. Why we can't have our own nation? We should have had our own nation before accepting citizenship from America, because they just used it to do slavery 2.0. They still was running slavery operations through sharecropping. They still had our ancestors enslaved through sharecropping. I'm not claiming Cherokee. What I'm saying is Black Americans should have created their own nations and produced goods and services to the American government for a profit. That's all I'm saying. But guess what? They gave it all to the Chinese. They gave it all to the Chinese. That's why the Chinese manufacture everything. Our country can barely run if China is not producing everything. That should have been Black Americans, is what I'm saying. That should have been Black Americans doing that, not the Chinese. We had the tools, the knowledge to do so, and we didn't. That's what the Civil War was about. The Civil War said, hey, y'all messing up trades because of the slavery stuff. And there's way more money y'all making down there because y'all got free labor. Y'all need to come up to date. We need manufacturing, not slaves. So when the country needed manufacturing, instead of Black Americans getting that opportunity to do so, we gave it up for a citizenship. We should have been manufacturing. That goes back to what I'm saying. Yes, I'm going to say it. The 14th Amendment made our asses lazy. It made us dependent. It made us dependent. And if we can't recognize our own issues, then we'll never be able to address them. Now look, we have a second chance, right? We have a second chance. Look at what America is trying to do to China. Look how it's coming full circle. They're trying to introduce tariffs to China. China have all the manufacturing. They're going to spike the prices of everything. And guess what? America still don't have producers. I'm not insulting my ancestors. I'm not insulting my ancestors. How am I insulting my ancestors? I'm saying that we need to produce something. We let a African American come over named Elon Musk. He's in all our business. He's not even from America. You telling me that we don't have the same talent here in America? Look what he's producing. He's producing cars. He's producing space equipment. We can't produce nothing. This is a great opportunity for us. Right now, you can get your money together. We can get our money together right now. Buy a warehouse, rent out a warehouse, buy a diaper manufacturing company in machinery from China right now. Who producing diapers in our community? Nobody. That's something simple that we can do. But the 14th Amendment gave y'all citizenship. We depended on the government, and now we lazy. That's the truth. Nobody disrespecting their ancestors. Hey, that's a good idea. Good idea. Drill, but we producing entertainment. That's all we produce. Sweat, like Dr. Claude Anderson say. Only thing we produce is sweat. No, I'm not lazy. I don't think we want to be realistic about the situation that we in. I don't think that we understand how legislation have been used against us. I don't think we understand that the Constitution benefits everybody and not just us.
Yes, FBA is responsible for the 14th Amendment. Yes, we are responsible for people being able to come to this country from other countries. Yes, we are responsible for the foundation of this country. But other than that, other than that, what have we done since? Yes, we produce the best music in the world. Outside of that, what have we done? And even we gave up the greatness of our music. Y'all know who run the music industry. Y'all know who running the music industry. We gave that up too. Look at how many of our ancestors have been mysteriously, well, I'm gonna say this, have mysteriously died because they want the masters to their music. They want the masters. Yep. FBA, us as FBA, we give up a lot of our culture and get mad when somebody else use it in a correct way. How I'm suspect. I'm suspect. I, this one thing I love the FBA movement. I come up here, I defend FBA every time I'm up here. Every time I'm up here. But the thing that I hate that Tyreek have created with y'all is constructive criticism. Y'all refuse to accept constructive criticism. Everything is not our fault. Everything is the white man's fault. Everything is okay and good with the black community. We have fundamental issues in our community. And FBA, us as FBA, we will sweep shit under the rug. I'm talking about the rug can be a mile high in the sky for all the stuff that you sweep under the rug, and we won't address it. We won't clean it out. We have fundamental issues as FBA. It's okay to acknowledge that. Only person that won't acknowledge it is a damn fool. Y'all gonna allow shit to go on and to the detriment of the movement and won't address anything. Always talking about you a sellout, you this. That's how people go against FBA. That's how people, that's why people look at FBA as a joke. No, it wasn't solely intended for Black Americans. No. Okay, how can we say, because birthright citizenship leads into a whole bunch of other litigation. So y'all just looking at the 14th Amendment as one single thing. No, that's not how law works. It's a body of laws. It's a body of laws that have been passed. So now, how could we be responsible? How could we be responsible for instance, when Africans come over here, right? You better thank my ancestors for allowing you over here. And then we double back. We double back and don't want to take any responsibility for the negative that happens, for the illegal immigration, for the people surpassing us that came to this country 100 years ago. Then we get mad at them. But you told them to come over here. You told them you were responsible for it. And now you mad. That's what it is. I'm FBA, so I die. But I hate the unaccountable attitude that y'all have. That's the same thing. That's like the uncle at the family reunion. That's what y'all are. Y'all the uncle at the family reunion going around. You know, that's how we act. That's how we act. Y'all act like the uncle that's going around. You growing up fast. That's y'all. Y'all do not want to address nothing, but want to take. Y'all want to take all the victories, all the highlights of everything good that happens, but you don't want to accept the bad. You don't want to accept the negative. And that's what Tariq have got y'all into the mentality of doing, dodging accountability. That's what y'all do. I mean, we gave up. We got lazy. Yes, we are responsible for the 14th Amendment, but guess what? That shit was used against you.
All right, I'm back, you guys. Let me put the link in the chat room.
Diners, I held it down for a whole hour, man. You owe me, man.
It wasn't an hour. Was it an hour? What was it?
Man, it was an hour.
You know what? You know what? It's about an hour. You're right. All right, guys. Links in the chat room. Links in the chat room. If you want to call in,
Diners, they mad at me because I'm holding FBA responsible today.
what happened?
They want to accept all. Look, Tariq got. Look, I'm FBA.
Okay.
But Tariq have them in a mode where they don't want to accept no responsibility, but they want to accept all the victories.
Mm-hmm.
They complain that they want to say, I'm the reason why.
Hey, for former Hebrew Israelite, you got to turn off the playback.
They want to say, I'm the reason why your ancestors was able to come here. But then they don't want to accept the fact that these people passed them up because they didn't got lazy.
All right, guys. Let me read these super chats. Chukwu Igwe, thank you for 499. Holla. Did any FBA sign the Constitution? Trump plans to transfer homegrown FBAs who are incarcerated to prisons in El Salvador. Isn't that deportation? That's no. That's not going to happen. U.S. lawyer, thank you for the $10 holla. Dred Scott, 1857. The Supreme Court said that all blacks were imported from Africa and cannot be citizens. You are not of African descent. You have no claim to reparations based upon lineage. All right. Let me pass it to Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony. Well, I'm sorry, Hebrew Israelite. Go ahead, Hebrew Israelite. It's Hebrew.
Yeah. You guys can hear me, right?
Go ahead. Speak louder or talk directly to the phone. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hold on a second. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I wanted to speak about the 14th Amendment and that the whites, the settlers, right? The descendants of the settlers, their citizenship is quite different from 14th Amendment citizenship. And you can look in the Constitution, right? And you can see that the citizenship in the 14th Amendment is lowercase. And the citizenships all throughout the Constitution outside the 14th Amendment is uppercase citizenship. So my thing is that, and I don't know if FBAs or Black Americans are aware of this, that their citizenship is inferior to white people's in citizenship. And Trump, what he's doing right now, he's trying to overthrow the 14th Amendment citizenship. So now the 13th Amendment, if you check out the 13th Amendment, that's like a back door to re-enslave Black Americans. If you read the 13th Amendment, it says that unless you're convicted of a crime, then you can be re-enslaved. And I believe that's what Trump is using, because right now he's deporting a lot of prisoners, and he's talking about Americans now, right? He's saying he's gonna deport homegrown, right? Homegrown to these prisons in Latin America. And what's allowing him to do that is the 13th Amendment. And the fact that he said homegrown, me personally, I think he's referring to Black Americans. Because when he cited the examples of criminals that was hitting people upside their head in the train stations, those were Black people that were doing that in New York City, man. Oh, man. Yeah, all right. So I land my plane here.
All right. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
No good.
Yeah, listen, man. I just wanted to give a shout out to Free Game, man. He was cooking today, man. I didn't think he had it in him, but he was cooking today, man.
Thank you, man.
Listen, I'm quote unquote what you call a tether. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really know too much about the 14th Amendment and all that, but what Free Game was talking about, you know what I'm saying, that's the foundation that I'm trying to build on, because I think he really tied everything together and put everything in perspective. You know what I'm saying? This is a great opportunity for Black Americans and all Black people in America to ramp up the production level. And like I put in the chat, you know what I'm saying? If we leverage that production that we can produce here in America, if we ain't got like certain things like gold or platinum or whatever, we can connect with the continent, you know what I'm saying, and form a manufacturing base, you know what I'm saying, cross these two continents, you know what I'm saying? So I think that was a very, very great point he made, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these people in the chat, you know what I'm saying, they're very disingenuous, because they not on a nation building platform, you know what I'm saying? They either on one side or the other, you know what I'm saying? I'm on the Black side, you know what I'm saying? My family come from the islands, you know what I'm saying? My mother Jamaican, you know what I'm saying? But I believe we all have a part to play right here on in North America. You know what I'm saying? If we can use this opportunity, you know what I'm saying, to outsource all our production and take it away from the Chinese, because the white man is in a conundrum right now. You know what I'm saying? He been selling out his own people plus black people for the last 50 years, and Trump is bringing it to them like, yo, if we continue this, you know what I'm saying, we're not going to survive. And the Chinese already knew that 50 years ago, but they played them. So now is a great opportunity, you know what I'm saying? And I hope everybody can see the same thing that Free Game was trying to represent, you know what I'm saying, when you was going.
All right, let me pass it to go ahead, Ivy.
Yes, Dinus. I know that Free Game, he was speaking of land. I believe that we were giving land in I believe 1822 in a place called Liberia, which declared its independence, I believe around 1847. So this was land that was set aside for those descendants of slaves who had already attained their freedom prior to the Civil War. A very fertile land. I'm sorry that things happened the way they did, but Liberia is very fertile land. And all my research is good land, and they were thriving. I know there were issues there, but it was still a thriving nation until the Civil War. So I just can't have a victim mentality, Dinus. It's very difficult for me.
Me too. Me too.
I just can't do it because my people came out of slavery. And I can tell you that I can go back to my ancestor who came straight out of slavery and never looked back, who's more successful than what some people are doing right now in 2025. So I have my people paperwork. They registered themselves with the Freedmen Bureau. Some even fought against whites and had claims and even did petitions against whites. I have all that paperwork. They were bold right after the Civil War, taking whites to court and filing paperwork against whites who had mistreated them. So, getting their, making sure that they had the right to vote. They were registering to vote immediately after the Civil War. So the black men in my family, they took advantage of everything that was afforded to them at that time. I know the conditions were not perfect. My family decided to stay. Other people's families joined our people in Liberia. Some went to other countries in Africa. Some even went to the Caribbean. So it's just a choice, Dinus. Now, I put that Robert F. Smith, that he is a Black American, FBA, ADOS, that did not have his hand out. He did not believe in being a victim, with numerous other billionaires. And then somebody said, well, he's a Black American. He's not FBA.
What's the difference?
It's no difference, because if you are a Black American, by definition, for some of us, I am an American descendant of slaves. Yes, I'm a Black American. And if you go to the FBA website, I fit the definition of a foundational Black American. Now, I'm not saying I have the mindset of most people who claim that identity, but technically, I'm a Black American. I'm an American descendant of slave, and I am also a foundational Black American. And number one, I'm an American freedman. I'm all of these. I don't make a difference in these different groups, but I'm here to beg my people, please do not have a victim mentality. For those who want to invest, please invest in Black businesses internationally, in the United States. Whatever you want to do, we have the freedom to do it. And we do have the state of Liberia for those who want to go there, or any other place in Africa for those who want to go back. But I cannot be a victim.
I
agree.
cannot,
Dinus.
I'm over victimhood. We want accountability. I want accountability. I'm over victimhood. I feel you. I agree.
Thank you.
All right, Royal Image, go ahead.
I just got a question for Miss Ivy. Who controls the country you named? I think you said Sierra Leone. I think, is it Sierra Leone?
Well, most definitely Liberia.
Well, Sierra Leone controls it. What are you talking about, Royal Image?
Oh, she said that. I guess there's a group of people that gave you guys the land there. That's what I'm trying to find out. So,
You mean Liberia?
Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia. Yeah.
He said that no one set aside any land. And what I'm saying is that in 1822, land was set aside. And in 1847, the Black people there declared it independent.
Right. It was negotiated between the locals or the indigenous population, and in some cases between the indigenous population, the Americo-Liberians, which were the returnees, and then between the ACS as well, the American Colonization Society. So,
okay.
But it was all negotiated. It was paid for. It was nothing was just
we paid for that land.
All right, it was paid for.
We bought it from the indigenous people, and so what I'm saying is that somebody was saying that they never gave us any land, they never set aside. And I'm saying some land was set aside for those who wanted to return.
The FBA bought the land, or America bought the land?
It was the actual ACS, the American Colonization Society, they bought the land. It depends
because some Black abolitionists
land. It's a mixture. It's a mix between the locals, ACS. It was a mix.
Okay.
Diners, they mad at me today, Diners, because I said they ass and got lazy since they got the American citizenship. They got lazy.
But sir, how can you say that people were lazy when I don't know anybody on welfare? My family has been here since the early 1600s. We have never been on welfare.
Yeah, well,
we've never qualified for welfare. Pardon me?
That's your family.
Okay, but sir, but listen.
I know plenty of people on welfare.
Okay, but don't put it, sir. That is your social.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah, that's you.
That is your social.
Y'all family got people on welfare too. Stop.
Sir.
Everybody on here got somebody on welfare in their family.
But what I'm trying to say is that you're trying to put that out there that all of Black America is
I didn't say all of them. God,
but you always go to the bottom shelf.
Okay, Ivy.
Bottom shelf thinking.
I'm sorry, Ivy. I'm sorry.
I'm supporting you. I'm supporting you. But what I'm saying, you always go to the lowest denominator, bottom shelf thinking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You need to change your social, sir. You need to change your thinking. And you need to tell your wife, if you have one, she needs to put those children in Jack and Jill. Thank you.
Wow.
Wait, can I ask a question, man?
Go ahead.
All right, so everything the brother Free Game said, all that went over your head, and only thing you could think about is he's saying that a lot of Black people are on welfare. Because the brother, listen, listen, man. I mean, listen, man. We gotta stop being mental pygmies, man. We gotta stop being mental pygmies. Because the brother was on here for about an hour, dropping Jews after Jews after Jews. And that's all we got out of this?
Don't say we. There's one person that you have to be direct with.
Let me finish. Wait. What was the question?
I'm saying don't say we. The only person in the group.
No. I'm not talking about specifically. I'm not talking about specifically you or anybody on this panel, but for the sisters be like, yo, you know what I'm saying, like being so defensive, like he's being assaultive.
I'm not being defensive, and I did not say that every statement he said was erroneous. I didn't say that.
Okay, I understand that, but
I didn't say
usually Free Game be up on here trolling with the indigenous nonsense or whatever. But I mean, I've heard this brother for the last hour lay
So
out.
I'm a little confused because I thought that I believe his name is Free Game.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought he was an indigenous person.
No,
No.
he
Is he?
moved the goalpost. I don't know what free game is.
No,
He
Yeah,
moved
I
the
don't
yeah,
believe that
but
we're Indian. We don't
Oh,
look
okay.
nothing like Indians, Dinus. What are you
all
talking
No,
right,
he
about?
all
I
said
right.
thought
something
he
that your
I
family's from
thought he was
France.
indigenous.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
already
I have
was.
family come from France. Yeah, I did.
All right, but what I'm trying to say is the brother laid out a very eloquent speech. Like, you know what I'm saying? He even surprised me because I've never heard him speak like this before. He must have been he must have got it from Brandon or whatever, but he laid it out eloquently like, yo, listen, man, this is a great opportunity for Black Americans to ramp up production. And I've been thinking about this all week. Like, yo, how is it? How can I, you know what I'm saying, get into some form of manufacturing since America is lacking right now? Because the white folks are scrambling. White folks are scrambling. We can see that. They scrambling. China, you know what I'm saying?
Where are the white folks scrambling to? What do you mean they scrambling?
No.
They
When
don't
I
have
say they, what
what
I
what
say, when I say they scrambling, what I'm talking about, okay, listen, they know that they know that they steered this country in the wrong direction, and that's the one thing I like about Trump, man, because he understand that the last 4 or 5 presidents we had, they went along with the programming. This country has been selling out their own citizens, their own white people for the last 40, 50 years for cheap labor and cheap products, man. It's not sustainable, man. It ain't sustainable, man. If you want to remain a superpower, you have to be a manufacturing power. No country, and Dr. Amos Wilson, this is who I subscribe to, Dr. Amos Wilson, man. He says, yo, no country can be a superpower off of being a consumer based country, man. America is mostly a consumer base. You hear what they talking about on the news and all these platforms, man. Like, yo, yeah, China depends on us because, you know what I'm saying, we have the most consumer based people in this world, man. We have 300 and something million Americans that everybody wants to sell to us, man. You can't sustain a nation like that, man. You have to be more producing than consuming, man. If you want to be a power, if you want to be lesser than, then you can consume. How you think Japan rose up, man? How you think China rose up and free game hit it on the nail, man. He's like, 100 years ago, China was poor, man. But they sat down, they gathered their people together, they came up with one philosophy and said, yo, listen, man, no matter whether we Han Chinese or Ming Chinese or whatever, or you speak Mandarin and I speak this and that, we got one philosophy to take down the European men. And they came together collectively. Remember, they got 1 billion people, man. They got a nation of over 1 billion people. How can a nation of over 1 billion people move as one unit? They have to all be on the same mindset, man. That's what I'm trying to say, and that's what I think Free Game was touching on, man. And that's what Black Americans need to link up with the diaspora, you know what I'm saying, and be on one mindset, man. Because whatever Black America doesn't have right here, okay, as far as fruits, vegetables, or whatever, they can get it from the Caribbean, man. Whatever mineral and resources, as far as gold, copper, you know what I'm saying? If it ain't got it here, they can leverage it through the political structure and get it from Africa. We have to link up, man. It's 1 billion, 1.2 billion Africans on the planet, man. We have to link up, man. With all this FBA, ADOS, that's tribalism, man. That's like the Yoruba fighting against the Igbo or the.
I gotta pass the mic. Let me pass it to Al Green. Go ahead, Al Green.
Yeah, peace to the panel. To the point,
Peace.
the 14th Amendment was in fact created for Black people in America. It was issued for the free slaves. Uh, and it was really to enforce the 13th Amendment. You know, the 13th Amendment was to abolish slavery, and people were still doing slavery because they were saying that the black people weren't citizens. So that's when the 14th Amendment came in effect, which says black people are citizens. So you get all of the, you know, the Bill of Rights, you get all of the protections that the Constitution provides, because black people weren't getting those protections. With these protections, black people began to build America. You can't say that we didn't build nothing. Like Detroit, Kentucky, Ohio, these things were built on the backs of black people, free black men, free men, upon the ratification of the 14th Amendment. Like black people, that's where the whole Great Migration came from. And 100 years ago, there were no immigrants. And 100 years ago, America was poor. So these things, these parallels that we are trying to create, if you look at them in the scope of the time that we were in, a lot of people were poor. The Great Depression was in the 20s. And that was 100 years ago. And China was poor, we were poor, there were no immigrants. It was a whole different type of landscape. And when the 14th Amendment was passed, 1869, it was a whole totally different landscape then. It was the wars with the Indians, trying to get them to move, the whole Thomas Jefferson thing. And you had the assassination of Abraham.
You went out, man. You went out. Let me put the link in the chat room. You guys can't be calling in on your Obama phones, man. We got to stop. We got to stop with the Obama phones.
I'm still on the panel.
Oh, you done?
No, I ain't done. I went out.
Okay,
You
okay.
went
Well,
out.
come on. Come back. Well, come back. Come back. You know, come back.
You said I went out. What you missed? Where I was at? I was at Abraham Lincoln.
Something like that. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went out. Go ahead.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, and the president behind him basically tried to rescind all of the freedoms that he was trying to grant to the black people. So when Ulysses S. Grant came in and approved of the 14th Amendment, it was basically going against the Confederacy. Because when you look back at these times, the South was against all of the black shit, and the North was pulling full. So it was like more liberal in the North, like the 5 countries of the North, and then you had the other countries in the South who was just against basically all black shit. And yeah, I can land with that. With
All right,
yes,
Dave. Go ahead,
yes,
Dave.
Okay.
Hey, you know, it was kind of meant just for African Americans, you know. However, I'm not under the illusion that if you're gonna cut it off for everybody. But the main problem with saying all of this, it just in, you know, the black people's space is whether we want to say, oh no, it's just for African Americans or not. You know, if everybody else is using it, go ahead. I really don't care, you know. But the true intent was definitely only for the African Americans. And if you shut it all the way down for everybody, then, you know, that's an even approach. But just knowing how this country works, I'm not going to step in and start screaming loud and proud that, you know, it was only for African Americans, when that's only just going to limit black people while everybody else and every other race comes through under that effect, you know?
General, sorry, are you speaking of the 14th?
Yeah.
Have you read it?
Yeah, man.
So can somebody read it for everybody in the chat, please? If you guys want me to read it.
Have you read
it? That's why I'm asking if you're saying it's for.
What question did he ask?
Have you read it?
I have it in front of me, and I've read it numerous of times. I'm just saying, you guys are making it seem as if it was.
Yeah, we're talking about the 14th Amendment, Al.
Okay.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment was if you, the main thing is looking at the date in which it was passed. You know, at that point in time, you really only had white African Americans They weren't even considering any type of Latinos, Asians, or anything at that time. And you really can't say Native American because Native American, you know, they had their own thing going, in, you know, according to the U.S. government. So it was written because after slavery, they had to basically, you know, America basically said they were God and was going to fractionally create a human being. So, you know, one of the first steps was, you know, hey, you're no longer a slave, you're a person. And then you see further along where you get to 2/5, 3/5. I guess we're at a hole now, you know what I mean? That's what makes everybody so pissed. And, you know, in the future, you know, when we really, you know, shine and really stretch our arms and legs to the fullest potential, you know, it's definitely going to be some hating. But that amendment was just sheer nature. You know, nobody else was here. So you can say that it was meant for everybody else. But when you look at the time period and exactly who was in the country, it's no denying it. Now, that being said, for me, I'm not going to be harping out here saying, oh, no, it's for nobody, because I'm under no assumption that America is going to get rid of the 14th across the board, you know, for everybody. If anything, they're going to let the people who they want flow in, and you already know anybody black. I don't know if Africans or diaspora consider themselves black, but if you look like an African American, or even, you know, whatever, or diaspora, or whatever, me advocating for the 14th to be fully gone, you know, in effect, it'll only affect you all, because we all, you know, it'll probably definitely would affect Hispanics, but to think that white people are going to take away the 14th from white people, you know, you just don't know America. So that's about it.
The reason why I asked that.
Well, let me read these super chats first. Princess Nyambi, thank you for $4.99 holla. FBAs are pretendians that disdain their African heritage. African Americans are people like Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, Muhammad Ali, etc. Let's not conflate the two. Austin GT, thank you for $1.99. Salute to Sister Ivy. Stop the victim mentality. Shangamir, I don't know, $5 pounds. FBA don't even need to go all the way to Africa to begin manufacturing. Marino C. Panza, a black CEO, Panza Group in Suriname, South America. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, in 1868, you have to keep in mind there was an Asian population. The Chinese and the Japanese was also there. And you also have to, I'm not denouncing and shitting on what you just said, but there.
Say that again.
I'm saying I'm not totally denouncing what you have said, but I'm just trying to.
Who else was here?
There is an Asian population in America. There was a Chinese population and
Japanese
Japanese
how many? Like,
hold on. It was not a lot, but again.
Right, there was probably an Eskimo in America too.
Okay,
it was probably, you know, there's probably somebody from all the way around. We talking about, you know,
just
groups,
give me a sec. Give me a sec. So, again, these people are people that plan. From 1868, they already plan on having all these migrants come in. So when these Europeans are coming in, they have to find ways to make them comfortable so they can also be productive in the system. It's not all white people as we see them now were white people back then, right? So again, this bill, same thing with the civil rights. When you read it, even
no. Go back to what you said, because you're rewriting history, though.
What am I? Okay, let me read it for you. Okay, you want me to read it for you?
Read what? Put it on the screen or something. What do you? The 14th does not mention Chinese.
If there was not even a large population,
we're not talking about
Chinese in America.
Dennis, can you just read it for these people, please?
But what I'm saying is that even if you read the 14th Amendment,
again, what I'm saying, let me finish. You guys let your emotions interfere with everything.
Please read it.
Dennis is gonna read it, but I'm just saying the same thing with the civil rights. They included all.
Put the link in the private chat. I mean, I could read what's currently interpreted by Trump first, or
it's online.
I don't know what Roy Williams is talking about. He's talking about
But Dinus, can I bring something?
Let me finish what I'm doing.
We was vividly against the Chinese immigration too. Like
But
we
this
had
is
a
my whole
Chinese,
thing.
we had a
Even the
Chinese Exclusion
case,
Act in 1882 that
correct.
prohibited
But
Chinese
even the
immigration for
Chinese
nearly
man
100
who
years.
won his citizenship, who went to the Supreme Court,
He identified as white, right?
he no, he was able to get his citizenship because his parents were legal residents. So
They
even
didn't
what
use the 14th.
his parents were here legally. They were not citizens, but they were legal residents. And the Trump administration is saying, if a person is here legally and they have a child and they have a green card, that child can become a citizen. The Trump administration is only addressing those parents or women giving birth to babies who are here illegally. They're not addressing citizens. They're not addressing people who have green cards. They're saying that if a person is here illegally, that child will not be a United States citizen. People have brought up the case with the Chinese gentleman who was able to get his citizenship. His parents were legal residents. They also were business owners. So they legally had a right to be in the United States. They did their proper paperwork. They immigrated to the United States legally, and they had a business. So
why can't we just read it?
Dinus read it at the beginning of the show.
We already know it. We're African Americans, bruh. You're the one trying to tell us what the history is, and we are the history. So why don't you read it? We don't need to read it. I know
I'm
what
just going
it
to
is.
say this once again.
This was part of education every February for all my dang on life. And just a regular curriculum.
And if that 14th Amendment addressed everybody within the United States, because the biggest group within the United States after the Civil War were the white community, blacks, and the indigenous populations. If that 14th Amendment addressed everyone, they would not have had to do the Native American Act to give them citizenship in 1924. So it's clear that did not address the indigenous population. They had to have a separate act in 1924 giving them citizenship. That's why the way I look at it, they were not addressing everybody within the United States at that time, because they would have not had to do a separate act for the Native American populations.
They know this.
So
Thank you.
You're saying, see what I'm saying. So you just address the natives afterwards, right? So the natives are a whole different entity. But what I'm saying
is that the 14th Amendment did not even address. When you look at the case, when you look at the abolitionists that were going back and forth fighting, because I think Sumner died before they even were able to sign it, who were going back fighting, everything was off address. Scott, everything was dealing with the newly emancipated. You have to read more than just the amendment. You have to read all the arguments when they were going back and forth before it was signed into law. They were in their court cases, in their filings, talking about the newly emancipated people.
The judicial briefings.
So you have to go through that. So if you have to read everything coming up to something being signed, all the arguments that the abolitionists were giving. So that's all I'm saying. No other population was addressed. That's why they had to do an act for Native Americans, and that's why they had to have a separate case dealing with the Chinese gentleman about his citizenship. And it stated that he was able to get citizenship because his parents were not illegal. They were legal residents, not citizens, but they had the equivalent of what we say today, a green card.
And can I add on?
Thank you, Dinus.
Hey, guys, Professor Davis is about to come on, and when he comes on, y'all don't interrupt. Let me send him the link. He's gonna bring this home. Let me send him the link right now. But go ahead. Who was that?
I just wanted to add on to what Ivy was saying. She's 100% correct. But I wanted to reiterate the reason why I was saying what I was saying is that she's 100% correct. However, I don't trust America to have it even-handed to say, all right, everybody. I know America. So therefore, I kind of lean off of it because, you know, I know that, and I don't want to assume anything, but I'm assuming the stance that Royal is taking because maybe that may affect the diaspora. It definitely would. And so in that notion, I'm not going to say that, hey, the 14th Amendment was meant for everybody. No, it's just meant for African Americans. But as far as me taking a political position, knowing how America implements certain policies, I'm not going to be on that bandwagon and say, hey, get rid of it. It's only meant for this, that, and the other, because they're not going, there's no way in hell they're going to say, all right, we're going to get rid of all the new Ukrainian refugees and all of the other different races. Basically, if I agree to it, they're only going to use it against Black people. So that is my main reason for not actually giving a crap. But the fact is, it was written and meant for African Americans.
No problem. But again, you guys forgive me. I'm not, every time I come on, it seems like I'm getting you guys upset. So even when you look at the civil rights, it was not specific. Even though it was the people that was fighting for the rights and justice, at the end of it all, they put in race, color, religion, sex, and all these other things. And you see what I'm saying? So that's what they do. So anytime you make this progress to receive something, they put everybody else and include everybody else in your struggle. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, but we on the couch from here on out, so it ain't none of our problems no more.
Yeah, in America, it's pretty much about equality. Like
we're gonna
that's
see
why it's worded
whoever
like that.
hold it
It's
up.
worded for everybody can be on the same level. You know what I mean? Like the citizenship clause was to make everything similar, to put the people that weren't citizens, basically your creed, your religion, all of these reasons why these Southern whites were saying that you're not a citizen. Well, now you are a citizen, and now all of the rights that these white Southerners hold, you hold them as well. Property rights, right to liberty, like you're even now. That's why they put it out and make it so vague. So basically anything these white Southerners trying to shit on you with, you can hold it up and say, look, I'm a citizen. Despite all of this shit that you're saying, I don't believe in what you believe in, and I'm not white. All of these things, I still hold the same property and value rights as you.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just not going to ride with the train because I know that if Black people get involved with it, the only people they will be, well, they definitely got to they targeting Hispanics, but I'm not going to put y'all under any undue stress. That's unfair, not unfair, but I'm saying unequally implemented, and that's really the reason why I'm not on that bandwagon, is because there's under no way in hell is America going to implement anything, the repeal of anybody under the 14th. They're not going to repeal it equally. So that's why I'm staying about it. I hope that gives you a little bit of pause and not joy. That's not the right word. That way the history of why things were done doesn't have to be rewritten in modern day times to suit a fear that deportations will come. So I'm just doing this to say you can tell the truth and say it was written for the 14th, as well as knowing, over my dead body, because I already know how it go if they implement it. You know what I'm saying? If that's a solidarity thing, you don't have to destroy our history for aid and abetting, for us to aid and abet. Our history don't need to be wiped out. That's all I'm saying. You can tell the truth.
I don't think anybody can wipe your history out because you're in control of your history. So
it doesn't sound like that recently for the past 3 years. It seems like everybody got a problem with our history.
That's on them. You keep your records and you share and teach your records. So
but when we do that, everybody want to tell us it ain't what it is. And now
it doesn't matter.
And now that we sitting on the couch saying F around and find out, everybody's seeing what it is.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what I'm saying. You know your history, you teach it to your kids, and you hold on to that and you pass it on, right? So everybody's always going to say what they want to say.
Let me pass it to Shaw. Go ahead, Shaw.
Thank you. Greetings to the host and everybody. When you're involved with education in your community, those things become less of a concern because you're directly involved. And I encourage all of us to get involved with these school boards and This was the talk of the time of the 80s and 90s, was relevant curriculum and changing the curriculums in our school. Well, guess what? This is the attack 30 years later. What does DeSantis do? He's attacking the curriculum. And they're pushing back on any gains that we did make. It's unfortunate that we didn't get enough ground with, creating more African-centered education in our public schools. We're talking about public schools, but really the goal is to have our private schools, and that way we don't have to worry about what they do, if they decide to do this or do that, and it's not that difficult. It does require some sacrifice though. But I did have a message for the group. I was thinking, and I said, okay, let me listen in a little bit. I could have listened a little bit longer. But I just got a little breaking news that while America is reducing its footprint all over in terms of the military across the world, General Langley says they will not be reducing the footprint on the continent of Africa. And so while we are, ADOSs and Trinidadians and African Americans and whatever else we are here in this country, in the United States, or even in any other places in the diaspora, that we are all in one nigga bag. And I had to say it that way just to give it that shock factor, one nigga bag. In fact, it is a African American introduced the bill to counter malign effects of Russian propaganda, our HR 7311, countering malign effects of Russian propaganda on the continent of Africa and in, guess where? The United States of America, the diaspora. He names the diaspora, and this is an African American. And when he names the Africans in the diaspora in the United States, he's not saying Jamaicans. He's not saying ADOS, FBA, Trinidadians. He's not saying none of that. Who is he talking about? He's talking about all of us. We're all in one nigga bag. And that's how they see us, and that's how they're going to deal with us on a global level. And we better wise up, because as this fascism is kicking in, we're beginning to see them tightening the screws. They also said that the Pentagon is in a hot mess. It's in chaos the last month. To me, that means they're choosing sides. That people are, I may be, kind of blowing it up a little bit more than it is, but we don't know why they're in chaos, other than the fact that a lot of stuff has been going on. We know that, but why? What else is going on that we don't know? So we're in some dangerous times, and if we need to unite, as John Henry Clark said, unite or perish. I'll land right there.
All right, yeah, I'm waiting for Professor Davis. He just needs to call in on a different device. But links in the chat room. If you want to call in, you're more than welcome to.
Michael Elliott Langley, he's the commander of the United States Africa Command. That's the one. And if anybody's looking for him, probably
right. He's black, right? He's black, correct?
Yeah. He's the one.
So
they're using him to do all of that damage. So at least they put one of your people. Same thing with Obama. They use Obama to go to Africa to do all that damage, and they're gonna use him to go and do that same thing. So it's one of your people, just like we've been doing on this channel. It's like one of you sold this out. Same thing.
Right.
No.
Same as a Mobutu.
No, the solution is
same as Samuel Doe.
The reason why Africa isn't invaded by the United States right now is because African Americans are here. And all hell will raise up. All hell will raise up.
Huh?
All hell will raise up if the U.S. military went to full-scale war in Africa. Period.
No, it can never go to full-scale. Gaddafi's in Africa, remember?
Let's start there. Do you think that?
But Gaddafi was in Africa.
Do you think, fundamentally, I think we kind of need to start there, because the disunity of saying, hey, African Americans, you run it here in America, you the ones, that allows certain things to happen to Africa. Because they say, oh, y'all disorganized here. You don't, the African Americans, you don't run it, this, that, and the other. So Africa, what you notice, African Americans do not claim to be the political leaders of Africa, period.
How can they?
Period. And here in America, the disunity we have is slowly creeping to where that risk is there of, I don't even want to mention that, but the whole
Mention.
Orange
What do you mean? I
Army.
don't know what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is that what I'm saying, this is what I firmly believe. I firmly believe there would be real deal U.S. troops on the ground in Africa by now if it wasn't for African Americans.
How?
Bro, it's troops in Africa right now.
I disagree. I mean, you saw what happened to Libya to Gaddafi, and we had a black president. So I'm not buying that.
I don't
Right
want
now,
to
what
say
the
it like
era is
this,
doing.
but Gaddafi was Arab, and as soon as
What do you
Gaddafi
mean?
left, they started
Come on.
enslaving y'all, bruh.
Yeah, I feel like North Africa and South Africa are two different worlds. Like North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, like North Africa with the Arabs and Tanzania, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Mauritania. I feel like those are totally different places than Black Africa. You know what I mean? With Bantu and
You guys are all over the place.
Y'all lost North Africa, bruh.
So why did they?
Gaddafi's mission, what Gaddafi was trying to do is not what you guys are describing right now.
So the question is, why do
For
you
his
think that?
removal has nothing to do with anything you guys are talking and listing right now.
So do you think the reason
There's
like
a
you're
reason why
inferring
same
you're
thing with Torah
no
and Prayer.
I'm asking the brother, is he inferring that they haven't invaded or gone to war or done something like that to Africa because they think that African Americans will protest or will push back? Is that what you're saying?
African Americans ain't gonna do
exactly
that.
what I'm
Right. I don't.
This is
No.
just the beginning.
They ain't gonna happen. Listen, African Americans are making up every single excuse after Obama assassinated Gaddafi. Every excuse in the book. Well, it was Obama, man. Why he being so tough on the brother, man? Why he being so tough on him? I mean, come on. African Americans ain't gonna do nothing. Let me pass the DMV Pat. DMV Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, whoever said that that the U.S. wouldn't invade Africa because of African Americans is just, I don't know. He's not living in reality because what can they do if they go and protest? I mean, they protest a lot of things, and that doesn't stop anything. I don't see what protesting against the U.S. government would do if they wanted to invade. I just don't understand it.
Everybody's still complaining from just the little shit we did on the Loot for Justice campaign for George Floyd. They still
what came from that?
When King got assassinated, this whole nation was on fire.
Answer the question.
What came from George Floyd? We lost more than we gained. You know how many black business owners got
Yeah,
the
I do
business
not stand
down?
behind George
I don't know
Floyd.
what. No.
Oh man, yeah, dude.
No.
We have no idea the number of black.
We made 10 billion. Well, that I'm not going. I don't know what you. I don't. Okay, I can't speak for it then. But
yeah, we lost more than we gained with George Floyd.
But I don't. Okay.
Hey, General Dave. Them three black girls took the money and ran. Here and
that's 100 million. I'm talking
about they came to my city.
I got information
my
on that.
city
That's
up.
not true.
100 million.
That's true. They took that money and ran.
The hood made off of
burn down businesses and
shit.
What the hood made off George Floyd?
Down my city.
Come on.
They came to my city every motherfucking weekend, burned it down. They called it the Summer of Love. Fuck my city up.
Go ahead, Vovo Rants.
Yeah, I want to touch on the topic.
Go ahead.
I don't know how deep
pop on the top. Go ahead. Touch on the topic. Go ahead.
Yeah. The 14th Amendment is solely for the descendants of slaves. Solely for the descendants of slaves. It's been perverted, and they've been taking advantage of it. That's why it needs to be refined. The language needs to get tightened up. You know what I mean? Because people, people like to play semantics and they like to play word games. You know what I mean? To try to manipulate the situation. There's no reason why you can come over here and you 20 months pregnant and you have a baby. You waiting to have the baby until you're on U.S. soil. You dive over the border and you have a baby and the baby is a citizen. That don't even make sense. These people haven't earned it. There were, I know y'all Pan-Africanists. Akon, the rapper Akon, said that his father made it his business to make sure all of his children were born on U.S. soil. And he said
But they had
in the
documents
interview,
to do that.
and then in the interview, he said that that was his father was thinking progressive when he did that. He's manipulating the system. You know what I mean? And if you got somebody that's manipulating the system, and if it's a loophole in the system, and you know it's a loophole in the system, you need to close that. You need to close that loophole. You know
I
what I
don't think
mean?
that's
Like,
a loophole though. I think
why
what
isn't it?
you
The language is
it's not
very clear.
but
It's for the descendants of slaves,
but that's
or
not
if
what's
you're a
causing the issue
citizen.
though. That's not what's causing the issue is people who come here with no intention to stay here that are
That ain't the
pregnant
issue.
and then
That
they
ain't the
have their
issue. Most people
baby
that
so
come
the
here
kid
got
can
every
have the
intention to stay
citizenship.
here.
Huh?
Most people that come here got every intention of staying here. Most
No,
people that come here ain't
no.
trying
This
to go back, bro. Listen,
there are
listen.
people that are come here to just to have a baby so the child can be a citizen.
Facts.
Well, then why? If
And
you want the child to be a citizen, that means you have an intention on staying there. Like, what are you talking about, bro? By definition,
people are this is what happened when Trump was first
Bovo, right?
president. There was people getting deported for trying to come here from
Bovo
Europe.
is right.
People
It's
from Europe was
they've been
coming here
taking
trying to
advantage
do
of the
that.
system.
They've been doing that this whole time. That's what they're trying to
Man,
get.
we got so many weird ideologies in the community, man. It just and then people just be talking.
What's
Evo,
weird?
was his
People are
parents
taking advantage
See
of
that they
the
not trying to
citizens?
be
system.
citizens is in the family is
What?
asset. Yeah, Bovo, I'm just saying you're right. What you saying, you're right with that. Like they definitely, the parents definitely want to be here too.
And this wasn't intended for them. Yeah, this wasn't intended for
Yeah,
them.
I
That's
don't.
why
I'm
they
not
say.
arguing with
That's
you
why they
about
say
that.
anchor baby, because now you had this baby over here, and now you're anchoring yourself. I can't leave without my child. Tom Homan said, well, either you leave the child in foster care, or you and the child can get deported, but you're going back. That's right. You're trying to manipulate the system.
There's a lot of you
And
guys
that's the
on this. Let
problem
me
with
tell you.
Black
Look,
Americans. If I could just finish.
go
The
ahead.
problem with Black America, the problem that we having is that the things that were meant for us, everybody else take from it because the language isn't airtight. That's what we saying as FBA. We trying to make things airtight as possible.
You can't make it because you didn't write it.
Huh?
You can't make it tight. You have to go ask Massa again for Massa to do that.
Oh
For
no, without the trolling, whatever, that's just your hurt feelings. But here's the
No,
thing,
you
right?
can't. You
So the
can't
white
amend the
people,
amendment.
so listen to
You
what I'm
can
saying.
amend an amendment.
There's two blacks on the
Listen to
Supreme
what I'm
Court.
saying.
There's two blacks on the Supreme Court that will
Hold on,
make the determination.
sis, you letting him take you left. He's hurt. There's nothing. He's weird. He's obsessed with us. He wants to. I don't know what his problem is with us, but he's hurt. You gotta. That's noise. You gotta drown out the noise. The thing is this: the white folks talking about this. Trump is the most. Trump signed anything. Trump's talking about it. No, the white folks, the ruling class. Because let's be clear: if you call them massa, I call them the ruling class. The ruling class is saying that they want to make the language airtight on that. They're saying out of their mouth now that this was for the descendants of slaves, and this needs to be refined. So
Bovo
there's
is
nothing
correct on
that African that's just hating in the comment section. He ain't got no power. They really about to make the changes. You mentioned the Supreme Court. Justice Ketanji Brown, if I'm saying her name, Ketanji Brown Jackson, or something like that. She been talking about, she on video talking about this her first week in her first week taking the appointment. She was talking about she wants to that this needs to be looked at. The 14th Amendment needs to be looked at. They really don't want these people over here because they understand that these people change the demographics of the country, and they have different reasons than us. They understand that if you change the demographics of the country too much, it becomes a whole new country, and they will no longer be the ruling class.
Evolve, I got a question. Do you know how many people come to America just to have children to go back?
A lot.
A lot. So if you don't have money, you can't do none of those things. Right?
Well,
So
yes, you can.
Americans,
You can come here on a visa. A visa literally means visit. That's what
do
visa
you know
means.
how
But
to
you
do
need
that?
money
You
to
don't
get
just
here.
qualify. Hold on.
You don't need no money to come here on a education visa.
you
How
You
you
crazy?
don't
gonna
need
get
money to
here?
come here on a work visa.
Come on,
How you
Volvo.
gonna get here? You need to get the ticket. You need all
Well,
that. You need
listen, the
somewhere to
You have
ticket
to
ain't.
stay.
show
I mean,
them.
when you say
Volvo,
money,
give me one
well,
sec.
maybe our definitions of money. I mean, do you? I'm not saying you're flat broke. You don't.
There's a certain
I'm not
amount of
saying
money.
that. I'm saying what, $1,000 or something to get over here if you
You
get
have to be like,
Thousand
and these
dollars?
middle class where
Come
you
on,
from.
Volvo.
No, you don't. No, you
Yes, you
don't, bro.
do. Yes, you do.
They not
There's a
working in
lot
them
you do not
fields.
understand.
They not working in them fields because they middle class where they from. Whatever they
Yes, they
did to be
are.
middle
Do you
class where
see
they
the
from.
wages? Have you
Do you know how
checked the
much
Well,
it
then
wages?
takes to
There are
if they're
deliver?
people at
middle class,
McDonald's that make more money
nobody leaves
than
the middle class
doctors in
anywhere.
in a lot of these other countries.
DMV
Brother,
Pat,
nobody's
That's a
going to
fact.
leave the middle class to go to another country and be
DMV,
and work in the fields.
DMV Pat, I disagree. It's not the middle class. They're sitting
What
like
is this
the
guy
worst
talking
in
about? Like that's what,
yeah,
like
that's not true. They're not sitting in the middle class over here in numbers, in
Mike,
mass.
what you send your middle
Go,
class?
yeah, go ahead, Chrissy.
I just want to.
Oh boy, Chrissy called in on her Obama phone. Chrissy, you can't call in on an Obama phone, Chrissy.
She's coming back.
I'm
Okay,
sorry. Can
Volvo.
you hear me?
We
Could
hear you now.
anyone?
Go ahead.
Oh,
We
okay.
hear you
All
now.
right.
Yes.
I was there was actually I was trying to use my phone to look up something. There's actually a court case. Sorry, if you just give me one little second. Somebody else can go and then I can go. I just want to pull it up again.
As long as you have money, you can always go to America and deliver a child.
Well,
These people, wait a
Yeah,
minute,
he
wait a
is
minute.
right. As long as you
These
do have
people
money,
come into this
you can
country out
buy
of
citizenship.
desperation because the United States corporations are fucking their countries up. Do I have to holler to get my little point in? Everybody's going in and out. I will acquiesce when somebody starts talking, or I've talked a little bit, right? So I made a point. The people are leaving their countries because the United States is exploiting them, has been exploiting them, has been set up their colonies in these different places. That's why they come here. So tell the United States, stop exploiting these countries and allow these people to develop their countries, and the people won't be coming to this country. It's that simple.
well, let me
Tell
say
them to
this,
do
brother.
that.
Let me say this, brother.
You're not going. You
Nobody's.
can't tell them to do that because you ain't got no
Let,
power to do that. Just like you ain't got no power to
y'all
change the
always get into
politics in this
trolling. Y'all
country.
always get into trolling. Wouldn't it be? Listen to what I'm saying. If sometimes we lose the argument. There's nothing stopping these countries from building a road. There's nothing stopping these countries from building a hospital.
That's
Nobody.
not my point. That's not what I said.
America is
That's
not
not what I
telling
said,
you.
though.
Yes,
You're
there
not.
is,
You're not
Well,
Bobo.
addressing what I
then,
said,
if
though.
when you say they're exploiting these countries, they won't let them build their country. There's
No, I
nothing
didn't.
from stopping the
No, no.
president of an African country from building
Yeah,
a
it is,
hospital
bro.
for
It
slavery.
is, bro.
So
I'm
then
asking
that means you need
Eric.
to do your
So you're
homework.
saying what you're
I'm
saying is that
saying you
there's
need to
somebody
do
telling them that they
homework.
can't
You
build a
need to
road
go
right here.
to school or learn some, Google some stuff so you understand why these countries are
What do you mean
underdeveloped,
go to
how
school
they're
and Google some stuff?
underdeveloped.
That's a bad
Ty
thing
is
for us
Because
kind
to
of
do.
right on this,
you're
Bobo.
talking
I'm
like you
probably the
don't
most
understand.
well-read person
One
in this
mic,
You're
man.
room.
One
talking
Am I
mic,
the
like you
man.
most
don't
well-read person?
understand. You're talking
Ty
about
is
people
right
building a
about
road.
Tell me the program. Tell me that then. Hold on, wait.
Right.
You
You're
understand so
talking
much.
about people
I like
not
to
building,
learn.
able
I
to
like to
build a
learn.
road.
I like to learn.
Then
I
for
want
you
you to
to
give
learn,
me.
you have to shut the fuck up.
See,
Bobo, what
Yeah, you and your
happened when
feelings,
some?
and
Sean.
there you go
Because
acting
he
like
was
a bitch
you and
because
your
you losing the
feelings, Sean.
argument.
Because you
No,
started.
No, that's how they.
I
That's how y'all talk.
we're gonna be
That's
respectful.
how y'all
I
talk.
wasn't talking to him like
No,
that, Doc. To be
don't go
honest,
back
I'm
and
not
listen.
talking to him
Okay,
like you,
okay, man. You don't need to go
mispronoun
back and
me.
Calm
He's
forth.
down,
losing the
You
Sean.
don't need to
argument,
go.
bro. He's
You
losing.
Calm
don't need to
down,
go back
Sean.
and
Can
forth.
y'all
Shot.
finish? Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Chrissy.
Why does it
Okay.
have to be an
So,
argument?
there's I just wanted
Feeling
to kind of
injured.
throw a monkey wrench into the conversation just to see what the feedback is. I don't know if you all are familiar
Adjustable
with
wrench, my dear, adjustable wrench.
the case United States versus Juan Kim Ark from 1898. He was Chinese, as you know. The West, the Chinese were allowed to come here to work and build out the railroads west, right into the West. His parents came here. He was born on U.S. soil, and then I guess he was working after that, because his father was working the railroad. And after that, the U.S. wanted to deport him. He took the United States to court, and he actually won the case. So I'll just give a brief synopsis and see what you all think about it. Let me see. In the United States, birthright citizenship, meaning citizenship granted at birth for those born on U.S. soil, applies to all individuals regardless of their parents' nationality or immigration status. This principle was established by the landmark Supreme Court case, United States versus Juan Kim Ark in 1898, which specifically addressed the status of a sorry, a Chinese-born individual. No, Chinese-born individual. Well, they messed it up. A Chinese individual born in San Francisco. The case affirmed that the 14th Amendment guarantees citizenship to anyone born in the United States, regardless of race or parental status. So I guess in the Supreme Court's review of the 14th Amendment, they would have to. I'm sorry.
Finish reading it.
Oh, I did
You're
finish
not reading
reading.
all of it.
I read. Calm down now. I read the
Chrissy,
little
they
summary.
don't know
It's a
other
summary
people here.
of
They
the
think
of the
only them.
case, and I just quickly read it. I'm not going to read the. You can look it up, my friend.
The summary, I already know what it is. I'm probably the only one in
Okay.
here that know what it is without
Well,
having to read it.
Okay, but calm down.
I'm
Calm down.
familiar with it.
All right.
I brought up
Bring your blood pressure
info
down.
about
And
So
I
my so
apologize for cussing you out though, but you misgendered me. Unless
All right,
oh,
go ahead, Chrissy. Like,
I've
God,
never
okay.
misgendered you. I know you're
yeah,
a
Bobo,
godless.
why are you talking back, Bobo? Just be quiet. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up. In the Supreme Court's review of the 14th Amendment, they would also have to, I guess, review that case and make a determination on that case, right? So either kind of reverse the ruling. Just wanted to know if you all spoke about that. What are your thoughts on that? Where, yes, there's a 14th Amendment,
did.
which did apply specifically to those. Oh, you did?
Yeah, Ivy, are you still there, Ivy? Ivy, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
You
We
want to
spoke
respond?
about that, and we agreed. And we
Oh, you did talk
agreed.
about it.
Let me finish what I gotta say, please.
But
Ivy,
I know, but they just asked me a question, and what I'm saying, we
okay, Ivy,
did
it's
go
Dinah's
over that
talk.
case, Chrissy.
Ivy, it's Dinah's talking. Hold on. Do you want to respond to Chrissy about this?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
We did speak. We did speak on that case, and we did agree that case, because it stated that the parents were here legally. So we did kind of play around with that, and we did discuss it, and it's very interesting. Thank you for bringing it up. But we did discuss that case.
Okay, all right. Just curious.
No,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Ivy, but Chrissy's saying that the result of that case is that it doesn't matter the parents' status, that if a child is born here, that they're citizens.
And
but
correct.
Ivy,
And the thing is that when I saw all the Republicans who stood before the world, who are fighting for this to be changed, they stated that they want to change. They don't care about any past cases. What they're stating is that amendment was for Black Americans. They do not agree with the outcome. That's why they're taking it back to the Supreme Court, because they believe that a parent's legal status, they should be here legally. So they're fighting that case, Chrissy.
Okay.
They're saying that a parent should have a legal status, so they should be a citizenship or have a green card. So that's what the current administration, they don't agree with that. They don't agree with that court case.
Okay. I was just curious if you discussed it and what the thoughts were.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Let me pass the retiring to Africa. Retiring to Africa. Go ahead.
Oh, hello. Yes, I just want to comment on the issue about the children being born in America and becoming citizens. What we have to remember is that every single country has citizens. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know what.
Yeah, every single country on this planet have what they call immigration laws, which will state what the citizenship laws are. So some countries will allow for a child to be born and it automatically become a citizen, which seems to be what seems to be happening in America. Britain used to do that. They've just stopped it. Ireland does it. So many other countries do it, and they do it for a reason, especially in the West, where the young population is declining. So that's their way of keeping the population up. Remember when the Democrats were deporting illegal immigrants? I think it was during Obama's time. When people were being deported, the children were being taken away, calling them dream children, if you recall that. So it's irrelevant that the person was illegal or legal. The fact is the law allows for the child to be born and become a citizen, and nobody can dispute it until that law is repealed.
That's it.
So, yeah, until that law is repealed, it remains that. So whatever, because if you know about the British case with this Badnoch woman, who is the chairperson for the Conservative Party, it's a Black Nigerian woman. Her parents came to, that is when the law was, you can have your child and become a citizen. So a lot of people would come, the Asian people, the African people who knew about it, especially the Nigerians, they would come to Britain and America, have their children and go back. And like somebody mentioned, those children would then go into care or be fostered and things like that. But they remained British citizens or American citizens. So Badnoch Clark will tell you that her mom came to Britain, had her, became British, sent her back to Nigeria. That's where she grew up. But for all the time she was being brought up in Nigeria, she remained a British citizen, simply
Same for
because she was
Akon.
born
Same
here.
thing for Akon.
Yeah, so the fact that she was born here, when she grew up, finished her education up there, came back to UK, she was allowed in. Born in Britain, she can live here as a citizen. Today, she's in the House of Commons, and she's the leader of the House, and advocating again against Black people coming here with their families and staying, because she was under the previous law. Now she's speaking against people who are bringing their children here. And then her mom went and lived in the United States and had the rest of the siblings over there, and the rest of the siblings are Americans. If she went to Australia, the rest of the family will become Americans. So you cannot dispute something that's legal until it's repealed, like Britain did. It repealed it. You can go to Ireland, have your child. I think Ireland also then stopped it the past few years. So that's what the law says, and there's nothing wrong with that, or you can't say things against the children who are born in America or who were born previously in Britain. That's my comment for that one.
All right, let me pass it to Idris, then I'll pass it back to Vovo Rants. Go ahead, Idris. Unmute yourself. Idris, you gotta unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello, Dinas. Hello, everyone. With Britain, I know Britain, though. I think United States is the only country in the first world that have that law, actually, wherein you can come here, you're not a citizen, you're not a permanent resident, and you have a baby, and the baby becomes a citizen. United States is the only one in the first world. No other country have that right now. And normally the issues with the Constitution in the United States is that it's open to interpretation. And sometimes when you interpret the Constitution outside of what it was originally meant, because there are a group of people that believe the Constitution is a living document and it changes as time goes on. It represents the present day rather than the original meaning of the laws that were made at the time. It becomes a problem. And I think that's the problem with the law, wherein you have a lot of people around the world who pay money for their wives or girlfriends to come and have baby in the United States and have an American citizen. And in most cases, most of the people that do that are the people that are kind of like better off from other countries, and those babies go back anyway. It's not like the babies stay here. They go back with them, and later they can come. Most times that's what happens.
Even Akon will tell you he was born there, then he was brought up in Africa, then he came back.
But the guy that's arguing with Akon, some of his dad's wife did not have residency in the United States, but he could afford it.
They don't have to.
Yeah.
There's
All right, go ahead, Vovo Rants. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed the last dude his submission, but my thing with the Juan Kim case, the language is kind of clear there. It says that you can't. It's been a minute since I read it, probably like 10 years, but It says you have to domicile yourself in this country, meaning you have to live in this country and treat this country like your home. You can't be subject to the jurisdiction of any other country. If you're not a citizen of this country, you must be a citizen of another country. That means you're subject to their rules and their laws. This is what it sounds. I'll some more stuff now. You can't have any allegiance to another country. If you're not a citizen of this country, you didn't drop from outer space. So you have to be a citizen of some other country. That's why when they deport people, they got somewhere to deport you to, back to your country.
Yeah, that's true. But Bobo, I agree with you. But America,
let Bobo finish.
This is what I'm saying, brother. You about to say something about you about to talk with your heart.
Bobo, just stay.
America has infinite dual citizenship.
Go ahead, Bobo.
He's talking with his heart, though. What I'm telling you is what it says. It's been a minute since I read it, but yeah, you have to be domiciled here, meaning you have to live here and treat this country as your home, and you have to, and you can't be subject to the jurisdiction of any other country.
That's not true. America allows.
I'm talking about what it says, brother. I ain't talking.
No, hold on.
African American. If I have enough money, if I have 80,000 cash, I can be a Brazilian citizen. If I have half a million,
about Brazil, brother. We're not talking about Brazil. That's what
I'm saying. I can be African American. I can be an American citizen and a Brazilian citizen. America has damn near infinite dual citizenship legality, bruh.
No, but to be honest though, I don't know about for a naturalized citizen of who I am. When you take the oath of allegiance, when you swear in to be a citizen, to be very honest, you kind of give up every other citizenship. I don't know about you as a Black American. I'm not from that. I cannot speak from that opinion. But when you take an oath to be a citizen in the United States, you virtually give up every other allegiance. That's true.
No, you don't.
If I wasn't from America,
you do. All right, hold on. Who amongst us have done the naturalized citizenship?
No, if you were immigrant, you give up
everyone. I'm telling you, I'm sorry. If you really do it, if you go through it, it's strong. It is.
If you were immigrant, yes.
Citizenship is for sale, bro.
Can someone please explain to me who have done it?
That's just
and tell me that's not what he says.
Immigrant.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying from an immigrant spot.
Are you from America? Because I'm telling you, as a person in America, in Chicago, a financial.
See, that's why it went into something else.
I cannot argue on that. I clearly said I cannot argue on that. But I can only talk on.
Look up if America allows dual citizenship.
That's not even what I'm looking up to.
One mic. I have three passports. So it's not a problem.
No, because you from America.
I'm talking about.
And it's American.
It just doesn't matter. I know naturalized citizens here in America that still have their citizenship in other countries.
Let me click back on this. Because this, we were talking about birthright citizenship in America. That's what I thought we was talking about. That's what I thought Christy was talking about.
Speak on the executive order.
She brought up an American case that actually happened.
Let me go.
So that's what I was talking about. I don't know what I'm not sure what y'all talking about.
Yeah, I don't either. But yeah.
But in some countries, they do not allow dual citizenship. If they don't allow dual citizenship, then if you take another dual citizenship, you lose the citizenship for the original country.
Yes,
but
the
not
lady
in
is
America.
correct. Some countries operate that way.
America is not like that.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, in America.
Are we talking about some countries or are we talking about America?
Look, in America, we
unlimited dual citizenship.
I mean, like, what's the topic about? Like it's I don't know.
We have to give examples of what he's bringing up.
Yeah, we got example here. Trump just signed the executive order protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. This is one of the executive orders he signed that was about the 14th Amendment. And the provisions was to seek to redefine how the 14th Amendment clause and subject to jurisdiction therefore should be interpreted. So they basically trying to say if you were an immigrant is the order to end birthright citizenship in the United States for illegal immigrants as well as immigrants legally but temporarily present. So if you are a visitor and you have a baby, that's not a citizen anymore. The executive order, but judges are challenging it, but the Supreme Court didn't stop it. They granted it.
It's already done.
Yeah, it's already done. It happened.
No,
January.
it's not.
No, it's not.
It happened January
No, it's a
21st.
stay on it.
It happened January 21st.
It's what?
It's
There's
actually
a
no.
stay on it.
It
It's
wasn't
going
granted.
to the Supreme Court. It's on the docket.
It was on a docket for this week.
But it's the
for
stay
this
on
week?
it. It's an injunction
It's this
against.
week. It's this week.
Oh,
the
yeah,
docket.
I like that. Okay,
you got
I'll be
states.
on that
You
real
got states
close.
trying to go against it, but the executive, which is our CEO, our chief in command, has already signed the executive order making it.
Yeah,
law.
but a lower,
Yeah, but there's an injunction, so they
court
stop it.
halted it. A lower court halted it, and now it's going to the
Right.
Supreme Court to make the final decision.
Right.
No,
I think it's going.
Oh man, no, it's not. It's not. The lower court.
The Supreme Court
halted it.
declined
The
to
Supreme
stay
Court
any of the current orders from the lower courts in accepting the case. The Supreme Court is not going against the executive order.
Oh
the
my
Supreme
God.
Court is
Yes.
making a final ruling. That's what.
Has the ruling been made? Has
Highness
the
is
ruling
right.
been made?
No, not the final ruling. It's the lower court pretty much halted it.
Ketanji Brown Jackson said that her first week in there, that's the first thing that she went.
Well, we'll find out here come shortly.
Lord willing, it will go through.
And then when it comes law, it only affects the people after the law has been
Correct.
assented. Anybody
Correct.
before that, it doesn't apply.
Well, but I mean, if you're not a current citizen, it will apply to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the date that the law has become
Not
law.
saying that if you went through the process and everything, everything you made it. But if you're currently sitting in America and you on a green card or some type of visa or something, you're not a full-fledged citizen, then it's going to apply to you, which is a good thing.
If you have a green card, you have leave to remain in that country.
But you're not a citizen.
It doesn't matter. You are a legal person in that country.
No, you can be legal. That's the thing. You can be a legal citizen.
Yeah. So that doesn't stop you
you can
from
be. If you're
being
here
legal.
on a visa, I mean, you can be here legally.
Yep.
If you're here on a visa, it's a visit. You're legally here.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop you from having children.
But if you do, it's still the children. You can have all the babies you want, but they still not citizens.
They're going back with
Yeah, until it becomes law, it's not effective at the moment.
Well, if they say next week, Lord willing, then if they need
Hey,
you to pull
Volvo.
up for a protest and shit, I'm
Volvo.
gonna be there.
Volvo and the FBA and all that. So when they pass this law, what's the benefit for you?
Well, the benefit for us, less enemies in the country.
How are they your enemies?
We'll be going down the rabbit hole with that one. We'll be going down the rabbit hole, but that's
I wouldn't say
less
that
of our
either.
enemies in this country.
Yep.
I would say
That's
less.
it.
I would say less
But
That's
third world.
yeah.
third
I mean,
world
everything
enemies.
else trickles down from that.
Yeah,
So
third
But
world
like the
enemies
other
in the
speaker,
Yeah,
but
third
like
world
the other
citizens-
speaker, but
third-
like the
third world
other
citizens
speaker
come over into America and look just like us, and you know what I mean. We all have.
Yeah,
to,
we got that dude
Like-
marching
like
around.
the
We got an
other
African
speaker.
guy currently, an African guy marching around with a white supremacist Jewish man. Nah, we can't have no more of that. We gotta get as much of that. We can't get all of them out, but we gotta get as much of the least amount in this country. I'm for it. That's outrageous to do something like that.
So the enemies.
He's an active white supremacist.
Volvo.
We got an African guy at a White Lives Matter protest that's bogus, marching around with a Jewish white supremacist in America, going against Black Americans, trying to paint a narrative that Black Americans got some type of scheme to harm white people. And we've been living side by side with these people. They've been doing all the harm to us. And he out there doing that. We got a Myron Gaines running around here.
So
Talking
Africans are
about
the enemies.
every time he get in front of white folks, he start performing watermelon fried chicken. He say anything that they want him to say. His buddy is from the Caribbean. He's a racist. Call us the N-word.
Yeah, y'all do got a
Over
regular.
here. What are you talking about? We got guys coming over here. We got anchor babies like Nori Martinez that's able to get in the city council, and she sit around calling us monkeys and talk about how she gonna undermine her Black constituents. I want less of that over here. I
But
want
all
less of
these
that over here.
laws that's being passed is not being passed by FBA.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
It
It
doesn't
don't
matter.
matter.
It doesn't
Listen,
matter.
we
You're
done
right.
with all the
You're
blackface
right.
in a high place thing. If it
You're right.
benefit me, I'm for it.
You're right. It
So
doesn't
when do
matter.
you
But
think
all
this
I'm
is
saying
gonna?
But
is,
we still remain in the nigger bag, all of us.
Hey, hey,
Hey,
that's $10.
Listen, context.
Now, why I don't get that grace?
Because you don't be using the context. Your
I
context
do.
be shoot. Okay, Bobo.
I do be using the context. Not every time.
No, exactly. Not every time.
No, not every time. But I don't get no grace at all.
You got grace before. I gave you grace before.
I don't
All right,
remember
hey,
it, man.
Volvo.
I think you need to send me half back, man. I'll take 5.
Volvo, if they don't,
But no, here's the thing.
remember the
We're not all in the N-word bag.
Yeah, we're not.
We're not.
Yeah, we're
forget
not.
the
I
N-word,
don't.
Volvo.
We're
that.
not. They
If
can
don't
tell who
pass
y'all
this law,
is.
what are you guys gonna do?
What?
If let's say they decide not to pass a law, what is it that you're going to do to make sure?
Nothing. We're gonna do what we've been doing. It ain't the end of the world.
No,
Hey,
no,
bro,
I'm
we
just
on the
saying-
couch,
I'm
man.
just saying. I'm just
Huh?
saying. If the law is not passed, what are the steps that you and your people are willing to take to make sure that things are in your benefit?
What do you mean? We've been taking the step. We're
Right.
fighting. We're doing our best with this. You ask a lot of bad faith questions because you a hater. So you just ask a lot of bad faith. You always got a bad faith.
I agree with
question.
Bobo on this one. I agree with
It's
Bobo on
weird,
this.
bro. You're
You don't know
obsessed
what
with us.
hate is.
Just say that. Huh?
Like, what do you want me to say? Like, what do you want me to say?
Like, if it don't pass, what? It ain't the
We
end
on
of the world.
YouTube. You know, I took it the way Volvo kind of took it. It's like,
but he does.
I wanted to respond to you and say, step in my way and figure it out, and you'll find out. You see what I'm saying? That's how you phrased it. It sounded like bitches or some
There's
shit.
no building for you to blow. You guys come online and all you do is huff and puff, but there's no building for you guys to blow.
How do you know?
I know that because all you guys do is online.
Because all you do is come online and huff and puff.
And hold on, no. Time out.
Show his face. We'll never know what this guy looks like. He's a troll.
Who, me?
No, not you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh shit! I'll get on camera.
Bro, we know you come on here drunk. We know it's about what time's on.
No, Volvo, listen. Here's what we can't do. And once I figured this out,
and again, why are you guys upset with me just
the tether's job is to get an African American so mad at one person that we hate a whole country. You cannot hate a whole country based on some of these tether actions. And once you are able to say, I don't agree with you, but I don't agree with you, and I damn so don't believe all them people where you from feel like you. All that power it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. All that do is nullify. Their job is to try to get you to hate a whole group of people.
That's what you guys are doing.
There's too much of it for it just to be.
Once I figured out that game plan, whenever I hear people like that, I just tell them it's okay. Good thing you don't represent all your people. Nowhere near.
No, listen, brother. Listen, it's too much of it. We seeing too much of it. That's the culture.
No, you're seeing too much of it. No, Volvo, you're seeing so much of it because their time is running out to get us to hate everybody.
No, I'm talking about we seeing this directly.
Remember that movie when Ray Allen when they had to let
we
dude
seeing
out?
this directly from the Africans. Directly.
Hey, I got to pass. Guys, let me pass the mic to Mr. G. Go ahead, Mr. G. I'll meet you something, Mr. G.
Good evening, bro. Appreciate you having me. Yeah, I heard the brother said something about the guy that was protesting with the Jewish American guy. You know, the Jewish American guy, he was on Jason Whitlock's show. And you are centering that guy, that black guy that was, you know, who's a January 6er, the African. So what are you gonna do with a Jason Whitlock?
Jason Whitlock is a cone.
Hey, yo, that was oh man. Listen, wow, goodness.
Was that to me or was he acting that to somebody else?
I don't know. I'm just letting them know we've been hated Jason Whitlock, bro. You like 20 years late, dog. Ever since he pivoted from sports, you don't even know who Jason Whitlock is. You don't even remember him.
I don't agree with everything Jason Whitlock says, but I agree with some of the stuff he said.
No, what? Come on, man. Come on, Donis. Come on. That's his job is to do that. That's all. That's part of his brand. This is the thing, right? We have coons. We've been had coons. That's why we always got words like sambo, soft shoe, tap dancing, buck dancing, butter biscuits. We the only ones that really got all these slurs to identify our traitors. We've always had it, but the difference is this: we don't have that in reverse. We don't have a Black American going into these people's country, trying to get involved with their political affairs and dumping on them and cosplaying. He literally said yesterday, the father of Jason Metcalf said, "Don't attach my son to that nonsense, that white supremacist stuff." And the Jewish dude said, "You're being weak, sir." He butted in. "Black man here. Yeah, you are being weak."
Bob, are you serious?
Look it up, bro. Listen, you ain't saying.
Put the link in the private chat.
Oh, I got you.
Put the link in the private chat. Golly, put the link in the private chat.
Nah, that's not how it plays.
Only if you play it. Only if you play it, Donis.
Hey, put the link in the. I'm gonna play.
The black guy called the Metcalf father, and he was telling the Jewish guy, like, yo, like, we don't support this, yada, yada, yada. And so the father gets on the phone with the guy from the other side, and dude told the father straight up, like, oh, you're the reason more kids are going to turn into Metcalf. And what about your other son? You not willing to fight for him? It was gross to watch. I was like, how do you tell a father that just lost his son?
Put the link in the private chat.
He didn't watch it. I'm trying to find it, but you didn't watch it, brother. You did not watch it. Ain't no way you missed that part. He butted in. He damn near watched the entire
I saw it.
Interview.
Well, then how you missed the African?
Find it, Vovo. Find it, Vovo.
Yeah, just find it, Vovo. Put it in the private chat. Go ahead, Willie. Willie, go ahead.
Willie?
On that Obama phone. The Obama phone.
What?
Willie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Y'all got. Okay, go ahead. My floor is yours.
Oh no, I was just interjecting that. Nah, that's the way that played out. Like the black guy and the white guy, they were real contentious. Clearly, the whole thing to me was staged because when the black guy with the cowboy hat called the Metcalf father, he answered on the first ring. So clearly, he was waiting for that call. But
because he's there on behalf of the father. This guy don't know what he's talking about, man. He was there to.
So you're not understanding what I'm saying. I could be there on your behalf and you not answer on the first ring. If you answer on the first ring, you're expecting my call. So I just said it appeared to be staged, right? So that would be the definition of stage. That's all I said.
No, you don't even know what you're
I'm not even
about.
disagreeing with what you said.
Advocacy.
I'm not even disagreeing with what you said.
Advocacy, bro.
Can we get the link? I just want to see it.
Just drop the link and let everybody draw their own.
Drop the link.
They're calling this stage. Like, this is weird.
You guys argue more than.
So what's the definition of stage? Stage is set up. I believe it was set up that if these guys disagree with me in any way, I'm going to call you, you're going to answer, and you're going to say what we discussed. That's what I believe played out. It's not hard to believe.
Isn't that the same as the stance of the family? So the stance of the family is staged. The family wants to preserve. The family wants to preserve the ability not to have a damn mistrial.
Family is staged.
And that protest, and all the stuff, everybody interfering. That family wants to have the fairest trial possible. So they have their advocate there to say, hey, why are you in my neighborhood messing up a trial for my dead son? Get out of here. And you're calling that stage?
Yes. I'm saying everything you said can be true, and they can stage a moment to make a statement. Yes. I'm not saying nothing you said isn't true. But that moment, yes, I felt it was staged. I think the family, this is just me wearing my conspiracy kufi, right? I think the family has an idea that they don't have a very strong case against that young man. So now they're going out of their way to set up the sympathy argument. It's amazing, but somehow in 2025, white people are making the Trayvon Martin's family argument. Right?
Hey, Dynast, I noticed the way you said not a kufu the same way I said not a monkey wrench.
No, I said tinfoil kufi.
Right. I think what's more important to know is Case and Allison, right? So right now you have white people literally making diametrically opposed arguments on two different issues in opposite directions, going by nothing more than race. So if you think that these issues aren't motivated purely by race, look at the white American response to Case and Allison and look at the white American response to Carmelo. And I'll
No, we
land
was
there.
gonna look at birthright citizenship.
What?
Yeah, Willie, how you feel about birthright citizenship?
I mean, it's irrelevant. I saw Donald Trump make a play where he said, yeah, this was designed for African Americans. That doesn't mean he cares about us in the least bit. Obviously, he's using us for a political play against the immigrants. But at the end of the day, do I have an issue with it? Absolutely not. Pretty much for most of the reasons that Vovo said. I don't agree with him on much, but when he's right, I'm going to agree with my brother and say he's right.
So you think it should only be? You think that it should be to have anchor babies?
I think it absolutely should not be for anchor babies.
Okay. Oh shit. So you agree with Bobo? Oh man.
That's what I said. I said I don't agree with him on much, but when he's right, I'm gonna agree with my brother. And as an American black, I agree with Vovo's sentiments. Like, those people here do not benefit us. I'm not interested in hurting them. They're not my personal priority. But when my brother Vovo feels so strongly about it and he's boots on the ground and we have to, at the end of the day, no matter how this thing plays out, all I got is him. All I got is my brother on the land.
That is
If he
true.
feels strongly about it, I'm with him on that.
Real
So
talk.
what benefits you guys in America?
He just told you, getting a lot of others out. I'll give you a
That's the
perfect
that.
example of how that would benefit our children, right?
No, I'm
Our
saying
children don't have summer
besides the
jobs
citizen,
anymore.
what's hold up?
Hold on, I'm telling you. Our children don't have summer jobs anymore. You want to know why? Because for what you'll pay that same 17, 18-year-old kid, you can pay a 40-year-old Mexican woman who done been general manager for a
So
whole
couldn't you
restaurant.
create your own
You
jobs?
can get her to run your drive-through for the same price as my son. So now
So
my son
why is
doesn't
the
have a job.
FBA not creating jobs?
I don't think you understand, my brother. But
I
yes,
do
I do.
understand.
I do
No,
see
he
There's an issue.
benefits.
understand. It's
There's a problem.
diametrically opposed to what he can agree with. He understand fully.
Yeah, there's an issue in your community. So you have to take steps to make sure you better yourself all the time, which is job creation. Those jobs you didn't create
And
them.
that is one of the steps. Clearing out the way for my children to reap the benefits of the
So you clear the
economies
way them
that
create
we've
jobs.
created. And that starts with immigrants. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, hurry
Yes.
up and get rid of immigrants and create jobs for
Cool.
your children.
Can I
I'm glad you
can I
support us.
just
Cool.
can I just ask a question? When you say immigrants, who are you referring to?
All of them. Mexicans, Chinese, Africans, all of them.
Okay.
All of them.
And see, y'all
I
new on
make
the.
no distinction because
No,
none of them
I
benefit us.
do. I do because y'all.
I could make an easy argument that the second biggest villain to the black in America has been immigrants, right? So now, when I don't want the immigrants in the room, the black immigrants, I don't want y'all to get y'all panties in a bunch, right? I'm talking about Irish immigrants. I'm talking about Italian immigrants. Throughout American history, immigrants have always taken out their angst on the black community. We were the ones they could get away with it on. So
How
they
come?
not benefiting me.
Do you consider the Trumps as immigrants?
Yep.
Who?
I do. Yep.
Do I consider the who?
Commander-in-Chief is an immigrant.
Yeah.
Who? The
Why
commander-in-chief,
wouldn't he
Donald
be? Why
Trump?
wouldn't he be him?
Donald
What?
Trump
Like
is just
what? Like
American
what?
as apple pie, and so am I.
Who?
Oh yeah, for
He's
sure.
Scottish and German.
He's American. He's been here for generations. His family has been here for generations.
Do you become
They're Americans
American
at this
because
point.
you've stayed
So
there for
now
after
there are a
100
lot of
years?
second generation Africans that are
Let me.
Americans at this point too. Sheck West, he's an American,
Who?
right? I got hoes calling, right? Like
Bro,
he's an
I don't know
American,
nothing about that type of stuff. But my thing is
right?
this.
But I'm
Yeah.
telling you though, the name is Sheck
Well,
West.
listen to what I'm saying.
He's
You
a
can be an
second
American.
generation. He's an American.
You can be an American citizen and not be an American. if I move to China, I'm not going to be Chinese. If me and my black wife go to China and have a baby, the baby can be a Chinese citizen.
Baby's not a
They can
citizen.
love on us and all that. But I'm not of the Chinese lineage. I'm not Chinese.
Hallelujah.
America, there's no
Well,
identity theft tied to
y'all feelings
America.
hurt. Y'all feelings hurt. Y'all hurt. Y'all have Africans got a
Bobo,
weird
there is no
manner, man. Their
identity tied to
manner is
America.
weird. But here's the thing, right? Back to what Will was saying. Will, it's only staged if both sides are in on it. Like a wrestling match, like WWF, the Undertaker got to tell Hulk Hogan, "I'm about to slam you right here."
Yeah, that's why I
Elbow
stopped on
you
you.
right here.
And
It's
I
not.
believe that's what we watched at that press conference.
That ain't what we watched.
You don't know. I don't know. Right? We're
Right.
all
You said your
speculating.
personal belief.
You're
Well, we gotta
speculating
be.
that you trust the
Well, we
white
gotta be
man and he's
reasonable, right?
good. I'm speculating something else. So what
Well,
I'm
that's
saying is, I believe they sat
Will.
around a table and said, yes, this is what you're going to do. You're going to denounce the outwardly white supremacists and
Will.
say you don't, hold on, let me finish. You're going to say you don't support that. Cool. And then we'll get the sympathy of the media and whatnot. And then we can have our lawyer go in there and say, and not only did this father lose his son, but he stood up against white
His
supremacy.
father,
Mark my words, you're going to hear that mark
whenever
my
his father.
words.
No,
You're going
listen,
to
Yeah,
hear
Will.
that argument in the
I got the video
deposition.
here. I'm about
Mark
to
my
play the
words.
video. I got the video. I'm about to play the
Hold on,
video.
bro. Could I just
Let him
ask
Mark
play
my
the
words.
video. Let him play the vid.
Oh,
his
I'm about to play
father's
it.
not
I'm
gonna
about
be
to
on
play
trial?
it. Oh man, he got a cowboy hat on and everything. Oh, let me play this video first.
No, bro, you gotta listen to what I'm saying. You gotta play it at
No,
the
no, yeah, that's the one
at
with
the
the cowboy
top.
hat
This
and
the
everything.
long
Yeah.
one. They gonna fuck it up. Y'all gonna
How mess it up how? We're
because
gonna play the video.
let me give you context, brother. This
And we
guy
was
Why? Why do you
asking
need
whether he was
context? You don't need
African
to.
All
American.
right,
Play the
Bobo,
video.
he got 30 seconds to give context. Hurry up.
This guy is he's there on behalf of the Metcalf father with the cowboy hat on. The other
Okay.
guy is not even there yet. You gotta. I didn't get a chance to watch this whole video, but it's about at the 5:52 mark. Is when they have their back and forth, and when I
Okay, I'm about to play the video. Let me play the video.
know if they reached out to Jeff.
They did not.
They didn't even reach out.
Have not spoke to him under no circumstances.
Wow. Okay.
So when I do this interview, that's what I'm going to ask him
Why?
here in a minute. Like,
Yeah.
Great. Have you spoke with the father? And since I have, the father says he wants to be a part of this. Under no circumstances, he wants his kid labeled with what's happening here. So since they're going to give me an interview, I'm going to go do it.
Wonderful. We're all very excited for this.
They finish with this.
No reason to plunge a dagger into his heart like that.
100%.
There's no reason.
100%.
That's the African dude.
I see it. And I travel across the country to reduce violence in black communities.
Thank you. I stand with you, sir.
On a regular basis. But today, I'm here on behalf of the father, Jeff Metcalf.
Okay.
And what he's asking you is to not use his son's image or likeness in what you're doing. You can do what you do, but that's not what he wants his son tied to.
Okay. Out
of respect for that family.
Now, I would ask Jeff Metcalf if he would be bold enough to act like a father of the deceased young man that was murdered instead of being somebody suppressed, worried that he's going to spark the next race riots or some type of thing. He needs to stand for righteousness, not for the consequences of righteous actions always need to be taken seriously. He needs to be righteous before he is fearful. He is acting out of fear, not out of righteousness. He should have been on the top of the bus today. He should have been standing shoulder to shoulder with me.
Are you a father?
No, I'm not.
I'm a father.
Amen.
I'm a father. As a father.
Hey, Adonis, can I give some more context real quick?
No, you can't. I'm trying to listen. No, you can't.
His only other son.
It's important to know who you're listening to.
We don't know the community.
I know.
That's on the
I'm trying to
basis.
listen. Be quiet.
Second, he has a son who's a twin, who his son died in his arms. So that means he needs to navigate that. Then his son, his only son, is getting death threats. So as a father, his hands is full. So the last thing he wants to be tied to is having this complex of race. So yes, violence is bad. Young black men are getting killed every day by young black men across this country.
Yes, but I'm not a member of that community. I'm a member of my community. My community is being victimized by the community of violent black.
But here's the problem.
degenerates.
But here's the problem.
Degenerates.
When you stand up in the name of God, there's one body. And
Amen.
if you're not a part of that body,
I could read statistics. So I'm also a pragmatic human being.
So
I understand when there's a problem, it needs to be addressed head on. If you tiptoe around a problem, that's how you get to the end result.
So your
of
biggest
this.
concern is the loss of white life by black people?
No, that's
is that
not
your
my
concern?
big- I have
The
concern.
concern is a repeating pattern. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going on and on and on and on. And we just
First
can't
of all, my
ignore it
biggest-
any longer. It is, if it
my
stops,
biggest-
we're good.
So I have a
let me
question
answer
for
that
you.
question.
Do you
My
believe
biggest
more
concern-
white people are killed by white people or by black people?
Listen, by strangers, it's 2-1. Every single race in domestic issues, because we live amongst each other and uncles kill uncles and drunk at barbecues and stuff like that, it's always the same amount.
So your response is this.
Let me
Is your
respond,
response
please.
this, that-
Please let me
hold on,
respond.
Is your response that
I'm
Mr.
saying that
Metcalf needs to get on your bus and tell people
If
that
I was
his
him, I
son
would
was
do
killed,
it.
but he's not you. So what I'm saying
But
is,
I'm telling you,
so what
I'm
saying
somebody that stands for what I believe in, and I don't cower when it's time to stand.
If your desire
It's because
is
of
to
fear. Let's
My
be honest.
desire
It's
is that
because he's
another
afraid.
Austin Metcalf does not happen next week.
Like,
And
guys,
if I was his father, I would stand
But you're not.
righteously to say,
But you're
yes,
not.
He's
but I'm
not,
a
but
man.
we all have
of
common
common
sense.
sense.
No,
for his father.
hold on. We know.
No, I'm
not
speaking for white men in
I'm
this
not
country.
going to
Are
say
you a
for
father?
white
Well,
people
hold on.
in this
Hold on.
country.
Are you a
Jake,
father?
Hold on one
Are
second.
you a father?
Hold on one second.
Are you a father?
I'm not. But listen.
Okay,
listen,
so when I
know
talk
I'm
to
not done talking yet.
non-fathers
Hold on.
who are not dealing with grief, you've talked for an hour. So if you want to address, I can give you after I give this message. The bottom line is this. You have a father that's out of respect asking you not to put his son's face in a place. How do you say you're going to represent people when you can't respect the will of the people?
No, no,
Let me
that's not
respond,
true.
guys. There's too much peanut gallery.
sorry, you
That's
said
not
what
what his
now?
father said. His father
I've
did
never
not
heard
say that.
Can we please let me respond?
So you believe-
Let me
No, listen,
respond.
no,
Hey,
his
you
father
believe
is a fear.
I'm having a conversation between you and I. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Austin Metcalf is no longer Austin Metcalf. He is a symbol. He is a symbol of young white people being predatorized and victimized every single day, living in fear. He is living in fear. Our people in this country are living in fear. Austin Metcalf is no longer just his son.
Jeff, hold on, Jeff. Do me one favor, because there seems to be an issue that you're okay with Austin's name being plastered with this particular movement. Now, I've already addressed that. So now I want you to say one more time
Protest, not
that
the movement.
do you agree with your son's name and face being attached to this movement?
Hey, Jeff Metcalf, this is Jake Lang here. I wanted to talk to you and not be
Jeff?
led into a question. This is
Hello?
a legal argument. This is called leading.
Do you agree with your
Jeff,
son?
can I have a conversation with you?
No,
or do
because you
want a
could have
leading
called him
argument?
before that. You could have called him out
I've
of
been
respect.
reaching out. I'm one of the biggest figures in
So,
America.
Jeff,
Nobody's ever
I've given you a
texted me
message.
from- I
I've given you
texted-
your message,
I
and here's
texted
the
all
response.
family members, everybody I could
I've
find.
given you your message, and here's the response.
You're not giving my
This
message.
guy
You're
said
giving your message.
What he said
What's
Oh,
was
the
this.
issue with the event?
What he said was this. He said that you, as a father, should be on the bus with him, delivering the message that he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with it is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what loss is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message,
understand what loss
and
is.
they thought that it wasn't your message.
Let me have 1 minute of my message
Call
to Jeff
him.
Metcalf.
Call him.
Okay, what's his number?
Bullshit, bro.
So, Jeff,
This is
do you, huh?
This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So, Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even as somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you have chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking
That's called white guilt. No, let it talk. You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it. Hey, Jeff. That's the problem. You've been submitted. Hold on, Jeff. You've been submitted. I'll handle it from here. You've been submitted, sir.
You're not gonna make
If
us
we
back
were all,
down.
if we were all of your nature, guys, listen.
You're not gonna shame
What a
us,
weak
not
do you,
yet.
do you know who you're talking to? You don't, do you?
I'm talking to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not. Okay. You sit here, you talk about Trump.
But I am. You're not
Google my name and Trump.
Look at the arm.
No.
on the
When you
shoulder.
do that, my name is.
I agree with Black
No,
males winning,
Google that.
but they're not winning right
what
now.
You're doing,
They're becoming
but what
degenerates.
you're doing
and murdering white
you're
people.
not helping America. You're no more patriotic than I am. No way.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been
silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you? Did you stand for your country? So you think that makes you a patriot because you showed up there? Does that make you a patriot?
Joe
What's your
Biden
solution?
is- Joe Biden is a
All you're doing is
My-
condemning
my
us. What's your
solu- My
solution?
solution is to help people where they're weak. So we have an issue in young black males' lives across the country.
It's not
It doesn't
say that
matter.
to Jeff Metcalf.
Say that to Jeff Metcalf. We talk about it, man.
Say it.
At the end of the day, the man is asking. So let me ask you this: you got a father who's grieving, and your response is he's weak.
My father is celebrating my strength right now.
You have no idea. You'll never win the Senate. And what I'll do, I'll come to Florida and run for Senate and run as a Republican, and I'll kick your butt.
No, you lose, bro. You need 2 years of presidency in Florida.
Because this behavior is why we're in the situation where we are.
No.
We get these. Is that what it is? Okay.
Yep.
Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do.
Listen,
you have a right to
he's
do it
no
or not
longer
do it.
Austin Metcalf. I love
Metcalf, but we're gonna get
You don't know Austin.
I love somebody.
You
enough
love
to
the
be
thought
strong
of using Austin
No.
for T-shirts, for propaganda, and to get out here and talk about
You
who
want to
you
shut
are.
down a
I'm
white
not
man
raising
right
money.
now. That's what
I'll
I'm trying
shut
to
you
do.
down, ain't
I'm not
You're not
raising
shutting me
I'm not
down.
raising money like
Because
Carmelo
I've got
Anthony.
family.
I'm not
I'm not
raising
letting
money
them
like
put
Carmelo
down
Anthony.
anymore. No, bro, you stop. You came here to try to shut him down.
No, I
That's
came
what
in to
this
give him
is.
a message from a father.
And listen,
But I realized
Nah,
that's
bro.
not his deal.
Let's be honest. You're a black man trying to shut him down.
I'm an American. First.
No, man, you don't.
I'm an American. No,
I am.
I'm an American.
I am.
That's
You're
what
not.
I am.
That's why I'm here. You
No,
want
is
to
that it?
silence him.
No,
You want to
I'm an
shame
American
him.
that
I've seen it
says
happen
this
over and
foolishness
over.
here
It's not
doesn't work.
foolishness.
That's what
You've
it is.
done nothing. You have not worked on anything. Has not changed nothing. We're here to try something different to stop this.
So what's
bro.
the difference?
The difference is we're actually coming out here with courage.
Saying what?
And you just want to silence people.
No.
Saying that white people can't be put down
Look,
anymore.
I
White
listened
people
to
cannot be
you.
silenced
I listened
anymore
to
like
you
this.
for 2 hours.
Yeah.
It wasn't substantive.
And you were raging. It
you
was.
had more people
You
paying
were
attention
raging.
to the
What
foolishness.
substance is that? What's
One dead, the 17.
Yeah.
Another one who's in jail.
He's a murderer.
And you
And
have
how
not
often
in jail.
it happens all the time.
Who's been
He's
charged?
homie
We
Cheeto.
tried. Hey, it happens again and again and again and again and
At the end
again.
of the
It
day,
doesn't stop.
Hold on. At the other day is this. You probably bought that hat for me. Those flags, I probably sold you those flags.
You're not a trumper,
So you have
brother.
no-
You're not a trumper. I understand what being a "Make America Great Again" patriot means, and it means addressing.
What does it mean?
It means addressing
What does
issues
it mean?
without being a pussyfoot around it. Don't tap dance around the issues. Address it. Black people are killing white people in this country, and it needs to stop.
Yeah.
We are being predatorized in our own country. We are being predatorized in our own country, and it's a weakness from Jeff Metcalf and people like you that is continuing the culture. Condemn Carmelo Anthony. Condemn. Why are you confronting me? What if called
The
Jeff
rest is just
Metcalf
more
and say
white
there's a young black
supremacist
man with a Carmelo Anthony jersey on, parading his son's death? When I'm standing strong against the murderer.
my name in Trump. Since you say
I'm
I'm
standing strong against the murderer.
I want
Who
you to
cares
learn.
about
Oh, I know.
President Trump pardoned
I got you.
President
It
Trump
doesn't
pardoned
matter, guys.
President
Oh,
Trump
that doesn't matter.
supports
That
me.
doesn't matter.
No,
President Trump.
no,
put
you
a black
probably
people
shouldn't have got
behind.
pardoned. He probably
You're
shouldn't
not
have gave you a
President
pardon.
Trump.
No, I'm a man.
You're a
You're not
nobody.
a not Trump supporter then. If you're not pardon
So the problem
you're
is
not
this.
getting due
No.
process. You're not
No.
getting him pardoned.
Here's the problem right here.
Dude, he's a waste.
You all follow a man off the cliff.
No.
I'm a man. I will call anybody
Donald
wrong.
Trump did not make
Yeah,
that stance.
you won't call
So-
him wrong.
Who
Listen,
won't?
you just want
When
to
Trump
silence
is
him.
wrong, I'll call
I
Trump
mean,
wrong.
Donald
Racial
Trump, but Donald
tribalism.
Trump
I see
did
it
not
right
say
through
that.
this. Be a
Like seriously. Was it wrong for me to tell
This is
that
all
woman
around
to quiet?
embarrassed.
It was wrong for her to spray you with that mace. All right, so me standing
I hope they show the brother with the Carmelo jersey on.
And that she's wrong, so hopefully you press charges and she's prosecuted.
So is Donald Trump wrong for pardoning me in the January 6th?
I don't know your role, But if you're wrong,
I had the most violent charges of
You're
all the
just
January
mad that we're
6th.
calling out
Yes.
black people for doing bad
So
things.
you don't
That's why
agree
you're
with being
wrong,
a 1776
That's why you're
patriot and
mad.
fighting for your
Because you call out black
country?
people for
Would you
doing wrong.
believe the founding fathers are right to
the
go
founding fathers
against
were right
tyranny?
on some things and they were wrong on some
I'm
things.
talking about tyranny. Were they right against standing against tyranny?
No,
Are we right against standing
your
against black
rationale is
violence? It
tyranny.
is tyranny. We are living in tyranny. It is the same
if you're
tyranny.
concerned about
It
black
is the
violence,
same tyranny.
if you're concerned
Hey,
about
that's the
black
Latino
violence,
behind
racism
it.
against white people.
why are you not talking about what's going on in Philadelphia? Why are you not talking about what's going on in
Listen, I'm talking about
Because we're
black
here
violence
today.
against
We're here
white
today.
Hey, when they
Americans.
came to Chicago with that BS boy, they ran so fast.
cities in America? Yep.
Yeah, the rest is just white supremacist rhetoric. We saw the good part.
Why is that?
No, that's a Latino right there talking.
Dude, I'm slow. I'm slow. I just now recognize it.
Big community that I
Saying white
represent.
people are
I
being
also
targeted.
represent other communities.
What do you mean
Republicans.
disingenuous? We're trying to shut him down. We're trying to shut him down. Yes, you are. You're trying to shame him.
You are a
trying to write him off. I see it.
You are no matter you put a cowboy
You won't
hat
even
on
let him and get him to
because
say that
you
word.
said
You're-
you are
His dad
still a
didn't see
member of
the
your
event.
community. Let me ask you
You're
something.
mad.
Hey,
because-
Adonis.
No, hold on. You're mad because he's calling out black people for doing wrong. Yes,
I
you
don't
are.
care, son.
If you
care.
fast
That's why you're
forward
here
a
right
bit-
now. That's why you came here.
Hey, I'm trying to
I know
listen.
you're
I'm
doing
trying to
it.
listen. Let it
We
play. Let it roll.
We see what you're doing.
Right.
Should Carmelo
I know you have white family members like I do, but I'm tired of it.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, really?
Carmelo,
I don't think
should
you're here
Carmelo
today.
not have any injuries on my indictment? Why was I left?
Raised for Carmelo Anthony because he killed a white.
So I have two problems.
What's your issue?
I have two problems.
Yeah.
So no, hold on.
If
When
Carmelo
you-
Anthony
when
was
you-
your neighbor,
hold on.
would you allow your children to go play with him right now? Carmelo's answer, neighbor. He's home on bond. Would you send your children over to go play Xbox with him right
I
now?
don't know the kids.
Exactly, because he doesn't.
You don't
he
know?
isn't your
Oh,
neighbor.
wow. Okay.
Hold on.
I know you were here today.
Why?
You're just mad that he's calling out the problem of black people killing white people. Yes, that's exactly what I think.
You don't see
You're
That's why I
pro
think you
black
came
males
here to
winning.
start
How
some
about for
shit.
black males murdering? Are you against that?
100%.
I think
Okay,
I
so
think
why
Austin
Carmelo
was
Anthony? Why
a
is he
black
getting the
kid.
opportunity to kill the next person that says, "Hey, can you get maybe move over a couple inches"?
I'm
He's a
saying
threat to
he
the white
clearly
paper
murdered
boy
someone.
that's going to
He didn't
jump
say
up
stabbed
the
him. He should
paper
not get
tomorrow
out on
morning.
bail. He's a danger to the community.
Guys,
If I killed your son, if I killed your son, would you walk down the streets right
you
now?
kind of agree with me?
kind of agree with you on
Let
the
me
bond.
say this.
The issue is hold on. I kind of agree with you on
So-
the bond, but no, hold on.
Murderers
He don't
getting
want you to
shot.
be a man. He
Hold on.
wants you to
That's
follow
not what I'm
him.
saying. That's not
saying
what I'm saying.
righteous.
No,
Righteous.
What I'm
silence
saying,
it.
what I'm
It's
saying
true.
is that you're being silent about the issue of black crime. You're
Exactly.
saying, oh, what about
Yes, you
Detroit? What
are.
about St.
Guys,
Louis? Those
guys,
cities
you're
are
racial
unlivable.
tribalists.
Those cities are unlivable, not because of Indians,
So you just said
not
I'm
because
being
of Chinese.
silent.
I
I'll
think
tell you what
are.
I'm doing.
I
Since
think
you don't know
running
me.
cover for
Since
black
you don't
crime.
know me.
Black on black
Running
crime.
cover
He's
for black
Since you
crime.
don't know me, Google my name,
I
Bruce
don't-
Carter, black on black crime.
I can
Hold
Google
on.
his
And
name.
I'm holding a meeting this Tuesday
Okay.
where I've called on the mayor, the city manager, Dallas County, and DISD.
Do something real
you
and
have
say,
a problem.
get that man back in jail. If you're going to hold a
He
meeting,
doesn't need to
Wait
be
a
in
minute.
jail.
They're asking the advocate of the family to debate black on
Your
black
father,
crime in
let's
St.
schedule a
Louis.
play date. He's not a danger to the
So
community.
here's the problem.
Let's schedule a play date.
So, my name is Bruce Carter.
Let's schedule a play date.
So here's the
Carmelo
problem.
Anthony and little baby Bruce.
Okay, I
Carmelo
gotta go.
Anthony, little baby
I gotta
Bruce.
go.
Oops.
That
All
was
right, so
interesting.
yeah, there's a few things you got to understand in terms of context, right? So one, everyone that you're seeing there in one way or another represents white conservatism and MAGA, right? That's number one. So they are actually on the same team, but they're all sitting there and having a debate, which to my earlier point, I simply see as a play, right? Now, the guy with the cowboy hat on, he is grifted between multiple political campaigns. Wait, baby, I'm on the phone. He's grifted between multiple political campaigns. He was for Biden originally. He then became a, what's the other one? Bernie supporter. Now he's a Trumper, right?
Yeah, he's smart. He's smart. He's smart. Go ahead.
Right. He's a grifter. He's bouncing, which he has the right to do as a black
He's
man. You can
independent.
bounce around.
Yep.
Yeah, he's independent.
Yeah, you can bounce around. Stop. You can bounce around from whatever party you want to. You have that right, right?
Right.
But we have to be very clear. We are sitting here watching a bunch of white conservatives debate. They all want to see this kid buried. That's what we need to make extremely clear.
Willie, can I ask a question? Where's where's Tamika Mallory and the other dude? What's the other dude? The ambulance chaser that everybody loves?
You
Help me
tell
out,
me.
guys.
Nah, that was yesterday. That was yesterday.
No, but brother,
You
what's the
tell
guy's
me.
name? What's the guy?
I
Come
don't
on,
know, but
the,
that was
the
yesterday.
ambulance chaser. Come on, man.
Broken.
Today ain't got nothing to do
I hope
with
you ain't
the
talking about Big
Lloyd.
Trump, because
Yeah, Trump. Yeah, being
if
Trump.
somebody
Where's
knock
being
me down
Trump?
the league, if
Let
I
me
get
Oh
knocked
ask you
yeah,
this,
yeah. Where's
Dynasty.
I want
What's
y'all
the
to
point
call
of
Big
that
Trump.
question?
I want y'all to
Valerie
call Big Trump.
is
Hey, y'all,
Willie, where's Black Lives Matter? And
I'm
listen.
asking you, what's the point of
No,
that
hold on. Let me
question?
ask you this, Donis.
A black
Will
child
you,
didn't
after
die.
everybody else go, I want to get back to the original point.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna let
He
them
asked me
go.
a
I know
question,
everybody hot,
Vovo. Hold on, Vovo. He asked me a question, right?
but will you let me allow me to finish my
He
point? Because
asked
I'm
me
the
a
one that
question,
got the
though.
video.
Can I respond to his question? So when you ask me where BLM is,
where's
a black
BLM?
child didn't die, right?
But he's defending himself. But you know what? I see. I disagree, Wall Street Willie, because they were loud and front and center when your boy in Kenosha, the white boy with the rifle in Kenosha, they was loud and front and center.
Right, because he
Who on
came
this
to
panel
one
was
of
out there
their
looting and rioting for
came
justice?
to one of their marches.
It wasn't their march. It was all white
It
people.
was a
It was
BLM march.
all white people.
Bro, you're
But
bugging.
who on
He
this
killed
panel
3
was
You're
white
out
people.
absolutely
there
bugging.
looting was
He
happening?
killed 3 white people. It was all white people.
Because
I
y'all keep
said it
talking
was
about
a black
Floyd and all
march.
of that, but
It
we
was
It
didn't.
was a
all
march. It was a
white
march
people.
organized by BLM. That's
It
a
was
fact.
all white people.
Who cares about
Again,
BLM? Was y'all a part of the Loot for Justice campaign? That's all I
Loot.
want to
You
know.
say
Who
loot
was
for
out there?
justice.
When
Oh
it
my
was
lord.
time to loot for justice, was any of
Loot for
y'all out there?
justice.
Exactly. Nobody was out there. So all y'all arguing
Dynas,
is white people
Dynas,
making money. When you say,
Dynas,
oh,
we all
BLM
listen to this
not working for
discussion.
black
Where is
people,
the fix? Because
Hold on,
somebody said that
time to
discussion
loot
was fixed.
for the
I
hold
don't
billions,
on,
see it.
y'all wasn't out there.
hold on. People be talking, sis.
Let Vovo
Listen,
talk about the video. He's a
No,
let
no,
me
witness.
no, no.
listen.
Let me pass it to Ola. I'll pass it to Volvo. Go ahead, Ola.
Y'all was
It
in the
seems like in
window.
this show, there's two type of people just dominating this panel. And these people have no power. They just like to talk and talk and talk and talk. And talk against the Africans, with the Africans, they point the Africans are enemies. The Americans were the one giving the green card lottery. Not the Africans asked United to start giving the green card lottery. If the African left today, the Americans will run back to Africa, started begging for the opportunity also. You know, the Africans who said, give us visa to visit your country. They come to Africa, started giving scholarship. Started talking to the African government. Yeah, we'll give your people scholarship. Obama father was being given scholarship to study United States. Do you know by who? By United States government. Not the Africans who live in Africa who beg United States government, give me visa, give me visa, give me visa, give me visa, give me scholarship. Those days, in the 60s and the 70s, because they want to penetrate Africa. If the Africans left United States today, United States government will still be crying with their legs. Unless let's send treaty, we are one. We are one. The Africans will have everything to survive because you eating artificial food. The water you drink is being rotated by the toilet, by bleach. You understand me? You thought you
No,
know we have
dog. I
clean
live in
water.
Chicago,
Hold on,
Lake
hold on,
Michigan,
hold on.
Lake
I
Michigan,
did
bro. I don't know what the hell you
listen,
talking
let me
about.
talk.
No, you
It's
said
still
the city.
recycled water.
Let me
Lake
finish.
Michigan, bro. Lake Michigan.
Let me finish. I've been listening to you, people. So people sit here when you come to talk about you said it's your country. That white man that look like Polish. Do you know the difference between white Europeans how they look like? You don't know. You see how everybody all the same. That white guy that is standing, they look like a Polish man. East European postman that came to United States or the Aston came to United States a long time ago. He said it's his own country. After the Africans are gone, you Negroes will also be persecuted also. You see that black boy, the cowboy hat?
Okay, we ain't scared of your threats and your curses.
Forget
That's right.
about the
Go
threat.
ahead, put a hex on us like a girl.
Africans,
You
hold on.
sound like my mama when I don't do what
Have
she
exit.
say.
Hold on. Africans have
Go
exit
ahead,
point.
give me another hex.
Africans have exit point. Africans have exit point out of United States. If you ask them to go, they will pick their bags and everything. They'll go back to their country.
You said I couldn't
You
have
don't
no
have.
water, and I'm sitting next
You
to
don't
one of
have
the
no
biggest
exit point.
bodies of fresh
Hold
water.
on. Either you dance salsa or you dance a cowboy dance. And if you don't dance it good, you will be in that cage. You understand me? Neither you dance the Latino dance or you dance the white man dance. You understand me? So there's nothing for exit point for you. So you can bash the Africans as you want. You have no damn fucking exit point.
As that guy put on a cowboy cap and be arguing, you also have a sellout in your own community, like the other black guy who put his hands around that person who's a slave. You say, oh, the Africans are slave sellers. Both of you in your community also slave sellers also. You see the way that
I
black
don't
guy
know
was
what
that,
you said.
you know,
I
you
don't know.
got-
We gotta
that's
pass the
equal.
mic. I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Vovo. Go ahead, Vovo.
No sense.
Sound like just one big hex.
Go,
like my
go,
mama
Vovo.
used to say.
Go ahead, Vovo.
Now, hopefully y'all won't be triggered by what I'm saying here.
Go ahead, Vovo. Say it.
No, I just want to say for historical context in the future, when somebody watch this video, you might have to rewind it about 45 minutes to understand what I'm saying. The whole purpose of me finding the video was to show that there's Africans. That guy was an African. That black dude that had his arm around that white supremacist Jewish guy, that was an African. He done got his teeth knocked out.
Yep.
Video getting punched in the mouth and getting his teeth knocked out about 5 years ago.
Lies.
I can get the video. No, you trolling. He trolling. He know that guy right there. No. So yeah, he's on video getting his teeth knocked out for white people. This is an African that came to this country. That was the whole purpose of me finding this video. The narrative that white Jewish man is trying to paint is like black Americans got this grand scheme to hurt white people. We're out here searching for white people, and it's this epidemic of black people killing white people. And Carmelo Anthony is just he's a part of this culture of us killing white people. That's totally false. They've been killing us. They've been enslaving us. See, that's what I'm saying, though. Don is like, you got a guy like this that hate black people, and he come to step on the point. You know what I mean? The thing is this: we don't have no grant. These people been doing the bullshit to us. They've been enslaving us, raping us, robbing us. Now they can get a black guy, a so-called black guy, which is an African, to come in there and they can hide behind his dark skin and say, "See, I'm not a racist. He even agrees with me." And the black guy ready to die for them white people.
Yeah, but
politics.
Royal image.
Politics.
Royal image.
You don't see us doing that in reverse. You don't see us going.
You don't see us going in African doing that.
When Donis go to African countries, he go to unify. That's one of our black Americans. That's just an example that we all can see today, and that you can't deny. Donis go over there to unify. They come over here with this kind of shit. You ain't never seen us do that to them. Never seen that. You never.
No, but Volvo, that is wrong though. Just you alone do the same thing. You can also take an example from the other immigrant that was there that was talking positive. So you can take either way. So my thing is, you can use that one person to generalize the whole thing. You can use that one. Come on, man, Volvo.
When the guy asked me about an hour ago, he asked me.
You can use a positive one too. But you choose to use that negative one because it suits your narrative. That's the whole thing.
He wasn't Latino.
I want to be clear.
The guy talking to you,
The
Bobo,
one
is
black
correct.
guy
If I
is
could just land my
Tito,
plane.
the other black guy
You cannot
is
hate a
Bobo.
whole country based on
They're on
what
the
one tether
same
does.
side.
That's how the tether wins.
The one African
the
guy
tether's job
is
is to get
Tio.
you to hate
The
a
other
whole
one is
country.
Bobo.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Okay, if that's
Bobo,
the
that's
job,
you in the cowboy hat, though. You know that, right?
Why the non-tethers not saying, "Hey, that guy wrong. We need to get on him. He making us look bad. That ain't who he is."
And you're right, Bobo.
That literally is
You're
what
right.
the
They gotta
guy
step
in the
up.
cowboy hat is
You're right
arguing.
about that, Bobo. They got to step up and regulate.
If they don't do it, what am I supposed to think?
That is
They
literally
agree with
what
right.
the American
They
black
agree
guy
with it
in the
then.
cowboy
If
hat
they
is
got more
arguing.
smoke for me pointing that out. They got more smoke for me pointing that out. They got more smoke for me pointing that out than one of their
Nah,
fellow
Bobo, I'm just
immigrants,
being clear
one
with
of
you.
their
The guy
fellow
with the cowboy
Africans.
hat is you. They're all saying the same thing. This kid was wrong. That whole group. They
No, he's
all
not
agree
saying
on that.
No, he's not, bro. You're not hearing what the dude in the cowboy hat is saying.
The
And let's be
dude
clear
in the
about this.
cowboy
Let's
hat
be clear.
is representing
Let me
the
make this clear.
family of the deceased. Are you
Yeah.
insane?
No, he's representing. He's saying that he doesn't want his son's image attached to this white supremacy. That's what he's saying. The father. Did you hear what the father said? Are you insane? Y'all not listening, bro.
Everyone in that conversation
point.
wants to see
Let me
that
close this
boy
last
get
point.
put under the jail. That's
Let
a
me
fact.
close with this last point.
Everyone in that conversation. That's a fact.
Let me close with this last point.
Yeah, Wall Street is right about that too.
No, he's
Come
not. The
on,
black
man.
dude is
Yeah,
not saying
everybody
none
in
of
that
that. The
picture
black dude's
does
whole
want.
point, you don't know what the black
He's
dude.
right about that.
Man, bro,
Two
y'all,
sides
man.
of the same coin. One
Man,
is
listen,
the African
he's not
brother
there to.
on the
If he
panel right
wanted to
now.
put in
The
jail,
guy
if he
in the
wanted,
cowboy hat is
man,
Bovo. It's a
he's
fact.
like Bovo.
I'm just saying, he's a black conservative. He's a MAGA guy.
I
But
am.
both
No,
of them,
I don't. Wait,
but both of
I
them want
don't
to
agree
see
with
that black
everything
boy
Trump
put
did.
under the
I
jail.
don't agree
That's a
with
fact.
everything, bro. Come on, bro. You ain't
Hey,
on my
you
level,
guys are
bro. You
being
just not on my
tribal.
level. You just
You
saying
guys
stuff.
are being tribal.
Here's the thing, right? Let me say this. If you pay close attention, this black Americans were not saying that this was a racial thing. The white guy said that it's a racial thing.
Black
How can you
Americans
tell?
are saying it was racial.
No,
That
we're
black
not.
American isn't
No,
saying
we're
it was
not,
racial.
bro. And you fell for it, bro,
That
because
guy
you're not
isn't
smart
saying that.
enough.
The rest of
You're
us
not
are
smart
saying that.
enough. No, that's not. We're saying that this is self-defense. That's what we're saying. The white
There's a
people
whole
said this is a
part of the
racial thing, and then they
conversation
said,
that the
see, the black
dead
people
kid
saying it.
called him the N-word. You're leaving that out conveniently, right?
What? I
Most
didn't hear nothing
blacks
about
are
that. I didn't hear
saying
nothing.
this was a racial situation.
No, we're
Most
not.
blacks.
All right, bro. All right. Well, this
I'm
is what it
saying
is. They
just
doing
like the
white.
guy in the cowboy hat doesn't represent the opinion of the black community clearly because he's MAGA, you don't either is what I'm saying. Most
He
of us.
wasn't always MAGA like you said. See,
He's MAGA
everybody's not
right
stupid
now.
like Will.
He's more
Will think.
MAGA than the white guy he was arguing with. This is what I wanted to
No,
put in
he's
the
not.
context.
Well,
This is
even
what
if
I
he
wanted to
is,
put in
bro,
the context. When he tells the white guy to
you don't
Google me,
understand
he
politics,
hold
bro. You
on,
supposed
Vovo,
to,
hold on. He tells
man.
the white
You're
guy,
not really that
hold
smart, bro,
on,
and you be
Vovo.
drinking.
He tells the white guy, Google me. You know why he told him that? So you could see my background and see I'm directly connected to Trump. Let's be very clear, right? Trump does not want this to turn into a Charlottesville incident. One thing about white supremacy, they learn. Then they begin to move different, right? So conservative whites in the base of politics, they don't even want this situation to get crazy. That's what that black guy represents. But make no mistake, he wants to see that boy go to jail because he represents that family. Are you
Now, how you
insane,
know
bro?
his heart? How you know what he's talking about?
Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Man, y'all immigrant dudes, y'all weird too, man. Y'all Latinos and all that shit, man. Y'all weird too, bro. That was your fellow Latino was standing right there. He was
Vovo has, in all honesty,
I'm not no Latino.
the
Goofy.
point that Vovo
I've
is making
sold
is
more.
really
I've
the
sold
unified
more
African
property in
American.
America than you ever will. I've
I'm
had
not
more
talking about
titles
something
and
about your
deeds
lineage,
in
sir.
my
I'm talking about your
name
lineage.
to American
I'm talking about
property.
your lineage,
I'm more of
Will.
American than you ever will be.
All right, just because you
Through
say
my
that,
See,
it
tax
doesn't
dollars.
mean
see,
nothing,
Right.
bro. It doesn't
FBA
mean nothing.
being
Be very
tribal.
clear.
That was your fellow Latino standing there at the end, standing there too,
I'm
painting
not a
this
Latino,
narrative
Goofy.
that we got
I'm
some
not a Latino, Goofy.
some type
What are
of
you talking about?
Yeah,
that
his thing
we
say
already
black
confirmed you
power,
was a
black
Latino
first, Wall Street.
like
Yeah,
two
it do
lives.
sound like an African
But
American.
here's the thing,
Goofball.
Yeah, I
they're
thought he was
standing there and they
African
got all these
American.
people painting this narrative like we attacking white people. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? When you can see Karen just walks up in front of black guys and fall on the ground. We
Vovo,
got
who
a dark
cares,
skinned
man?
African.
Like,
What you are watching is the white supremacist movement
right,
grift the
right,
BLM argument. That's what you're
exactly,
watching.
And they
exactly.
use you Latinos and they
If you
use you
have sense,
Africans.
and
They
if you
use
can
you
take
Bobo,
your
Africans.
emotion out of it and watch and really pay attention
Yeah, Wall
to
You
Street
got
what
right
more
you're
about
emotion
watching,
that.
than me.
you
You
are
got
That
more
is
watching
emotion
an
than
the
me.
thing.
argument between two
You
groups
got
of
more
people
emotion than
who
me. The
both
guy in the
want to
cowboy
see
hat is
that boy
totally unemotional.
fricasseed and fried. That's a fact.
Man,
What are
listen,
we talking about?
you
But
talking about that's a
Bobo,
fact. Just because you
hold
say
up.
that's a fact, that does not mean it's a fact just because you say it.
So you're
But
saying that
I'm saying that the cowboy hat dude
the
is
guy in the cowboy hat wants to see Carmelo get off on self-defense.
he wants to see a fair trial for one. That's what I'm
Yo,
getting from him.
he's
But I don't
on
know
record.
either way.
He's on record. He's on
I don't
record
know either way.
saying
I don't know
he
the
is
guy in the
on
cowboy hat's heart, and
record
neither do you.
saying Carmelo killed that boy premeditated. See, you don't understand the context of what you're watching. I know these
What
people.
did he say? He
I
said
did the.
that
He
the guy in
said
the cowboy hat is
verbatim.
Hey, the more
Carmelo
Wall
is
Okay,
Street
guilty
talk
of
he is, right?
premeditated murder.
When you
The
say
more
verbatim,
Wall
you saying
Street
that
talk
you
he
heard
is,
him
kind
said it,
right about
then
the
you're
framing.
repeating
talking about?
exactly what he said.
He is.
That's what you're saying. You saying that you're repeating exactly what you said. We say verbatim. I know you drinking and you're not that high level, but I'm saying you saying verbatim. Now if we taking Will serious, we taking Will serious. I didn't hear him say
So are
that
you
verbatim.
challenging me? Would you like to Google it? Because I'm not saying just
I
this
just pulled up the
interview.
video.
See, I think
I
you're
pulled up the video.
confused.
I didn't hear
You
him say
keep talking about this
verbatim.
video.
What did he say verbatim?
He's spoken way more times
What did he
than
say
this
verbatim?
video.
What did he say verbatim that you heard? You're
That
vouching for.
Carmelo is guilty of premeditated murder.
Okay,
He's
if that's what
on
Will say
record
he said,
saying that.
if Will say that he said that this guy
Goofball.
said that, okay, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Right, thank you.
If you didn't, if I can't find that, I ain't
Instead
taking
of
you
trying to
serious no
slander
more.
me when I have an abscess,
Hey,
right?
All right,
Hova, you
guys,
And
gonna
guys,
this
see?
came from the
I know.
doctor. Instead of trying to slander me with the goofiness, let's talk about it.
Okay, all right, he got you. Let me pass somebody to go ahead, Mr. Sandman.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one black guy who had the hat on, he said something real key. He said he asked those two guys, "Are you fathers?" And both of them said they weren't, and both of them are, look like they're in their late 20s, early 30s, what have you, and they still ain't have no children. So, that makes me wonder if they like what you would call it, them suspect dudes.
Yeah.
Suspect dudes representing, white supremacy, but that look weird. But I'm a father and stuff like that, and I have young black kids. And what concerns me is I live in a diverse community where it's both black and white. And this narrative, pushing this narrative that young black boys are
Violent,
and trying
predatory.
to predatory and trying to kill all these young black kids. I mean, white kids is disturbing,
Right.
What
And
state is it in?
I don't like that narrative.
It's in Texas.
Yeah, I don't like that narrative be getting pushed around because even when I go out, just early today, me and my kid, we went out to the gym to work out, and there's some white kids there, some younger white kids there, some older white men that was working out in the gym, and they looked like we walked in. I don't know, it seemed like they was extra cognizant of us, of our presence in there, as if they looked at us as a threat more so than normal. So that was a little bit of concern for me. Maybe I'm being a little self-conscious about it, but yeah, I appreciate if they stop pushing this narrative. The kid, you know what I mean, he still got to go to court, and ain't no open and shut case where as though he openly stalked this white kid, Metcalf, and murdered him. It wasn't. You can't say that, you know what I mean, this is something that's blatantly premeditated murder. You got to let it go through its due process. And for them,
Can I say something
And look,
about his
here's my
experience?
point, my brother.
Can I say something about his experience?
Everybody in that conversation just now were
Hold
all
on.
saying,
Hold on, Miss Sandman, are you done?
no. I
Go
just
ahead
had
and continue. Go ahead and continue.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So, what they need to do is they need to go through the whole entire due process, and let the kid have a fair trial. And if it's more evidence comes out that says that he's committed murder, then so be it. And I don't understand what's the big issue about that. For them to, blatantly paint all black kids in this manner just because of this one incident is like kind of messed up. You know what I'm saying? And if are we black, are we white, or are we American? Because if we're of course, we all have different races
Oh
and
God,
different
man. Are you
descendants.
black?
Yeah, of course, I'm black. But anyway,
You ain't
what I'm
gotta
saying
ask
is,
that question then, are we black or white or American? You already know what America done said, man.
no, I'm not. Let me finish before what I'm saying.
I understand the brother's point.
Yeah. So the point is, if we're Americans first, right? Then
That
we're
ain't
all
what
under the
America been.
jurisdiction
That's
of the
the,
law
that ain't
of
what
the law of
America say.
Americans. Hold on, let me finish. We're under the jurisdiction. We're all under the law of the American. So get a kid his due rights or his due process in the legal system, and disregard whether or not he's black or white, and then you can address other issues, but don't allow something like this that isn't even a clear cut racial issue. Is there any history of this black kid, Carmelo Anthony, attacking white kids in the past?
Has he ever did hate crimes in the past? Is this getting tried as a hate crime, or is this just a regular black kid who got in an argument with a white kid, and he quote unquote, or he claims that he defended himself against an attack?
Got assaulted.
It's as simple as
Got
that.
assaulted.
Can I
Argument and assault is two different things.
All right, let me pass it to free game. Go ahead.
can
Free
I
game.
say
No, it's free game, sir. Go ahead, free game.
Nice. I just feel like the guy is disingenuous. Like he didn't care if that man was going through the death of his son. He just keep barging forward, just like he did on January 6th or whatever date it was. I just feel like that was so inconsiderate of him to be forcing his ideology onto this man, to this man, and don't have any consideration that, man, this dude's son just died. And also, not only he died, he was a twin. His brother is going through the same issue, and it's going to even hurt more because he's a twin. And you're forcing your ideology down his throat at this time. I just feel like the white guy is tacky, blunt, don't have any class. The way whites are handling the situation, even online, is just it's classless. It's classless, and it tells you a lot about where the white community is now. They always been like that, but the way he went about it is just classless. And I land my
Can I
plane.
comment?
No, not yet,
Yeah.
not yet. I gotta pass it to Ivy. Then I'll pass it to you. Go ahead, Ivy.
Hi, I just want to say that for states that have the stand your ground laws, that it needs to be for every citizen of that state. That if you have a stand your ground law, then every person who's a citizen of that state, no matter their color, should have a right to be able to stand their ground. Now, there's a similar case that's going on in Texas when a white young man was confronted in a bathroom.
Case analysis.
By several Latinos. They put their hand on him. He stood his ground and stabbed to death the Latino male. The case is going on right now. There was $1 million bail for this young white man. The judge reduced his bail to 100 and something thousand. He got out, and now he is fighting for his case right now. And this happened on school grounds, and this happened in a school bathroom. And so I feel we need to wait to see all the evidence. I feel that it's not fair. I have a Black son who's in his 3rd year at the university. I have a good Black son, scholar athlete, through high school honor roll, university dean's list. And I don't like people saying that all Black men are violent, all Black men are criminal. They called this young man in this situation a thug. People were accusing him of being from a single mother home. People, and I know Frisco, Texas. So I already knew that if they reside in Frisco, Texas, this is a community with middle and upper middle class people. Because I have family in Texas. So they talked about this young man, every stereotype. This young man is from a 2-parent home. This young man's mother is a homemaker raising her kids. I was a housewife. I stayed home and raised my children until they got older. And then I went back to the workplace. I know the sacrifice and the mentality for a woman to say, you know what, I'm okay to give up material things. I'm okay to go to Walmart and go to Target, stay at home and raise my children so they can be productive citizens. That is the same thing I did. That is usually a very conservative mindset for a woman to be a housewife and a homemaker. Okay, so these narratives that are accusing, this is what they call a nuclear black family who tried to do everything right. And in these stand your ground states, a person does not have a right to put their hands on you. Also, there's also another law that if you bring something additional with you and you start the fight, it's called like a magnifier, or I can't think of the proper term. You guys look it up. That if you bring a weapon or if you bring other people with you, those other people are considered a weapon. You had two people confront this young boy. We don't know the history of this case. We don't know the history of these young people with each other. And I think we need to wait, because I did not hear the white community say these things about
Trayvon and Zimmerman.
And Zimmerman followed this young man. Zimmerman put his hands on this young man first. A physical altercation. The young man got the better of George Zimmerman. Then he killed this young boy and then claimed stand your ground. And what I'm saying is stand your ground only for certain communities. And do people say, black people, we don't have a right to stand our ground?
Bingo.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying. You know, and this narrative, people not looking at that the young man who died, he was from a broken home. People not looking at that the father, he was arrested for sexual assault. That's why the twins' mother left him. Okay, so people are not looking at this. And I'm tired of the narrative that every black American, we are degenerate. Every black boy is a criminal. I do not accept that narrative, and I will fight against that narrative.
Absolutely. Sister Ivy, can I ask you a question, sister?
Yes.
Before you get off the mic, do you agree with what that African was doing? Dude was doing, standing next to him.
To me, I'm more concerned about the way black Americans are conducting themselves. In this country, people have a right.
No, I'm asking you about the video.
I watched the video, and let me tell you, I don't really care about what they're doing. What I care more about is I saw people, even from the black community, and I am embarrassed. I saw people so-called, I want to apologize for the black community for what Camilla Anthony did. We don't even know the
same
case yet.
thing, though, sis. That's
But listen to what I'm saying. We don't know the case yet. If there is a stand your ground law in your state, people have a right to stand their ground. Several witnesses said, including a witness that had an Asian last name, stated that those twins put their hand on this young man first. In a stand your ground state, if an individual put their hand on you and they're bringing an additional weapon with them, brick another person that can put the violence against you and magnify it, then you have every right to turn that around with a force, including deadly force. Now, these are just, that's Texas law, that's Florida law, that's several states' law. That if a person put their fists on you, you can take a gun out to stop them, you can take a knife out. Also, minors in the state of Texas have a right to have a knife as long as the blade is not longer than 5 inches long. 5.5. That is correct. So people say, well, why do people have a knife on them? Let me explain to you. In Texas, everybody have a knife, a gun, nunchucks. They wear them to church and everywhere they go.
Yep.
It is a state that you can have on your person at any time, a weapon to protect yourself of your choice.
It's literally a part of the culture.
That is not alone the culture, it is the law.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why a young black man cannot get the same benefit of the law as a white citizen. Let me finish. You had the case in New York that a young Michael Jackson impersonator was going crazy.
Choked to death.
He did not put his hands on anybody. He was acting crazy. And his life was taken from him. And they even twisted that around and said it was some type of stand your ground. So I'm just
And
saying,
dude beat the case.
I believe that a black man also has the right, as a white man, a Latino man, and an Asian man, to stand their ground.
So do blacks have the same right or they don't?
Kyle Rittenhouse can run around with an AR-15 looking for trouble.
I'm going to put this.
Make eye
We're
contact with
supposed
He
to have.
wasn't looking for
I
trouble.
just want to finish.
Who? Bro, I did a video on this.
I just want to
Kyle
make
Rittenhouse. Hold on,
Can
real
I
fast.
finish my statement? I'm just saying, let's wait for the case. Let's not assume when you see a black face, this is automatically a child born out of wedlock from a broken home, when the black young man is from a two-parent home and his mother has raised him in a loving home as a homemaker with a hard-working black father. They was even saying that this young man didn't have a father in the home, when this black man does have a father. And I want us to look at this. This Carmelo Anthony father, he did everything in his power to do everything right. He has a wife. He has a family. He works hard. And now his son is in the same predicament as any other child in the project. Here's another thing I want to explain about this family.
Let me say this.
Very well said, Queen.
He was definitely looking for trouble, brother. It's a video of him saying, if I had my gun, I would be out there shooting those guys. And then about 2 days later, he went and got his gun, and now he ain't sitting in the car no more. He's out there looking for.
But they attacked him. Doesn't matter what.
The thing is,
brother, they attacked him.
The thing is, even in that
case, let's say
case,
they did attack him. Carmelo Anthony was attacked too.
Correct. So that's why I'm saying, in that case.
No, Donis, he's saying the white boys got a video where they said that and they had the guns in the car and were talking about, I'm ready to handle a monkey.
No,
he's talking about Rittenhouse. He's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
It was premeditated.
No,
he did not have his gun. He said, "If I had
Rittenhouse
my gun,
it was not premeditated. Like they got.
No, if you go back, if somebody put your hands on,
if they have the video, like
why
you
are
can
you at a
walk.
protest with an AR-15, Donnie?
No, you can't cross state lines with an AR-15, Dinah.
Hold on. I don't want to go too far.
Dude, that was all presented that case, and they said it was okay.
You're 17 years old.
It wasn't your gun, Dinus.
It don't matter.
It wasn't his gun.
That we do know about this case.
What I'm saying is your guys' argument is null and void. The whole crossing state lines, they threw that out.
No, what we saying, Dinus, is there's a color on protection. That's what we said.
Well, I just want to. Can I just finish my statement?
But that's not what you're saying. You brought up him crossing state lines and something else.
You can't cross state lines with a gun that's not yours.
What did the judge say?
Sis, you cook. You don't get another word in. You cook.
The judge was in on it, Dinus. He
was in on it. Okay.
He was stoning Kyle. He was.
Can I just finish my? Can I finish my state? I just want to finish this statement. I just would like to see the courts in Texas, by a miracle, give this young man what they gave to Penny, what they gave to Zimmerman, what they gave to what's his name, Rittenhouse, because these men claimed they were standing their ground.
Now,
this is what they said. They said they were standing their ground. Even in Texas, you have a right to even give a warning. Step toward me and I'll shoot.
And I'm going to do something.
Put your hands on me. This is Texas law. You have a right to give a person a warning.
Yeah, but putting hands on somebody don't lead to you shooting them. That's not equal force.
No.
That's not equal force.
In the state of Texas, listen, you have to go by Texas law.
Even Texas law does not say that.
I'm in Texas right now.
It says proportional force. I'm telling you, it says proportional force.
Listen, bro, I can give you specific examples that were adjudicated in the court, right? And the person that shot someone that just hit them or shoved them, they got off. I can give you case after case where it was adjudicated. This is Texas law. But
Texas
on the
law
other side of that,
if
hold
a
on, real
person
quick.
put their hands on you, you can respond with deadly force. That's
Real
Texas
quick
law.
though, sis. On the
No,
other
I don't
side
think
of
that's
that,
true.
though, on the
If
other
that's the
side of
case,
that,
then
though,
that's
sis,
chaos in the country.
Hold on, bro. It's absolutely true. But sis, on the other side of that, I do believe that's going to work in that kid's favor. And I'm going to say it like this. There's certain precedent that they don't want to play with or mess with in that state. That stands your ground is one of the main ones, right? I think when I said from the gate, staged and things like that, I think these parents know, because there's certain things we already know. Multiple phones were confiscated before cops let any of the kids leave. What does that tell me? They got a video. You understand what I'm
They
saying?
already said that, yeah.
I don't think, well, no, I changed it. What I do think is that that family knows they don't have as strong of a case, right? This is Texas, where the county, sheriff will come knock on your door when you're white and say, yeah, we just wanted to let you know, yeah, we saw the video and,
Come on
right?
with the
So,
conspiracy theories.
nah, that's not a conspiracy theory.
It
That's a
is.
fact.
You
You
don't
never
know
studied
how,
Bull Connor?
just because you keep saying
You
that's a
don't know
fact,
your
it doesn't
history,
mean it's a
brother.
fact.
You
How
don't
do
know
you
your
know?
history. But
He's
just let me
speaking from
land.
I
Just
got
let me
pass the
land
mic.
for those.
Ivy, did you finish? Ivy, you done, Ivy?
I just want to say once again, if there is a stand your ground law in any state, it should be equal for all the citizens of that state, no matter their color, race, or creed. Thank you.
Okay,
It's
let me
my
pass it to
turn,
Theo.
Vegas.
No,
It's my
go
turn.
ahead, Theo. I got to pass it to Theo. Go with Theo.
Hey, good evening, folks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just want to add, I mean, the obvious is that these things are often viewed with prejudice, like plain and simple. The way they're viewing this is with prejudice. I watched the video of the white guy out there talking. He's filled with prejudice. So the way he is handling it is reflecting his prejudice. And that prejudice is that black men are violent and white men are victims. And so his whole premise is going to be that. I don't see why that's so hard to see. I don't even see how, listen, and I don't know a whole lot about the case, but the man is due process. We understand that. We understand that there are stand your ground laws, right? And I know some people will say, well, putting your hands on someone shouldn't lead to
You're supposed to match
them
force
getting
with
killed,
force.
right? But I mean, listen, man, it's respect. You don't put your hands on people. It can go from, you don't have to have a weapon to kill someone. We see that. And it's two people. You imagine the fear, right? Of potentially when you going into a fight or potentially about to be in a fight and it's 2 against 1, the fear of danger can be such that you fear for your life, because it doesn't take much to actually get killed. Someone can choke you out. Someone can hit you in the right place and kill you. And listen, I'm not saying the guy was right or wrong. I don't know enough, but I think he's definitely due process, just like anyone else. And anyone who's just off top saying that he's wrong, or propagating this narrative of the black man is a predator. I mean, come on. I get, like, I grew up in the hood. I seen a lot. I know there's a lot of accountability to be had. But also know that most black men, most black people will live their entire lives and not take another person's life. That is, it's usually a few people criminal wise. It's usually a very small group of people that does a bulk of the crime, right? And then there are instances where someone's life is taken because it's self-defense. It's justified in the eyes of the law. You can argue, how much force or grace should be given, but there are laws, right, that litigate this stuff. And so if you're being fair, if justice is to be had, you have to allow due process so that the law can handle this accordingly. Because if it turns out that this guy was in his right to defend himself, right, by the law, I mean, just like every other instance, you have to accept it. The same people who were probably saying this guy was wrong just off top are probably the same people who donated to George Zimmerman. I mean, Because to me, it's just plain and simple. Prejudice exists. And that prejudice in America is overwhelmingly against the black man, especially when it comes to a confrontation between a black man and a white man, or a black man and a white woman, or a black woman and a white woman. The prejudice is overwhelmingly off top against the black person. That's just too obvious to me. So when I hear folks who try to, just add to the narrative, especially my brothers, I understand your conservativeness and your MAGA-ness and your, whatever it is that lend you to, want to push those same narratives. I mean, but come on, man. Let's be real about the world that we live in.
Let's
Let's
be
be
Can I
real.
say
real.
something, Dinas? Can I say
No,
something?
Dennis, let me.
No,
take
actually, it's
third.
Royal Image, and I got to pass it Rahotep.
Please, you
take
guys give
fourth.
me
And don't
2
forget me,
minutes.
Dinah.
Okay, Chrissy. Go ahead,
Two
Royal
minutes.
Image.
I just
Okay.
want to
But
add both
no, you
points.
ain't got 2 minutes. You got a minute.
Okay, no problem. So with everything that was said by Theo, I saw Volvo nodding and agreeing with all of that. So if you agree that in America, you as a black man, FBA or whatever it is you choose to identify, the system is naturally against you, why is it that in some instances you're like for the system, praising the system and working for the system to do something in your benefit? But at the same time, right now I see you acknowledging that the system is against you.
Well, this will turn into a Volvo thing. Let the other people speak. That's
All
actually a
right,
good.
anybody, my bad, Volvo, my
That's
bad.
actually a good
Salute,
question. That's
Volvo.
about the best question I've heard
Volvo.
you ever
Sorry,
asked.
Volvo.
Look at Volvo being
Sorry,
grown
Volvo.
up.
Sorry. Anybody
Come
answer
on,
that
bro.
favor,
Knock it
please?
off, bro. Knock it off, Will. You lame, bro. Y'all Latinos corny, bro. Y'all. All right, go ahead. That's
All
actually a
right,
good.
let me pass it to Rahotep. Go ahead, Rahotep. Unmute yourself.
All right, Hotep Haru, set their rule. What's up, everybody on the panel? I've just been listening, trying to get on the panel. I would say this first of all, as a person of color, particularly a person that says that they're black, African American, or have lineage in America that crosses the line, that back to Africa. If you don't understand racism, white supremacy, everything you do understand about racism, white supremacy, and culture will only confuse you. Now, until the 14th Amendment, there was no right by which a so-called white man was privy to respect that a slave and or emancipated slave or free slave that he had to respect. This was based on the Constitution. So we must understand that. And the person that says, why do we praise the system or want something from the system? I'm gonna tell you why. Because the blood and the bones of our ancestors are in the soil of America. That's the reason why. And no self-respecting person understands who they are as a person, their status and status on this planet Earth would never ask another victim of such a heinous system like the transatlantic slave trade that very question. Would never pose that type of question. Why do you praise it and expect something from it, but at the same time you criticize? That's what. We have a right to criticize it. We have a right to our own truth and destiny in order that we're able to control our own destiny. Yes, we have problems within the black community. We've had them ever since we was brought to America. But at the same time, our ancestors' blood and bones are in the soil, and we have a right to self-determination. And I would argue that and debate that against anyone.
What I said and what you're saying is, it's again, I'm saying the system is against you and trying to get rid of you.
No, it's not a system. It's systems come out of the minds of men and people.
Okay,
it's
so
not
the
hold
minds of
on,
the
brother.
people.
Hold on. I didn't interrupt you, brother. Brother, please don't interrupt me, brother. So the thing it is, I'm not talking about the system. The system is just a subsystem or a superimposed system by men that gather behind closed doors and rig the system or control the economics, both indirectly and directly. They control education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. If you don't understand that as a black man in America, your life is already in damn danger.
But
I
and we do
understand.
understand that the
All the
law
land
has
areas of
often
activity.
protected The
What
law has
I
often
said,
protected black men. I
Now,
mean,
what's
black men and
no,
women.
elder,
no,
elder,
That's
no,
You guys are
Hotep?
no,
Can I
no,
no,
can I
no.
ask Hotep?
no.
What's
I
Go
the
ahead,
mean,
law?
brother.
let's be real, right? We
No,
live in
I'm
a
being
society that's
I'm being
you guys
68
are
years
confused.
old.
no, no.
Who
Can I know
no,
with
Elder,
respect to your age
I'm
and your wisdom that comes
speaking
with
what's
it,
the
from
law,
right?
elder?
68
Let me just say
years.
Age
this.
don't come
Wait,
with
wait, wait.
wisdom.
Let me
Hold
just
on,
say
hold on.
this.
There's a bunch
Go
of
ahead.
old people that
Listen,
are
They
foolish.
I
don't know
ain't
what
trying to
you're
push
talking
back
about.
at
They
you
don't
on
know
your
what you're
wisdom,
talking
right?
about.
But
Go
let me
ahead, bro.
say this. We understand that we live in a prejudiced society
No,
filled
we
with
don't live in a
racism.
prejudiced
Can I
society.
can I
We,
put can I can I can I can I
okay,
can I finish?
I'm gonna
So
come back on that.
all I'm saying is this: we live in a society that's filled with prejudice and racism, right? And often the only thing protecting or saving black folks is the law. I mean, I know it might sound counterintuitive, but the justice system sometimes comes through. It may not all the time,
I
but
agree.
it
Gotcha.
sometimes comes through. And sometimes it
Sometimes,
comes through
yeah,
in the
I agree.
face of a society that will otherwise have hung you or
Again,
hung many.
I don't
So
believe in
that's
prejudice.
all I'm saying.
I
Derek
don't believe in
Chauvin.
prejudice. Prejudice to me is like I don't like the color of your shirt, so I'm going to not wear the color that you
No,
wear. Or
no prejudice sometimes
wait,
is
wait,
saying
wait.
you're
Prejudice?
wrong even
No,
before you
that's not
even
prejudice.
have given
That's
the
a bias.
benefit of
What's
judgment.
what's
That's a
system,
bias,
elder?
brother.
Elder,
That's a
what
bias.
system are we living under? What
We're
system are
living
we
under the system of racism, white supremacy, and no other system.
I
We would
thought you said
say,
there's no
wait,
system.
No. Well, the
Everything
system
else is
comes
a
out of the minds
byproduct.
of men.
Yeah, so
So,
there's no
so
Let me
system.
say this,
basically,
elder.
wait, I
This
want to finish on
stage
this.
might
I
be
got
you
to
might be
finish
too
on this.
big for this stage though. These guys up here.
Well, I can tell who I'm talking to based on how
Oh,
they're
go ahead.
framing their argument or their statement. I know who I'm talking to, bro. Thank you for that too, bro. But at the same time, I'll say this: racism, white supremacy. I would argue there's no such evidence of a white race. There's no such evidence of any race by any racial classification. But because of the system of racism, white supremacy, which they classify themselves as white. Have you ever noticed that rarely do you hear them classify themselves as Caucasian? They normally use the classification of white, a color, instead of an anthropological origin, which
Why?
ties them to the Caucasus.
Mhm.
So if you look at these Caucasians, the Homo sapiens sapiens, they are a rooty, red, and barbaric, Vikingish type people. They were so rooty and red and torturous, they were the ones that caused the Cro-Magnon,
Everybody knows it.
to go
That's what we're
extinct.
talking about.
No,
We're not
no,
talking about
but
your
no,
origin.
everybody knows that. But
That's
everybody
the
do not
origin. We don't care
wait.
about your origin.
Okay, well, let me see, you don't care about it. So you don't care about it. That's for
We know
you.
who they are with their deeds as
No,
of now.
that's you, brother.
But we
Let
I'm
the
know
elder
talking
about
to
their
build.
those.
deeds.
I'm talking to those that what the sound of my voice, what I'm saying will land on their ears. If you disagree with it,
It's not a disagreement. I said right now, let's deal with them now, not their lineage. We know who they are.
brother. Okay, we know who they are. Okay, let me ask you this. Give me your best example, functional example, interactions between the person that's classified as white and person that's classified as non-white in the political system, in the penal
The
system.
non-white is the melanated people. And the
Okay, but
white,
who are they to the so-called
the
white people?
European, the Caucasus, just like the one you labeled like.
So whose system is this?
But you said there's no system. Systems are from the
No,
minds of the
brother.
people.
You too young. Okay, I'm gonna put it to
Not
you
what he
like this.
said.
Who controls the 1% of the world's resources and the world's economics?
The
The
Caucasoid.
world's but do you hear Caucasoid say they Caucasoid?
They don't need to.
Okay,
Man,
what do they need
what's
to
the
do?
point? We know it's exercise.
The point is this.
Why do they need to
This is the
say who
point.
they are?
Let me say
This is
this.
the
He's
point, brother.
giving out the big
This is
game.
the point. I'm gonna
He's teaching
land on
what
this.
he's trying to teach.
I'm gonna land on this.
He
I
ain't gonna
mean,
Until you
arguing that's
understand the dynamics and the function of how racism, white supremacy works in America, but in particular on the planet Earth, everything you do understand or think you understand will only confuse you.
That's
Until you
near fully.
understand that,
That's near fully. I have the book.
okay, that's nearly
So
fully.
again,
So why you
let's
acting
I
just
like
know
you
a
deal
don't
lot
with
of
them
people
understand?
that
You
have.
a
I
Bible
know a
tote,
lot
right?
of people that have the book, but they
So let
haven't
me
read
ask
the
you this.
damn book.
let me ask you this, Roy, because you asked me a question. If you understand all this, what would make you come up
Man,
here
be
and do
quiet.
that?
You didn't want to answer shit.
Well, no, I
You
was
have,
answering.
brother,
What would make you
stand
come up here with
on.
this type of hatred and this
I've
type of
known people to
you
have Needy Fuller's book for 10 years and ain't read a damn page in it.
Right. I got to pass the mic. Chrissy, then after Chrissy's your Moja.
Yes. Hi everyone. I was wishing that Ivy would have stayed on when she was making the comparison. Not only did white America raise funds for Zimmerman, they were in Jubilee. Okay, and he sold his gun as a souvenir for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But from what she was saying, I could hear kind of like the stress in her voice. And one thing I think to remember is that the people that we're talking about have no honor. For the most part, white America doesn't have any honor, right? They cherry pick based on what benefits them at the time. If the Constitution works for them, they're going to go for it. If it doesn't work today, they'll rip it to shreds. If international law works in their favor, fine. If it doesn't, it no longer counts. And we see that in various instances. So,
And that's white supremacy.
yes, it is white supremacy. Absolutely. That is definitely white supremacy. So I think when Black people are the victim, we still on defense. When we're not the victim, we're still on defense. So it's like, no matter which way you go, this is a classic from what I know, stand your ground case. It is very unfortunate. My heart goes out to the father who lost his son. I wish that for no parent, right? But in this case, there's no law against him carrying a knife, right? I've even had a knife. I got mine from church. It was a pocket knife. A church I used to go to years ago with the insignia of the church on it, and I had it on my keychain. Now, if someone had attacked me, I would have used it, and then they would have said, "Oh, well, she had a knife." You know what I mean? So context is very important, how things can be framed. But the same people who are trying, it's definitely a racial issue for them, because when we are holding a pot of hot water, when we are walking home, minding our business, when we're sleeping in our bed, minding our business, when we're running away, minding our business, and we're murdered, white America has every excuse under the sun, every law they can pull out, the physics, the speed and velocity of the ricochet of the bullet, why it is okay for us to be killed. And it is never at that point a racial issue, right? But the one time that one of theirs is lost, it's a racial issue, it's white genocide happening. So I don't think that we need to always be on the defense. And I hate when I hear Black people apologizing for the race and all that kind of stuff. Just cut that out, because these people never have any apology. It is two young boys at school. They had an issue. One felt threatened because two of the guys were approaching him. My son would feel threatened, right? So I mean, well, he's younger, but I would understand if that was my child. I want him to defend himself. You can, as somebody said, two boys are jumping you. Yes, they can paralyze you. Yes, they can harm you, especially if they're very aggressive. He told them, hey, back off. They didn't back off. And then he stabbed one time. Unfortunately, the young man died. But I really see it as white America is making this a racial issue, because as far as they're concerned, their blood should never be spilled. Our blood is spilled every day. It's a big joke to them until it's them. And that's why people need to treat people the way they want to be treated. But again, they've forgotten what stand your ground means, because it doesn't benefit them today. If it benefits them tomorrow, they're going to come back and use it the next day. So I don't think these are not people who have any honor. And I don't think that we should be explaining ourselves, etc. Let them carry on whatever they're saying. We don't need to be doing that for these people, because there's no consistency in how they operate. So as you said to, I think, Rahotep, yes, that is white supremacy. So I just wanted to say that they were in Jubilee when Trayvon Martin was walking home, minding his business, and George Zimmerman went after him after he was told not to. Jubilee. They were in Jubilee when George Floyd, they have every excuse under the sun why 9 minutes and 46 seconds of a man's body weight on your neck did not cause his death. So these are not people we need to be explaining ourselves to. These are not people we need to be defending ourselves that we're this and we're that, because they don't have any honor. It's sad what happened. If it's a classic stand your ground case, I believe the young man should get off, because everybody else get off when it's a stand your ground case. And that's it.
So do we agree America is not for the FBA, black men, and all of that?
Man, that's a whole
We're not
different.
getting into that.
But
That's
I'm
desperate.
up.
You're
That's
desperate,
what
Royal.
describing.
Royal,
I'm
you're
up,
What you're
Dennis.
desperate.
describing is a
You're
war zone for you
desperate.
people. The system is not
I'm
for
up,
you.
Let
Dennis.
me know so I can answer
I
this
think
question.
I'm
And
up
let me know when
next
it's
to
my turn.
speak.
Oh, my
Let me
bad,
ask.
sis.
I would like
My
to
bad.
ask the question. Where the brother that
Can I
just
speak,
asked that question?
please?
Where is he from?
He's
Where
from
you
He's
from,
somewhere in
from
brother?
Africa, brother. He's some African type shit.
I'm
No,
from
I
Ghana.
just
I'm
want
from
him to
Ghana.
say it.
He
I'd
from
like the
Ghana.
man. He's from Ghana.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
I got it. I
Go
got
ahead,
it.
So
Okay,
sis.
what's
thanks,
your
Not
Simon.
this.
question?
Can I speak, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say that along with it being a classic case of stand your ground, it's also a classic case of the racial adultification of Black children. I'm willing to bet that if it's true that the deceased and his brother were actual bullies, that kind of behavior was seen as just childlike bullying and kids having fun. But now we're standing here with a young man who was forced to defend himself,
And he's still a
being
super
seen as an
predator.
adult, and yes, a
Good
predator,
point.
and all the litany of things that come along with it. Now, if we're going to correct this behavior in our own society and with our own children, I would say that we have to teach them to find the safest adult. It might not be your parents, it might be someone else in your family or in your community, but you can't handle everything on your own, and to make certain that an adult understands and knows what's going on with you. I taught high school in Georgia. I was a high school teacher for 2 years too long. In this particular school, some of my students, I was the first Black teacher they ever had between the 9th and the 12th grade.
Wow.
Okay. So they had no experience taking authority from a Black person, and certainly not a Black woman. In that, I had a Black student strike me. I went to bat for her. They were looking to expel her. Now, it was my first year, so I didn't know her well enough to know her parents, her background, or where she came from. But I had a sense that she was from a problem home. And she indeed, once they did all the processing and I fought and fought and fought, and they suspended her instead, the assistant principal drove her home and found out that she was among 7 kids living with the grandmother. Okay. So I saved her. And I fought for her because the other children, the other white kids in that school got away with a lot more. And I'm like, you're not going to take her down and ruin this child's life when you don't do that for other children. Because I had students who used violent language against me and nothing happened to them. And in fact, one student for whom I was his least favorite teacher had been caught on campus with a gun in his gun rack in his car, in his truck.
I bet he did.
I had no idea about that until June, when we're all sitting together eating one of our last lunches together, and some of the teachers are talking about him and saying they wish, they hope they didn't get him next year, and then going on to say why, that he'd had the gun on campus. I had no idea. They knew I wasn't one of his favorite teachers. I'd sent him to the principal several times for terrible behavior, calling me out of my name, all kinds of things. So he was able to stay in school. So we have to have our children understand, number one, what the school rules are. Not what the teachers' classrooms rules are, but what the school rules are. So that they know if they're breaking one, or, if someone else is breaking one, that will impact them, that they need to be able to communicate this. And that's what a child does. We don't want our children standing up representing themselves, or trying to protect themselves. That's a job for a parent or an adult. When they start doing that and they start using that behavior and trying to defend themselves, that's when the system sees them as an adult and treats them accordingly. So any adult that interacts with your child needs to know who they need to contact and have that adult conversation with, that they are not to step to your child. And your child needs to know what behaviors they need to be reporting. And then we can go from there. Because
Good point.
adultification of children is what has that young lady, I believe here in LA, the Korean woman shot her. Was it Tawana Brawley?
Latasha
Can't
Hart.
remember her name, but that woman supposedly feared for her life and thought the young lady was an adult.
And
I don't
and
know
blew
what
her
happened.
brains
Maybe
out.
the young lady was using language like an adult. I don't know. But we need to start
No, it's
helping
on video,
children
man. We do know. We
stay
do know.
in
It's
their
on video.
place from a protecting themselves perspective for as
It
much as
wasn't no avoiding that. It wasn't no
that's all
avoiding
I have
that.
to
That
say.
was cold-blooded murder. That's
Now,
on video. We have
so I
video.
think I'm up next, right? So that was a good point for the sis to end on. And for those that don't know about the situation, the Korean woman was actually convicted, right? Her sentence was overturned and she never did a day in jail. That's the reality of
No, it
justice.
wasn't. No, it wasn't overturned. But go ahead. I get what you're saying.
Well, it wasn't overturned,
She
but she
was
never
sentenced
did
to
a day in
probation.
jail
She
was the
was
point.
sentenced to. Okay, but go ahead.
The day she never did a day in jail. Do you agree with that? Since you
That's
Yeah.
cut
true.
me off, I just want to be sure we clear.
No, I just don't
All
want
right.
to be. I don't want the bad information out. But go ahead.
All right, so I hope I could just go for a few seconds and not be
You
cut
got you
off,
got it. You
right?
got a minute.
So,
Go ahead.
so I want to start with the elder, right? Salute to you, and I enjoyed hearing your information. So I'm going to try to check you out because I wouldn't mind sitting at your feet and hearing more, right? But I don't want you to hear my words and think I have a weak heart, right? But there is something in this situation that we can address when it comes to our kids, and that is an overly aggressive nature. Everything isn't worth proving you're the dominant in that space because it may hurt you more than it would ever benefit you. Now, am I saying this kid is wrong in any
True.
way? Absolutely not. And if anyone, when I hear my brothers say that, right, they automatically on the coon train with me. I don't really want to have that conversation because I don't really want to be combative with my brothers, right? But I'm not saying that he was wrong. I'm saying I train my kids that the most important thing for you is to come home to me. Bring it to me. I will crash all the way out. I'll sit down and do the last 30 years of my life comfortably with a smile on my face. But it is important for you to save you, to help me save you as well. So everything isn't worth confronting, right? But when we're talking about this state of Texas, we got to understand this was literally the last state where
Holdout.
we got the slaves away, right? Like Juneteenth is all about us having to go drag them off them plantations years after slavery had been abolished. Wow, these white people still kept them subjugated. There's a lot of that culture still there today, right? But what we have to see is we have white people now arguing the same argument from two different sides. Case and Allison. If you don't know the name, look it up because it's the parallel of this situation where a white kid killed the Spanish kid. This trial is underway right now. This happened a year ago, right? So now we do have something that precedent is going to be set on. One of the two of these kids is going to get fried, right? My point is, I hate to see us losing our babies. If I had to make a forecast, unfortunately, the little brother, if he's lucky, because Texas will give you these numbers and feel like they're doing you a favor, right? They may give the little brother manslaughter and send him down for 7 to 10, and he may lose his 20s, the greatest years of his life. We may be able to continue to fight, get him out a little earlier, right? But Texas will give you that and feel like they did you a favor, right? So there's a portion of the culture that we have to address so our babies know every fight isn't their fight. Don't be afraid to bring it back home. Don't be afraid to bring it to the teacher like the sister who was just speaking before me and hearing her talk. I knew we was going to be like a
And it's
tag
been more
team
than a
coming
minute,
off
you
the
know.
top rope, right? I'm about to land. But I appreciated many of the responses that I got. And, there's different elements of this that we have to look at for the landscape going forward. And I'll land.
Can I ask,
Hey, so
Will and I think your name was Umoja.
Guys, let me read these super chats real quick. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Let's see here. Austin GT, thank you for the $1.99. Holla, salute. Okay, I already read that one. Here we go. Princess Nyambe $1.99 holla. FBA is a weak and always crying victim, so cringe. Shangamar, the 5 pounds or whatever that is. At Prince Dynasty, if you can please reach out to get more productive community intellectuals on here like Dr. Clyde Anderson and Cabone. I've had Cabone on. Clyde Anderson, he never responded. Deidre Smith, thank you for the $1.99 holla. Peace. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. Of course, we all want our children to go to a higher authority, but I don't know the full situation. But there will be times, God forbid, your child might have to defend himself. Who knows what those two young boys were saying to him? Could have been, and this and that. I'm going to kill you, X, Y, and Z. And he felt threatened. So, do I want my child to come back in a box? There might
And
be
I
times that they do have to literally defend their life.
Nah, I
Now
hear
let me
what you're
emphasize.
saying, and I agree with you 1,000%. When it's go time, go. Right? What I'm saying is, we almost have a culture that's ingrained in us, even me as a young black man, to go
Go.
into the go time. It's not
Man,
always
come on, bro. You
necessary to
can't get
walk
that narrative.
into the go time. You
Words don't
understand what I'm
kill
saying,
you.
sister?
Man,
Let
they
me
put their hands
emphasize.
on the guy. They
All
put
day
their hands
long.
on him.
Let me
They put their
emphasize your
hands on him.
point.
What do we do,
Hey,
man?
to emphasize your point, the young man has potentially, right or wrong, he has potentially put his life now in more danger than it may
This is
have
my
already
point,
been.
brother.
So no,
You
I'm
get it.
emphasizing your
You
point. So
get it. I
I
know.
agree. I think the
I
first
know.
line of self-defense is to avoid. Second, escape if you can. Third,
Is to
stand your
put them
ground
down. Right.
and do what you got
And
to do.
have a sense of situational awareness.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
And that's a
whatever
heavy
your
judgment.
response
That's a
to
heavy
a
judgment for a
situation,
17-year-old adolescent
True.
or teenager, however you would, to make. But I
Which is
mean,
why I would never
unfortunately,
demonize my
but
little
the
brother.
words aren't going to kill him.
Which is why I would never
If
demonize my
Texas
brother.
is a
Listen,
That's a
Right.
hard line to ask
Wo-
a kid to toe.
they're
But what
Words
I'm
will not
saying
well,
kill
is,
you, but
that's your
didn't they put
parent.
their
That's
hands
your
on
role as
him?
a parent
yes, they did.
to
They put
communicate
their
that.
hands on him, and I don't. I get what you're saying about the go and the aggressiveness. I don't know this young boy, but he doesn't seem to me like he's an aggressive young man, right? He's not coming from aggression at home. He's a star student. He's a star player, but we were kind of classifying him with this kind of stereotypical, oh, we don't be
Sis,
aggressive, X,
he
Y, and Z.
seems like
I
me.
mean,
He seems
But
like
your
me,
statement
right,
was
sis?
more about
He
words
seems
being
like
called
I don't
sexual.
need to go get nobody to do nothing. I got it.
That ain't what he
I'ma
seemed
protect
like. That
myself.
ain't what he seemed like.
You understand what I'm saying,
This
sister?
guy is a buffoon. This
Wait a
guy.
minute.
You
Wait a minute.
understand what I'm
Wait a
saying,
minute. Let
sister?
me let me
I
inject.
mean, I
Let me
don't know. Maybe you
Let me
you
say this real
perceived more
fast.
than I
Let me
did,
say this
but
real
I
fast.
didn't get that.
let me see.
Let me say this real
Let me
fast.
say that.
This guy,
Go
hold
ahead.
on, wait.
Go ahead.
This
Go
guy,
ahead.
this the reason why this case we even know about this case is because of Matt Walsh. I know that this going over. Some people have Matt Walsh is a white supremacist
I got you.
online. He the one made this. Ain't no alleged. I don't. For me, I don't have to say alleged. I don't have to say suspected or none of that. I'm listening to his rhetoric. He's a white supremacist. He's online. He made it seem like white people are under attack. That's why we know about this case. They made this a racial thing. They made this case racial. The white supremacists did. That's why they're making him the face of white people being attacked. And that's why the father said, no, don't make my son the face of that. Black people are saying that this is a self-defense case. That's what we've been saying. This is a self-defense case. The white people are saying, see, these people are running around with knives like they Jason Voorhees or Michael Myers. That's what they're trying to paint this boy as. That's their idea. So for you to come in here and talk about he got to evade and he got to know and do all this guy was doing nothing wrong. Like, bro, that's you, the type of guy you is that you gonna allow yourself to be bullied and beat up and all that. They put their hands on him.
Nobody said do that.
If they never came at him aggressive, if they never put their hands on him, he'll still be alive today.
Well, I would say this. If you're looking at this and analyzing this without empirical evidence of all the events, video footage, evidence from cell phones or witnesses that was there at the onset of this incident, and you're projecting or making analysis based on what it seems like, what he looks like, what type of suit he wears, how his hair is braided, then you're making a miscalculation because you're doing the same thing that they would do in order to criminalize
Very true.
our youth just based on hairstyle, based on shoe size. So we got to understand that the lines have been drawn, and I don't know if anybody on this panel has served in the military. One thing we must teach our young men is to be hyper vigilant, also have discipline, and know when to do all the things some of the people brought up on the panel. It's go to get adults, and your natural instinct when adrenaline kicks in is either fight or flight. And those are emotions that are hard for even adults to contain when they're confronted with conflict. So all this, if you're not teaching it at home, and I've raised 5 kids, 2 sons, 3 sons, and 2 daughters. And so I know what the task is and what the actions and behaviors of young men once they get to adolescent and pubescent level. They do get a little bass in their voice. But I was raised by men. I was raised by men that was men, and I'm a man. So therefore, my sons had to respect me, not because they feared me. They respected me because they know I would take them to the garage, put on the 10 ounces. You get past me, you own the house. You head of the house. And they couldn't get past me.
That's right.
And
Yeah, I
they're in
would say
their
that we
50s,
should
and they're in
teach
their
our
50s
children.
now. But they respect, but see, your children also. That's the reason why when I was coming up, we were in sports, we were in boxing, we were in karate, we were in court classes like that. I mean, not classes, but outside curricular activities like that. But a lot of those activities are shut down, so there's nowhere to alleviate or disperse that adolescent energy that comes into play as a part of matriculating and growing up. And I would say,
Unc, here's the thing
yeah,
about that though. That community, that's not the case. This
yeah,
kid is doing sports
yeah,
5 days a week. He's doing football, he's on the basketball team,
correct.
he's in track, right? But
That's right.
where that becomes problematic is he's surrounded by a sea of white, right?
That's right. That's
He's
right.
in an extremely different dynamic. So,
Hostile
so
environment.
legitimately, certain fears are legitimate, right?
Correct. I agree.
When I'm
I agree.
looking at this situation, though, when I'm looking at this strong young man, right? I just see the value in the possibility, right? If he had just backed out it, right? When
Right.
told somebody, yo,
Right.
tell him relax because I'ma hurt him. Now you're on record going to
Exactly.
someone in authority, right? So now, even if you gotta kill him, which you don't want to do, right? You have a better chance. But at the end of the day,
Good point.
this white boy or whatever he's trying to prove right now is not worth you not coming home to me, my baby.
I
That don't
agree.
mean nothing to me. I
Put it on the
can't lose you.
adults.
Bring it home to me, your daddy will crash out. I will chop one of their heads off, put it on the table at the bar, sit and wait for the police to come. I will have a Jameson straight and a beer for my friend here, and I will sit the head on the table. And let me do that as your father, right? You don't have to fight every fight.
Man, this is
Well,
a young man. This
And
is a
and
young
well,
man
we
that
again,
don't
I
truly
even.
am
are.
not
This is a
demonizing
young
the
man that's
kid.
17 years
I
old. He
am
can't
not
run to his
Yeah,
demonizing the
daddy
kid
every
at
yeah.
time.
all.
He has
I
Man,
am
critical
talking
thinking
about
skills at
how we
17.
raise our babies
man,
and a
how you raise
certain
it, that's some Latino shit,
and a
bro. What you
certain
talking about? You trying to
mindset
cover for these
that
guys. You
we
trying to
have
false
to
cover.
address. Because
That's
let's
a
be
Yeah,
false
real.
cover.
that's
I'm
They
using
whip
raising
wisdom
their
though.
hands
babies
on
right
you.
now.
Yeah.
Black
We
American
got
culture, somebody put your
we
hands
got
on you, you better hit
drill
their ass
music
back.
out here where
Period.
these kids are digging up the
Hit their ass
already
Violence,
back.
Volvo.
dead op
Violence, Volvo.
to shoot a music
Man, fuck
video.
all that,
Oh
man.
my
Y'all got
God.
There
man,
is
man,
something
yeah.
going
14th Amendment
on
for
with
the
the
descendants of
culture
slaves.
that is affecting the psychology. You
That's
can
a
cut
soft
me
cover.
off as much as you want,
Yeah.
but I do feel like as a parent that needs to be addressed.
That's the
I
soft
feel
Okay.
like
cover.
I
This
navigated it
ain't got
pretty
nothing to
well.
do with no parenting or none of that.
Nah, it
They
absolutely
put
does.
his hands on him.
Parenting
Period.
is everything,
Hey,
Volvo.
Donis, can I
Fuck
come
all
in
this
here?
talking about
Yeah, go ahead. I
what
gotta pass
they
it to
report.
Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis.
Yo, man. Well, I was listening and enjoying the show. I was compelled to call in because what you said, man.
Right.
Look,
Oh man,
as
who's
a
Elvis?
as a young African kid, I've been in these situations before.
Right.
The people that I come from,
I was
I don't
gonna
know.
say
I don't know if it's innate, but
that I
violence was
agree that
always
something
my
has changed, and I agree that
one
it's
second, brother.
changed. Go ahead.
I'm with you,
Yeah,
bro.
violence has always been the first options for me, and I've been in a couple of situations where part of maturing is realizing that violence should never be your first option. And I
Will
feel for this
recognize
kid.
real, and you look real familiar. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel for this kid because
Will, shut up, man.
I've been places where I choked out white boys for talking crazy to me in public, in work environments, and places where
Elvis, you ain't choke nobody out. Elvis, stop. You ain't choke nobody
hey,
out. Stop.
that's what I'm that's what
Ain't
I'm
them the
telling you, Diane. Is
gangsters?
part of that is changing your behavior.
Ain't them the gangsters?
Even when people are talking crazy to you and you know you can do something about it, even on these platforms. Part of it is reforming myself, and not every little comment I gotta attack somebody. That's something I think as black men we deal with because it's testing our masculinity, and even on these platforms we see it all the time. Sometimes holding your tongue is seen as weak. Sometimes not crashing out is seen as being taken advantage of. So I think what you said is great because I have young sons, and knowing that they too are going to grow up being from a specific group of people in Africa who are warriors, who are ruthless, going out there and being seen like somebody is
Don't
bullying
say
you,
Africa. Say your country
and,
name.
and somebody is taking advantage of you is almost the biggest shame you can have when you are coming from my group. But at the same time, like you said, you don't want your kids to be, defending themselves, even if you think they're right, because this justice system is not always just. They can take away your child's life, even as a parent, and you think your child was being bullied or they ganged up against him, and he was just doing what was right to stand up for himself.
And
His
Peter,
life could be,
bro, here's the
yeah,
two
Let me
things that
say this,
work for
right?
me. Here's
his
the
life
two
could be
things
taken
that work
away.
for me
And
that I
this
want
is
to
why
share
the
with
white
you
So
real
man
quick,
kick
lastly,
our
right?
ass.
lastly, I
Hold
just
on.
to
I got
close.
one.
That ideology right there is why the white man kicking our
Hold
ass.
on,
So
bro.
to
I
The
got
white
close
one
man
out
is not
college
gonna
quickly,
right
kick
now,
our ass.
10,
right?
No,
I
10
just
seconds to close out.
it's Elvis' turn. Go ahead, Elvis.
So to all the young men listening to the platform, think, think it's never worth it to just crash out. And even getting in fights, little fights where you can actually really harm somebody and injure them. You could be in the right, but you can get in real trouble just by punching somebody in the head and they have some kind of brain aneurysm. It may not be your intention, but don't resort to violence first. I'm speaking from experience. But thank you. I'll pass the mic.
salute.
So
Can I
Vovo,
Can I
is
say
it
comment?
this?
okay for
Can
this?
I
So
comment?
Can
the
I say
student
this?
who hit me, what should I have done, Vovo?
Huh?
Since you
What
said
happened?
violence begets violence.
Hell yeah. That's in
So
the
I should
Bible
have
and
hit the
everything,
student
huh?
back.
Eye for eye. See, what y'all saying is
Oh
this.
my God.
This what y'all saying. They broke y'all. Y'all broken. They broke
So
y'all. What
wait a
y'all
minute,
saying
wait a
is that,
minute.
oh, this criminal justice system isn't always just. You think they
What?
think like that? That's why they got laws like stand your ground. That's why they got the Second Amendment. These people ain't like that. You gotta hit these people back. Who is y'all, man? Y'all some
So you
weirdos.
said
Y'all
so the
So
student
hold
who
on,
hit me
sis.
is,
So
was
hold
But
on,
black.
you
sis.
also
So
have to use
again, now that the
wisdom,
goofy
Bobo.
hour is
okay.
over, right?
You're right.
Now
You
that
have
the
to use
goofy hour
wisdom.
Y'all
is over,
talking
I do
about
want to add two things. One, right? Your
this
children,
why they gonna
right?
win.
Your children will eventually see the sense in avoiding some of these things in their
I'm
lives.
not saying don't avoid.
They're gonna see other kids go down for less and be like, Dad, I
There it
see
go.
what
And that's
Dad
how
was
they broke
talking
you with
about.
the system. The
Number
system of
two,
white
number
supremacy right
two,
there.
number two, in parenting, you can teach your kids, we already know what we can do, right? You don't have to prove that you can hit somebody's main artery now. They know what we can do to them. They view us like that.
No, they don't.
So it's
They wouldn't be
nothing to
messing with you.
prove.
They wouldn't be messing with you. Power,
I'm
respect,
just
power.
making I'm just
Power,
making the
respect,
point.
power.
Hold on. I'm just making the point to those of us that prioritize more than anything our babies coming home, right? These are two things you can implement because your kids will see it. Dad, I almost got involved in that fight. Yeah, homie got locked up. He got kicked out of the school or whatever. And this is not just about confrontation with whites, because a lot
Yes.
of us, our
Yes.
kids don't even see white
Oh, you
kids when they
saying
go
take
to
the
school.
bullying and all
We
that?
we
Because
have the same
the laws are
conflicts
going to
in
get
our
you.
neighborhoods, and our
Amen.
babies die.
The
Right?
laws are going to get you. The white man is too powerful. The white man going to get you
That's
because
what you
the
hear, because
laws is,
you
no, that's
are
what you
obsessed
saying.
with that white man.
That's what you
Vovo,
saying.
I'm not
You
talking about
Vovo,
saying
no
that
that,
white man. I'm
you
talking about
saying
my
don't fight
babies.
back, run
I am
away
focused on
because
my
the
Vovo,
laws
babies
an
are
coming
going
eye
to get
home.
for
you.
an
I
eye
never
does not
said
work
don't
for
fight
us.
back. If
Dog.
you
Right.
have
Listen to
to
what he's
fight
saying.
that,
That's the, listen
fight
to what
that.
he said. Eye for eye does not work for
Every
us.
situation you don't have to fight that.
That's how you know that the system of white
Most black
supremacy has
people
broken
interact with
down.
black people. If we
All
preach
I'm
this, we
saying
preach
is
that
if
in our
that kid
communities
had a
too.
backed out of that tent, we
Yeah,
wouldn't be in court right now,
you
and
done,
he would
bro.
be no less of a man.
Done.
So I'm
Y'all
saying
done.
that stuff, I almost cursed. I'm saying that
They
stuff
sure
you're
don't think
promoting
like that, bro.
is what is fundamentally problematic. And I'll
I would
land.
say this. Let me say this. I'm gonna check out after I say this. I'm gonna land on this. I'll say this. We're dealing with an adolescent situation right now. What most of our people don't understand, this is a war on us as a people. Adults, grandmamas, old men, children, women. Then you just see the Sandra Massey situation. This is not no. There's a unspoken and also spoken declared war based on racial classification in the world, but particularly in the Americas. We're talking about a 17-year-old kid, but it can be a 30 or 40 or 70-year-old man tomorrow. So I'm getting ready to check out of here, man, because I don't know what y'all talking about. Peace.
Right. They
Peace.
don't get it. That's
Let me
Can I speak after Ron?
Diners, can I say something quick?
Can I speak after Ron?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna pass the return to Africa. Go ahead,
Please
and I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
pass the return to Africa.
Oh, okay. Yes, I agree with the last speaker, and I think a few other people have said the same. That I'm going back to the video. I'll start from the video. That my observation, there are three points being argued in that video. First of all, it's the man in the hat. He's an official from wherever he came from, claiming that he's been sent by the family to say, don't use my child for whatever it is you're advocating for. That's the message he brings. But the other group, the white guy and the other black man, don't want to listen to that message. They are pushing their own agenda that says black people are like this, black children are like this against us. It's a movement that's from long before. So this becomes another evidence for them to put forward to say, you see, this is what happens, this is what happens. And they're trying to get the other man in the hat to agree with that. That's when the other black man says, you're ignoring the fact that black people are always attacking white people. So
But my
that's the
sister,
agenda
you
they're
have to
sticking with.
understand they all share the same argument.
They don't
Yeah,
know.
That's
that's
what I
what I'm
want to
saying. No,
that's
that's
what I
what
want
I'm
to be
saying. I have
very
not
clear on.
finished yet. I have not finished. I'm going point by point by the arguments that are being made there. So they're trying to get the hat man to say the same thing. But because he is an official, he is like other people argued that he's a MAGA, he's a this, he's a that, but he doesn't want to display that there. He's just sticking on the message that is brought. And I'm not sure if he's actually been asked by the parent directly, because if the parent had sent a white person to go and tell a fellow white person to say don't use my son, then that would have looked bad. So they've used this black man to go and say whatever message it was, to say them whatever the message was. So it looks like, and the guy obviously agrees, so he looks like he's mediating, not necessarily taking sides. At the same time, there's a fourth person who is not represented in that group, and that's the black guy who is assumed to have attacked the white boy. For legal reason, the parent understands that if these people use my child for their movement, he might have already been in the movement and is not speaking out and using his child for it, but he knows the case is got to go to court. And if it goes to court and the evidence is messed up by this other movement, that might make the child, because like we're all saying, a black child will be attacked with a mob of white people. We don't know exactly I don't know exactly what happened. The black child might have been defending himself, having been provoked. So all that goes to court. And depending on the evidence put forward, if it's a fair hearing, then the judges will make a decision out of that evidence. So this white parent is making sure that he too is making sure that the evidence is not tampered with or messed up by this group of people. It goes to court and making sure maybe that the black child is convicted. So he has to secure that evidence to say, my child wasn't wrong. It was a black child. At the same time, the black family is silent. Nothing in that argument was mentioned about the child, because that family too and their representatives knows that's not something to be discussed in public. Again, it messes up the evidence. So everything is based on evidence. None of the parents want those guys to be involved with those guys, whatever their campaign is. This white parent might have been a member of that group, but he's not going to display that at this point. That's my observation. So, yeah.
Can I speak?
Great assessment.
Can I talk, or Sabo, where you want to go?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to answer your question too. That's what, because I wanted to tie it all back, but
go ahead. Go ahead.
This thing has went left. But now you asked me, why do I support the system? And what was your question?
Let me just ask another question. You can take it over.
I mean,
So,
all right.
The gentleman that left, the elder man that left, like, he basically said there's a war on you people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at one point, you guys are able to, with conviction, able to analyze and see that there's a group of people, there's a system in place that's against you people, right? You guys all agree that there's an entity that's against you. And yet, the same time, you guys are also on that same system, trying to get that system to do something for you. You know, Malcolm said, the appetite of the wolf and the fox is the same. It's just one plays with its food and one don't play with its food. So I'm just trying to say, what is your problem? Like, you guys know there's a war against you. So what is it that you guys are doing as a collective to solve?
Can I just quickly respond to him? Can I just quickly respond to him?
I don't want you to respond. It's not for you.
I know it's not for me, but I need to respond to what you've just said.
But it's not for you.
You keep saying what you guys, it's us. It's us.
No.
If you were in that country, I don't know which country you're calling from. I don't know which country you're calling from. Those guys, when they see your child, they do not ask whether you're American or African or whatever. They see your skin and they will attack you. So you should stop that language of saying, you guys.
I'm not going to stop because
because you don't have your child here. We have our children here and they're constantly being attacked.
But have you noticed that there's a divide?
I am an African. My children will be attacked. They won't be attacked because they're not African Americans or British.
So
they are black people.
Put your
because there's
a divide, but white people don't care about this little tribal divide we have going on.
Safe environments.
What?
Oh, they do care.
Live in safe environments.
Like which one? One?
Hold on, relax. Okay, I know you're getting old and all that. Put your children in.
Don't be disrespectful.
Environments that's safe for your children. If you feel and think that environment is not good for your children,
which environment are you talking about?
Hold
now, I wish I could answer.
The black environment. The black environment.
He means move them to a white suburb.
No. What he's saying is this: he's just hating on the FBA delineation movement. This the thing, right, brother? White supremacy is global. That's what you claim. You know these things.
So that we used to be on the same side.
It's happening in Africa. Look at Congo. Look at South Africa. It's the same problem.
Right. That
if you don't understand them yourself, then go for therapy or something.
Put your children in safe environment. If it's not safe as a parent, do your children
let me know when y'all. Let me know.
She's talking about harm for white people. What do you think a safe environment is from white people?
No, that ain't what he asked, though. Y'all take the question so far.
That's the same thing. If white people are in danger, why do you have your children around them?
Listen, man.
They make up the majority of the country.
Okay, we live in a white country.
Okay, so do you live around wolves?
That's what
we live in a white country. You can't remove yourself from it.
Why not?
Oh, you don't live here, right?
Well, maybe he wants you to go back to Africa.
Even if I went back to Africa, it's the same problem.
Then you keep your mouth shut and you live there.
It's just
If it's the same everywhere,
level
you
was
shut
just
your
so
mouth and you
low, huh?
live.
Here's the thing, right? There is
That's
no
why
out.
Africa is the way it is, because of people like
Again,
you.
if the problem is global, you shut your mouth and you live where you live.
Don't shut your mouth and live where you live. That's the
Yeah,
African
it's a
ideology.
global problem. So
You
until the
never
problem is
shut your
solved,
mouth. You're supposed to cry out. If something
to
is
who? Who are you
uncomfortable,
crying
you
out
gotta
to?
let the world know it's uncomfortable. If
Okay,
something is
who are you
wrong,
crying
you
out
gotta
to,
let them know.
Vovo?
You don't tuck your tail and
Who are we
put your
crying
head
to?
down and just
Where
go along
do
with
you
you
live?
wrong.
Can I ask, where do you live? Where do you live?
I'm
I
in
live
Cleveland
in
Heights.
space.
Oh.
You live in
Probably,
space.
he's
You don't live in
probably
the
never
United
seen a
States.
white person.
Who are we crying to? It's a
He's
global
never
issue.
had
So
an
who are we crying to?
interaction with a white person. I
Okay, so
think
he
so.
should be quiet and listen to those who have. And he doesn't know what he's
Exactly.
talking about.
No.
Exactly.
If it's a global issue, who are we crying to? Who's
The
the savior?
globe.
Listen to what I'm saying. You don't fix the problem by trying to run away from it, because you can't run away from it unless you go out of space, like you said. This is global. Listen to what I'm saying. White
You guys
supremacy
understand
is
removing
global.
yourself from issues and problems? From
No,
danger?
this the thing, right?
You want
These
black
people,
people
oh,
to move out of Africa.
please,
You
man.
want black people to move out of South Africa. Is that
Retire
your
to
solution?
Africa. Retire to Africa. Can you let somebody else go, please, ma'am? With all due respect, can you let somebody else go?
Sorry?
Can you let somebody else speak for a second?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You're not going to outrun this. You posted the problem that we're having globally is that globally nobody's standing up and fighting. That's why everybody, when they have a struggle, they look for us. That's why everybody want to dump on us, because we got a history of fighting these people in the belly of the beast. These people are not almighty, but the problem is people think that they almighty. That's the problem. White supremacy is global. They're worshipped just because the color of their skin. They can do whatever they want. They
So
can
who are
blow
we
people
crying to,
up,
Vovo?
subjugate the whole Africa. They can subjugate the whole South America, subjugate the Middle East, and nobody don't got nothing to say about it. Everybody kiss their ass. That's the problem. Is the white supremacist ideology globally. And nobody is. If all of Africa stood up and say no, we ain't taking this shit no more. We're gonna suffer through it. We're not gonna take your money. We're not gonna deal with you. Come over here and kill us. Fight a war, whatever.
Burkina is doing that right now.
Who won't do that?
Burkina is doing that right now as we speak.
No, it's
Yo,
gonna take
let me say this, right? You guys remember a couple of years ago when there was this Liberian kid who got shot in the head. I think his name was Ralph Yora. He went to pick up his little sister or little brother, and he went to the wrong house. And this old white man shot him in the head. Fortunately, he lived. But I'm saying what the sister was saying. He was a black kid. Whatever fear that white man had, whether it was amongst African Americans that was coming into his home, or he had some fears about them. Once he saw that kid, he saw his visions, his face. He realized he was a black kid, and he thought he was a threat. At least that's the defense that he tried to use in court. And he shot that kid in the head. Luckily, he survived. So the point here is, being black in America, whether you're African or African Americans, your life is still a threat in certain places.
But
If
look
you're
at
lucky,
the family talking about they forgive him and all that type of shit. Both them John, I forgive him and all that type of shit. These people ain't fighting. That's the problem.
no, the white man went to jail. The legal system fought that battle for him. He's in jail right now. He's an older guy, but he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
What's the solution to the savage?
What should they have done? Should they have tried to kill the white man too, or shot him in the head too?
You don't got to go out there and unforgive him. You know, that type
I
of
mean, you know, they're Christian folks. That's what they're taught in church.
And there you have it. See, the white
That's what
Christian
it is.
enslaved the black Christian. Because first before their Christianity is white supremacy. That's what we've been trying to tell y'all, but y'all just don't get it. It's gonna take y'all 100 years before y'all be like,
Vovo, you don't know white supremacy.
Who don't know white supremacy?
If
I'm
you
a
know white
descendant of slaves
supremacy,
in
you would
America.
not be claiming
Who don't know
FBA.
white supremacy?
You would not be
What are you
claiming
talking about? I come
FBA.
from a community where the government
do not know
dropped
white
drugs in.
supremacy, Vovo.
I come from a red line community. I come from the community where you can go right down the street right now and see a freeway through a black
know you don't know
neighborhood.
what white supremacy is.
What, man?
Vovo, the rhetoric that you're putting out is just helping the school to prison pipeline. If you're talking about physical fighting, you're pretty much pushing that.
I'm talking about fighting back. I'm talking about fighting back.
Define that.
What do you mean? What do you
fight.
define it? We were slaves. We didn't just take it.
We
fought back. We was Jim Crow.
How?
We
So
didn't
how are you saying
take it.
that
We fought for
today?
civil
We're
rights.
past slavery.
We,
So
but
today, what does the
I'm
fight
telling you
look
a
like?
history of me and my
I don't
people
need the
fighting back.
history. I'm older than you are.
Well,
So
what
help me
that
with
mean? There's old
the
fool.
fight forward.
There's old fool. What do you mean? See, the system broke y'all because y'all saying if you
Vovo
fight,
don't
Okay,
have
well,
no
tell me how to
answers.
fight today.
prison.
I'm
You
asking you
want to go
how
to
to fight
prison.
today.
If you fight back, you going to prison. So
How?
that's
Emoja,
You can't
he
even
don't
tell
have
us
no
how.
answers for you. He doesn't have no
the
answers.
Black
Exactly.
Panthers. The Black Panthers,
So do
they
you mean
went to
through
prison.
policy?
They fought
Let's
back
use
and they
our
made it
words.
better
Are you
for
talking
us.
about
Y'all got a
policy,
weird ideology, man.
legislation?
We can't work with y'all. It ain't
Hey,
gonna be
Vovo, listen,
y'all
You
do
can't even
give me the
communicate
you
a
gave.
thought. I'm asking you to
I
speak.
can't.
Tell me how to fight.
I just
Teach
gave you
me.
a bunch of examples.
Are you
And
talking
anything I
policy,
say, you're going to keep moving the
legislation? What are you
goalpost.
talking about?
She's asking
You
for the
want to keep moving.
step-by-step process, Vovo. You're talking about Black Panther, your
Yeah.
slavery.
I'm telling you the
What is it
history of my
today,
people.
You don't need to. Don't try
2025?
to school
I'm
me on
What
telling
is
you
the
history.
our
step-by-step
ideology.
process for
Well,
We
you
made a
know.
mistake with
2025?
y'all. We made a mistake with y'all, man. We made a mistake with
You
y'all. Y'all
can't
get exactly
communicate
what
your
I'm saying.
thought.
Y'all
That's the
100% get what I'm
problem
saying.
here.
Vovo, they're asking
Help
for the
us.
solution. What is the solution?
The solution is to replace the system of white supremacy with a
How?
system of justice.
How? Because that's just words.
Right now, we're doing. What do you mean? It's just words. That's always been our ideology. We started as slaves, like I
Okay,
told
so
you.
what are the past 3
Are you
things
going to
you've
do it
done?
violent overthrow? Or are you going to do it through legislation? How are you going to do
And by any means necessary.
it?
We
Okay, there
fight
you go.
several fights.
There you
There you
go.
We're
go.
fighting
Ain't no
several
need.
fights at the same time.
Vovo's
Listen,
my
y'all just
man.
trolling. Y'all just trolling. Y'all
We
welcome.
trolling?
Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome. Just know that. Just stand behind us. Get behind us. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing to me. Y'all ain't gonna.
Vovo.
The system gonna get
Yeah,
us
I
if you
feel
fight
like
back.
I
The
feel like
system always gonna get you if you don't fight back. It depends on
it's a
what you
lot of
want to be.
legislation already
Depends
in
on what
place.
you want to do. I'm not saying let's go out there and hit them first. No, Vovo is non-violent, but I'm pro self-defense. When I go outside every day I go outside, I got a gun on me. I'm not no
You live in an
serial killer where
environment.
I'm looking for trouble and looking for. No, I got a gun on me
The environment is that dangerous,
in
Vovo?
case I counter a situation that I got to defend myself.
Why are you
What
in
state
a
are you
dangerous
in?
You
environment?
ever been in a situation where you needed that gun?
I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. What?
Okay.
You ever been in a situation where you needed a gun?
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about it. I got the video of it too, but I don't want to talk about it. Y'all laughing. Y'all welcome. Y'all weak. Y'all weak.
No, I'm just asking the question, brother. I'm not making fun of you.
Well, you would have had me hitting with my
Y'all ain't like
student
that,
rack
man.
if I listened
Y'all
to what you had to say.
docile.
So I mean,
Y'all docile. Y'all
Vovo,
gonna bow to
nobody's
them white folks.
docile,
Y'all come on here. That's why y'all hiding your face. See, Vovo can show his face, and I'm gonna take whatever comes
Nah,
with
my
it.
face is on the screen. I'm not hiding my
Whatever come
face.
with it, I'm willing to do whatever come with it. Whatever come with it, because I know that I'm speaking the truth. And I know y'all know too, but y'all just y'all
asked you a
jealous because
simple
y'all got a
question.
weaker
I
spirit.
mean, carrying a gun is a big deal on you every day, brother. That means you think your life is in danger every day you walk outside.
They got guns. I live in America, where we got a
Yeah,
Second Amendment.
guns 100% legal.
Such dangerous environments.
We got a Second Amendment. I'm practicing my Second Amendment right. I don't have an illegal gun.
Yeah,
I don't have a gun. I'm not outside looking for somebody to bump into or some shit like that. No, I carry. Listen, this is why you get your ass kicked because they got a bigger weapon than you.
well, no one
If
said
somebody
not
else,
to.
if
No one
now,
said
But
not
that's
to
what I'm saying.
carry a
When will you
gun.
be in a situation where you need to pull out a gun and have a standoff?
I'm
And
against
It's to
guns.
combat white supremacy.
I believe that human
That's
beings.
one of the combatants of white supremacy right there. To be
We
able to
might
hold a
have our
firearm.
own
That's
full
how you
gun
can
cases. Nobody
combat it.
said not carry a gun.
That's how you can combat it because they got them.
Yep.
If
As a citizen, you
listen,
can be armed.
Homo Ranch is against guns. Period. I believe that human beings are not smart enough or don't have the emotional intelligence to walk around with this big instrument weapon of death, with this big weapon of
don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do what?
You're on YouTube. You're gonna get his content demonetized. You can't be showing guns on the show.
No, it's not, bro. Stop being a weenie. You're a weenie, bro. You're a weenie.
All right, it's Dynas's show. If he wants you to show guns on his show, show guns.
Listen to what I'm saying. I believe that we don't have the mental that human beings don't got the mental capacity to be walking around with this big instrument of death where you can wipe out people and all kinds of shit. But I ain't no fool either. They're here. Weapons are here. Guns are here. It's laws on the book saying that we got the right to walk around with that. Now,
how do you know
if everybody's walking around with a slingshot, Bobo Rat's gonna have a slingshot. If everybody walking around with a sword, I'm gonna have a sword. men have always walked around on this planet with weapons. Y'all are Africans, right? Didn't y'all used to have spears?
Not everybody. The
Right?
hunters did.
Y'all didn't have spears. Y'all didn't have little knives.
Yeah, the warriors did. Not regular person in their
I know
hut.
you didn't. If the warriors did, I know you two didn't. Y'all was probably at the village with the women.
Yeah, you don't know me, Volvo. You don't know where I come from.
I'm
The
So let's leave
warriors,
it like
the
that.
warriors had, and why did the warriors have it? For hunting and for self-defense.
For war, they had it for war and for hunting too.
For hunting.
Yeah, but
And
in America, we got the free will to
it's a
just
tool to
be
cut stuff
armed
that y'all little
against tyranny.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends, right? If you think your life is in danger, no offense, but
Yeah,
I
we
never
can
had
be
to
armed
carry a
against
gun. I've never
tyranny.
been in a situation where I ever needed to use a gun.
But
But
that's
why?
one of
Why
the
said I didn't have
deterrents.
one?
That's
And
one of
knock
the
on wood.
deterrents
Hopefully, I
of
never
tyranny.
have to.
Lord willing,
That's
I'll
one of
never
the
be in a
deterrents of
situation where I
tyranny is
have
to
to
be
throw a
armed.
punch.
Your
But
own
Chuck,
armed militia.
Chuck, nobody said we didn't have one. Who said they didn't have a gun?
That's the whole
Well,
thing.
so why y'all talking against it? What are you saying? Like y'all changing
No one
y'all.
said.
You
I'm
said
not
y'all
in that,
said what is
y'all.
the point? Y'all said what's the point?
My question.
No, he
We
said he
started
walks around with a gun
elaborating
every
on
day.
what
I'm
was
saying,
the point. We started
why?
elaborating.
Why does he need to walk around with a gun every day?
And we
That's the
started
point I'm asking.
elaborating. And we
For
all
I mean, if you have it at home for home invasions, I understand it.
I gave you too much game. You can't process for self-defense, sir. That's why.
Let's not talk intellectual capacity here. Let's not. Don't do it. Don't.
Volvo,
All I ask you to
all
do
you
is
guys
to
should be in
define
an
the fight.
environment
But
that's at
we
peace.
can't go toe to toe here on
The
intellect.
fight is globally.
Save
The
yourself.
reason why, listen, y'all can't even see what's going on. The reason why Africa looked the way it looked is because of white supremacy. If the white man wanted to say, "Hey,
Sweetie, I'm American. I'm in America."
I'm not talking to you then. I'm not talking to you then. What I'm telling y'all is this is a Pan-Africanist space. He could easily say, these people, he know what's going on. They over there suffering. Let's show them something. Let's teach them and send them back. They're in charge of the planet. As the white man goes, the world goes, whether you like that or not. He could easily say, hey, let's build something for him. Let's help him build something. Let's put something together for him. He won't do that.
Because
and
it will take his
won't
power.
do it either. And the African won't do it either. The African want to be in America, want to be in Canada, want to be in Great Britain, Australia, want to be anywhere but Africa. Yeah, South America. He can say, man,
do you want to be in Africa?
Fuck no. Why? You don't want to be in Africa. Who wants to really be in Africa? It's a long line to get out of Africa. It ain't a long line to get in.
I'm gonna send you an invite. I'll send you an invite, though.
I'm cool. You can keep that.
What if I pay for
Just send me the money. Just send me the money. The money
you
you're gonna
got
spend on my ticket.
money. You got money.
Send me the money.
I'll buy the ticket, and then you come to Ghana. I'll show you around. I'll take you.
Send me the money. Send me the money. I like the money. I like the paper.
I know you got money. I'll take you out the plane ticket.
Listen. Send me the money. Don't even waste your money because you wasting your money right there. If you want to do Volvo a favor, send Volvo the money.
That's not a favor. Who said it's a favor?
Send me the money.
You got money. I'll take care of the tickets. You come. I'll take you around, show you.
Where am I going there? Let's say I did go. Let's say you show me around, show me a great time. What does that fix though? That's the goal. Like what do that do? That don't do nothing. You don't got to impress Volvo.
Can I answer that question? What it gives you is it gives you an addition to your identity. Because when I take you home, I'll make sure they perform it right for you, give you a name, bathe you, put your African spirit back inside you, everything. And when you go back, you're going to have enough power to fight white supremacy, guaranteed.
Now, that's in Ghana, right?
I'm from Ghana, yes.
Okay, now, do you do that with other Africans? Like, can they go to Ghana and get their African spirit put back inside them and all that? Do you do that with Caribbeans? Do you do that with... Would you say that to a Jamaican? Say, well,
yes,
I'm gonna take
I told you guys countless times. I have Jamaicans and Trinidadian in the family.
Nobody's looking for it. I got a dope spirit. I come from the greatest people to ever walk this planet.
No, the spirit is European.
I'm a descendant of the greatest people to ever walk this planet.
Huh?
And they weren't no goddamn Africans.
Who?
What do you mean who? Denmark
I'm just saying
VZ?
there's more power.
Harriet Tubman.
So you're already on a fight.
Yeah, what do you mean Malcolm X, Martin Luther King?
You ever seen a picture of Harriet Tubman?
Yeah, have you?
You don't think she was an African?
I got a picture of her in my house downstairs.
You don't think she looked like an African woman?
I don't know what I deal with. Yeah, they clean my look.
I'm asking a question, brother. You don't think Harriet Tubman looked like an African lady?
It's
look not like what that mean? So being African is about looks, right? Hold on, let me
Somebody from Morocco don't look like that.
Yeah, I guess you can see a white man, you think that's an African. So it's not about looks, I guess.
Oh.
I keep this man and Harriet Tubman.
Show us Harriet Tubman. Let's see how she looks.
Nah, it's too big. It's too big.
Oh, it's too big. Okay.
Yeah, no, I gotta snatch it off the wall. I gotta snatch that picture off the wall. That's in my house. That's next to my mom and dad.
Volvo, is it malaria you're scared of or what?
What? They is what? What do you
Is
say?
it malaria is the reason why you're afraid or what?
That's one of it. Hell yeah.
Hey, I don't blame you for being afraid of malaria, man. Malaria kills people, dog.
Malaria is
malaria.
make you shit all
Hell,
the ocean in your
ain't
system.
you? Shit.
Yeah, I'm afraid of malaria. What are you talking about,
Malaria
bro?
will help you clean
Yeah,
your
that's
system.
funny. That ain't funny. Hell yeah, I'm scared of malaria. SARS and all types of weird ass shit. Hell no. Shit.
Again, look,
I get
malaria
regular
is gonna help
diseases,
clean your
colds and
system.
shit like that. I
It
got
will set you right.
nigga disease, blood pressure. I got high blood pressure. That's what niggas get. I got nigga diseases.
I just like fucking with Volvo, man.
Well,
Chicken pox and shit like that.
No, chicken pox ain't. I ain't never
Chickenpox,
had it.
come on, man.
I got the vaccine. See, we got vaccines and all that type of shit. Ain't no none of that. We had to get vaccinated.
Chicken pox was taking niggas out. Like you know what I'm saying?
That was our grandmothers and them. Like niggas ain't got no chicken pox. Niggas don't get no chicken. I ain't heard niggas say you got chicken pox in years.
So
You must not have
Volvo,
went to school. You got to get vaccinated to go to school.
Volvo, you consider yourself FBA or what was your
100%.
FBA, my nigga.
Oh, let me get it. It's on
FBA, FBI, CIA, DEA. Fuck it. They want to put a title on it.
What's the difference between all these distinctions? What's the difference between all these distinctions?
Lineage.
What's the difference between an Ethiopian and a Nigerian? Distinction, like different. They're different
lineage.
People. You know.
What's the difference?
No, we don't know.
What's the difference between a Nigerian and a Jamaican?
Is that the same?
Lineage, yeah, lineage. What's the difference between a Chinese man and a Korean man?
But Chinese people have always been.
Yeah, what's the difference between two African families?
What do you mean? I don't. When you say
lineage.
That can mean
our FBA's.
Your neighbor, your neighbor has a different lineage than you, but they're both African American.
Yeah, no. We talking about lineage, the descendants of slaves. See.
Okay, there you go. So you're talking about a situational lineage. You're not talking about a genetic lineage that's different in the African.
It is genetic. That's why we all look similar and shit like that. We share similar phenotype and all that. No, we got different shades.
But the difference is you have admixture from white and other people.
A bad faith argument. You start losing and you start trolling. Okay, we got.
I'm not trolling, brother. I'm saying facts. When you talk about lineage, you're talking about the people that you descend from. People can be of the same ethnic group and have different lineage.
You're a pure African, right?
Yes, very much so. But I'm telling you, the difference in your lineage that you're touting is that you have some admixture of white blood and African blood. Is that what it is?
Okay. Your lineage
is not okay. That's what he is.
Whether you like it or not.
No, that's what I'm saying. So when you say, I'm telling you that lineage as a word can apply to people from the same group. So just saying that because you have a different lineage means you're from a different group, it doesn't always apply. All right. Even in my ethnic group, there are people from different lineages, but we're still from the same ethnic group.
What do lineage mean?
Lineage means that the line of descendants from a particular, patriarch of a family.
Okay, yeah. All right. So our lineage traces back to our blood lineage, our blood lineage trace back to the American South. Here is slavery.
And before slavery.
So that's what I'm saying. The key thing here is slavery. That's the only distinction that separates you from African slavery, right?
You know what I'm saying? I keep telling y'all the same thing. We deal with records. Y'all dealing with this story and no, that's cool. I got African lineage. I'm pretty sure, according to the story, I do. But I can't.
All right.
There
you go. Now you're talking.
We've been saying the same thing.
You're not a different kind of black man that came from Mars. You're a black man that came from Africa, and perhaps through your lineage, you have some admixture, so you look maybe different than a regular African on the continent.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the point I'm making. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I'm an American.
You see those Asians that was in America in the 1800s? Are they still Asians or they no longer attached to Asia.
In the 1800s.
Yeah. Excuse me.
They've been white. There's no them Asians can't trace their lineage back to them Asians that was the Asians that's in America today cannot trace their lineage back to the Asians that came here in the 1800s. None
So
of them.
what happened to
They've been
disappeared?
whitewashed. They mixed in. They got absorbed into the white community.
Okay.
So based
They
on
can't trace
that,
their lineage.
Vovo,
Not one of them can trace that. Maybe one,
I'm
but
just saying.
they ain't pure Asians no more.
But they are
So-
Asian.
So Vovo, my family can trace back to a plantation in Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay.
So how do you define us? Are we
What was your
FBA,
role
ADOS?
what was your role on the plantation? What was your role on the plantation?
What was their role?
Yeah.
Hell, they were
What
picking
was their
cotton while
status?
most people were. What you mean? Would you mean were they inside the house or outside the house? What'd you ask?
No, what I'm so they were slaves.
Correct.
All right. Well, then you're a descendant of slaves. Like,
So I ask you, are they FBA or ADOS?
Yeah.
They're both
Which one?
Are they FBA or are they what?
ADOS or both.
Well,
African American.
It's basically the same thing, but we got to make the language tight because we got these weirdos trying to crowbar into everything we do. But everybody understand what we saying. You asking a bad faith question.
I'm not.
You
I'm
ask
trying
yourself
to get
this.
clarity.
American descendants of slaves, they trace back to a plantation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here in America, right?
Correct. So
Well,
is that FBA also
or
just ADOS?
Now, by definition, FBA, you got to be able to trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, and it has to say black or Negro. Those were there was no immigrants coming over here 5 years after slavery. Those were black descendants of slavery, descendants of slaves. So yeah, you would be.
So if your lineage go back 5 years before the end of slavery, you're in an FBA, right? So if they brought more Africans over 5 years before slavery end, those people are FBAs too.
Say it again.
If they brought more Africans over into slavery 5 years before the Emancipation Proclamation, those people will be considered FBAs.
If they brought Africans to this country 5 years before slavery ended,
yeah.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Okay.
They would
All
be
right.
on the 18th. You could have came from Jamaica. If you classified as black, you could have been born in Jamaica. If you're on that census, and it says the census is going to say where you was born. Hopefully, if you're lucky enough. So you could have came out of Jamaica. If you on that census and it said black or Negro, and your birthplace just happened to be in Jamaica, and you was enslaved here, you would be FBA.
But then that takes away the descendant of slavery part, because that person wasn't a descendant of slavery because he was only in bondage for 5 years, right? He didn't descend from slaves.
Why wouldn't he? What are you
Because he was already alive during slavery. He was enslaved for 5 years. He didn't descend. You know what it means to descend? It means to be born from. To be born from.
That guy was an actual slave, so he was the slave. We're the descendants of the
So
slave.
are the people who were enslaved FBAs?
Vovo is talking about right now.
Yeah, they were foundational Black Americans. Yeah.
Let me just say this. All right. So I'll just say this. First of all, to address Vovo, it's not fair to. I think it's not fair to the Asian community to say that they're all like whitewashed and all mixed in with like the white people and stuff. Because I'm from California. I grew up around Chinese Americans and Korean Americans and stuff like that. And brother, no, hold on, let me finish, brother. And the thing is, a lot of those Chinese families in California, a lot of them can trace their lineage back to those early, railroad workers and stuff like that. And there's a lot of, that's documented. Now to move on from that, but I didn't want to make it all about that. I just want to put that out there. And there's one more thing, but brother, let me finish my point, brother. And there's another thing. As far as like the back to the original, I know they're talking about birthright citizenship, but I believe a little bit earlier they was talking about the Metcalf brothers incident with Carmelo Anthony, and from the information and I'm not saying this is factual, but from information that I have been able to find from others, the Metcalf brothers had a reputation in that town of Frisco. They had a name for them. They used to call them the Terror Twins. And the reason that they would call them that is because they would go around and they would bully and terrorize other kids, and they had a long history of that, leading up to this incident. And then there was another incident that came out that I thought shed a lot of light when they were in 8th grade. When the Metcalf brothers was in the 8th grade, they was on the basketball team at the junior high school, and they said that they had a game one time where they almost started a riot because I guess the players that they was going up against, it was like a lot of black and Dominican players, and the Metcalf brothers, they was on a team. I guess most of their team was maybe it was white boys, but anyways, when they was playing this team of these black and Hispanic players, it was documented that every time the Metcalf brothers would score, they would celebrate by saying like, "Yeah, boy!" Like they did it in a very disrespectful. They would get in these black players' faces and they'd be like, "Yeah, boy!" "Yeah, boy!" Like, "What you gonna do?" Yeah, emphasizing the word "boy." So they was basically calling these black players, boy and stuff, every time they would score, and it got to a point where one of the Dominican players, one of the black players, actually body slammed one of the Metcalf brothers during the game because of their antics doing that. So that's just some information that I've been able to gather. I don't know if this is going to come out during the trial or not, and I'm not
Yeah,
saying it's
if they
factual
don't
either.
suppress it, that should help the young man's
If
case.
that happened at a basketball game today, that's on camera somewhere. Something happened.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, and because what happened is they was running around doing that,
Brother,
and they had like this reputation for doing stuff like that, and everyone wondered why was the Metcalf brothers' dad, why was he trying to be so conciliatory in his first statements?
I'm gonna
And
tell
it's
you what.
because here's the thing, I believe this. He knows his sons. He knows that his
That's what I'm
sons are
about to
like that,
say. I'm
and they
about to
going around. He knows they got a
say.
history of going around picking fights, and
You feel me?
that they was all up in the basketball game, calling the black players boy and shit, to the point where one of them got body slammed, and they almost started a riot. Like, you know what I mean? They have a history of fucking with people, especially fucking with with other young black men and getting in their face and trying to,
My prayers are
intimidate
with
them.
Camelo, man. I hope he gets off on
Yeah.
that case.
And so my thing is that when you talk about this case, I really do believe, like, we still don't know the fullest extent to the exchange between Carmelo Anthony and Metcalf during the incident. But I think all of that is going to come out, So I just wanted to get that out there. But that's it.
And
Yeah.
Volvo,
I think
people polarizing this case, but I feel like we should just leave it to the judicial system. Let it play out. Young boy already got bond, and they raised damn near $250,000 for him. So I feel like just let the justice system play it out.
No, brother. They already declared this to be a racial. This is their idea. I keep saying the same thing. Matt Walsh was the first one. He brought this case to the public lexicon, or the public. Matt Walsh, a white supremacist, brought this to the public lexicon and said black people attacking white people. Look at this case in Florida. Nobody's talking about it. Then everybody started looking because the white supremacists said, oh yeah, they are attacking us. Yeah, see, this is what this case is about. They didn't know that this kid was who he was. So now, and they didn't know that the white kid was who he was. They didn't know that, like the brother said, the white kids got a reputation for doing that type of shit. They didn't know that the white kid come from a single parent home and they some bullies.
Yeah,
They
they trying to create. They just, like you saying, the white supremacists are trying to create a martyr, just like BLM tried to create a martyr with the whole George
But it
Floyd.
backfired on them because they didn't do no research.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how they do with black people when they're in court. They try to demonize them. But I'm saying I doubt that these white folks and these lawyers will allow for the defense to, try to demonize these white boys as bullies. If they don't suppress evidence, then I think that will play well for the young man.
Brother, all that's got to come out. We got to know why he did that. We got to know why he did that. If he was being bullied and he was being the hands put on him, all that's got to come out. Here's the thing: you said let's let it play out. No, we better be watching this with a motherfucking microscope, like they watching it.
Yeah, but that's the judge's discretion of Vovo and what kind of evidence he will admit into his court. So that's why if you have a good lawyer, you can fight to bring those evidence into
Well,
into
I'm saying, we
court.
still better be watching it and say he suppressed that, he suppressed this, he suppressed that. Bro, man, y'all you got to fight these people in the court too. Like, I come from Johnny Cochran lineage. Johnny Cochran went in there. They tried to railroad a black man. Johnny Cochran went in there and made sure that OJ had a fair trial and got acquitted. They was trying to make OJ out to be a fucking Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers character. Like he can kill two people.
Yeah, OJ is different than most black people, right? He had a lot of money. He had celebrity status. He had friends who were top lawyers who really wanted to help him. And most people argue he got up on a technicality. So good for OJ, but he definitely had a lot of advantages.
Railroaded is what I'm saying, bro. He was getting railroaded, and they made sure they was unreasonable. It's unreasonable to think that an old, washed-up football player could kill two people with one knife. While I'm stabbing you, what you gonna be doing? If somebody's stabbing him right there, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, help! He's stabbing us." I'm not gonna wait there till you get done with him, and then you come stab me. Blood is slippery,
bro. You're the
like
same
it was completely unreasonable. But go ahead.
These are the same people you're waiting to pass a law to push people out, right?
What do you suggest?
I'm just
saying.
Do you suggest? You see, that's how complicated.
What do you suggest?
Bobo, hold on. I'm just telling you. See, when you talk about white supremacy, very cunning. They will play you against your people. They will play you against yourself. They will always play you. You will never win with them or without them. The best thing I keep trying to say is you and your people need to understand each other and what you guys are trying to do together as a whole. Until that time, you guys are always going to be used the way they want to use you.
Thank you for that. No, you're going to be used. We just seen the African. They just use the African. They just use the African. You and your people are going to be used. That's why let's take a look at the situation.
Yeah,
we started as their slaves. Look where we at now. Y'all started as not their slaves. Look where you at now. You're in the same position you've been in for hundreds of years. So don't try to tell us nothing about fighting these people.
In the Congo?
What?
How many millions of people died in the Congo? You know why they were dying?
Why?
You don't know about that, Vovo? Leopold?
Leopold, yeah. I didn't know which incident he was talking about. There's millions of people dying now. Civil War. I didn't know there's so much of it. There's so much of it. What do you mean? I don't know about Leopold cutting off hands. You talking to Vovo here? I study, bro.
I said how many people died? How many millions died?
I don't know how many millions.
I think it's like 10 million, right? Between 10 to 20.
The reason why I bring that up is you're saying you were in bondage and we were not. And again, the same struggle was going on with you and your people. Africa was going on through it. The Caribbean was going through it.
What's the difference? They only used a couple thousand to subjugate you on your land. They had to drag us kidnap us, drag us to another land, put laws in place, all types of shit to where you can't fight back. And that's what a lot of these black men came here today. Don't fight back because the laws come home to me and all that. They put laws in place. That was the same ideology that the slave had on the plantation. You gonna run off their plantation? That white man gonna get you. He gonna get you, and he gonna take you back, and you don't know how to.
Was that the reason
you're mocking the likes of Nat Turner right now when you do that, Vovo. There are people who fought back.
Nat Turner was fighting for freedom.
Yeah, there are other people who fought back. You just never heard about them because more than likely they were probably killed.
With the guys no. Nat Turner said, "Let's cut some heads. Let's fight back." So you don't know nothing about no Nat Turner, bro. You talk about your people.
No, I'm saying you're saying that the slaves never fought back and they were complacent in their own slavery. I'm telling you there were people who fought back.
y'all was talking about beacon places because you ain't gonna make it home. You ain't gonna make it home. You feeding the
Now Turner was fighting for the rights.
prison, the school to prison pipeline. Don't fight back. You don't know how to do that white man walk. You gonna run off the plantation.
Volvo, was that the reason why
That's
slavery
not
took
being
over?
docile. That's actually being
Volvo,
smart.
was that the
Vo-
reason
Yeah,
why?
all right.
Actually being
Was
smart.
that the reason why they couldn't leave slavery?
Why not?
Yo, brother, let's not beat this slavery conversation. It's nothing to make fun of. It's nothing to try to
No.
make somebody.
He's gonna.
Vovo,
It's a terrible thing that happened,
Vovo,
and we should leave it like that.
Vovo, Vovo. You were in the middle of explaining the FBA. You didn't get to explain how then you become ADOS.
But how did you listen? Do you know what ADOS mean?
That's what I'm asking.
Do you? I'm asking
Because
you.
remember that. No,
I
that's what I'm
think she
asking.
wants to know if they're separate groups or are they one
Yeah,
within the
they're
same.
separate groups.
Do
So
you know the
you
acronym?
explain the FBA, and
Do you
then
know
the
the
next
acronym?
one.
It ain't no different lineage. It's just we just feel as though that's a bad way to word our lineage. That's what it is. But
So it's referring to the same people but different nomenclatures.
No, we just feel like we're trying to figure out the best way to word it. So because we got
like Bloods
weirdos.
and Crips.
That's what it means, Volvo. Different nomenclature. Same people but different nomenclatures.
Nomenclatrix. I never heard that word.
Yeah.
That's why I try to reiterate it.
You
It
just
means the way the name in which you
spell
refer
it.
to
Can you
something or
spell
someone
that?
by.
Can you spell that? I like to learn. How do you say that? Nomenclatrix.
I think it's
nomenclature.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let her spell it. Spell it from the beginning.
Nomenclature.
You got an iPhone, right? Say in your iPhone microphone, and it will give you the definition.
Android.
Oh, use your Google microphone.
Say it just so I know what I'm talking about.
Nomenclature.
Say spell it, fool. Or
And this is not a spelling bee, brother. Say it in your phone, and it'll spell it out for you and define it for you.
You're trying to sound smart, man.
Nah, I'm not a spelling bee champion. I don't know how to spell it. You're right. So you want to do it? You want to learn something new? Do it. Learn it. It's a nice word to use.
Spell it, bro. You just all right, bro. You can't spell. We get it. You don't got to cover for it or nothing. You use the word. Spell.
Okay.
You know when the time comes for them to give the money out in reparation and they check your DNA and say you part European, they won't give you money, what are you gonna do?
Why would I have to check my DNA?
Because they have your shit on file. They have
no, they don't.
How they got it on file? Right now.
Okay, let's say they do got it on file. What they got to do with anything?
You did your lineage, right? You can trace back.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm never going to swab my mouth and then send it to somebody and they send me a piece of paper back and tell me who I am.
You can go through the paper route and you can find out all the white people that's connected to you.
Already did it.
You don't have to do it.
And ain't no white people in there. Ain't no white people in my lineage. Not one of them.
Lie.
Well,
that's most likely untrue, Bovo. That's most likely untrue.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm telling you that I got documents.
You got a DNA test?
We ain't talking about a DNA test. We talking about the
So how can you say there's no white blood in your lineage where you don't have a DNA test?
What I know.
Dinus is darker than you, and he has a DNA test that said he has some white blood in him.
What that mean? I'm talking about documents. I'm talking about the people. I got documents on the people.
Yeah, you probably don't have documentation of all your ancestors, so you can't say that there's no lineage.
All of them. You don't got the. I bet you I got more than you. You probably only know who your mama and daddy is. Your grandmother
bragging.
You don't have to go there, but I'm just telling you that the chances of you having white blood in your lineage is very high.
My grandmother held me. Did yours?
You're bragging about white documents over science.
We ain't talking about because I live in America, and in the American system, if you're going to participate in the American system, you have to be documented. We talking about records of these people's lives.
No, you don't.
Bobo, were you the one who was showing pictures of your ancestors and say that they don't look African?
The reason why the MAGA movement got successful, they wanted to go after undocumented people. That's a fact.
You're telling us that we don't have documents. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I didn't say you didn't have documents. That wasn't my argument.
Well, then what are you saying? Well, then what are you saying?
You said if you're going to be here, you have to be documented.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying that's wrong.
Yeah, the undocumented are getting shipped out. I said if you're going to participate in the American system.
So you do agree that your premise
if you're
is
going
wrong,
to participate in the American system.
I don't want to argue about nomenclature. right?
No, I'm
I can
saying,
tell you what
listen
that
to what I'm
means later.
saying.
Let's just
Listen
Well,
move
to
you
what I'm
got
on.
you got to spell it to use it though. Well, you got to spell it to use
he's
it.
a
It's in
troll.
it's in the
He's a
chat.
Latino
I already
troll
spelled it
cosplaying
for
as
him.
Black American.
It's in the chat.
He's a Latino. He's a Latino. Here's
I
the
was
thing,
pretty good
right?
at spelling.
And in order to participate in the American system,
Barbados. Barbados is not a
what's
Latino.
participating in the American system? You
Barbados
have to
is
have
not
a
a
driver's
Latino
license. That's a
country.
document. You have the school
Why would
records.
you
Barbados is a
slander
Caribbean
me?
country that's
What we
mostly a
talked
black
about
nation, Bobo.
earlier and getting
Thank
the
you.
shot. You gotta
Why would
have
you
you gotta
slander
have
me?
school records, medical
Hey, can I
records,
troll him for a
death
little bit?
records,
It's not
driver's
trolling. It's only
license,
gonna
all things.
disintegrate into something.
I'm gonna
No,
chill.
because he's drunk, bro.
Vovo
And
got
y'all
like Irish in it. Hey, Vovo, is it Irish or Spaniard?
yeah, he's drunk and trolling. The guy's drunk every
But
day.
yeah,
What a
ADOS,
miserable
they're
guy.
actually involved in the
What
political
a miserable guy. He
conversation.
just sit around drunk all day being an
FBA
internet troll. Huh?
is this. I want to make it
All right,
clear
y'all
for the
starting to get
crowd.
boring. Huh?
Like
What?
ADOS was actively involved in HR 40. FBA is this. Volvo represents FBA, right?
Right. 100%.
But HR 40 represents ADOS. So yes,
Right. That's
there
why
are
we got to
two
try to track because
completely different
this a
movements.
dark skinned
I just
Say
wanted to
that
Latino.
clarify
again.
that.
Say that again.
I just wanted to
Dark skinned
clarify
Latino.
that, sis.
Wall
Gotcha.
Street.
She wants you to
Can
say
you
that
say that
again. Go
again?
ahead, say it again,
Yeah,
Will.
yes, ma'am, Queen. What I was saying was ADOS represents actual political action. HR 40 is a representation of the ADOS movement. Volvo and the Aboriginals who
No,
believe
Wait.
in
it's
the
not.
Indians
Specify
now,
the HR 40.
No, it's
they
That's a
not.
are
bill for
No, it's not.
reparations, right?
representative.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You
HR
see what I'm
40 is a
saying?
reparation bill that was
Hold
suggested,
on, did
right?
sis hear me?
In the 80s.
I
In the
can't hear you.
in the 80s.
Everybody's talking at the same time.
No, let me tell you this, sis. He don't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna give you.
No, no, he was getting to a point. I just wanted to know what the HR 40 meant. I just wanted him to elaborate.
ADOS is an offshoot. They stole it from
So
North
HR
Shelton.
40 is the first actual
North Shelton.
documented in
He went and
our
called.
lifetime.
I know why
If you
you're
go
doing that.
back to 40 Acres
It's
and the
not working
Mule,
on it.
right, there were other reparation conversations that were had in the past. But HR
Will, are you
40,
ADOS?
Hold
HR
on, Vovo. Give him
40,
a chance to speak, please, bro. We want to hear him.
HR 40 is the first, at least, study of the possibility of offering blacks, American descendants of slaves,
That's
some
not
form of
true.
reparations. ADOS
That's not true. That's
was
not true.
ADOS was a
Special field
very,
order.
very.
Vovo,
Can I
have
just
some
land?
decorum, brother, please.
All right.
He's
What I,
lying, bro.
all right. I'll land here. I'll just say Yvette Cornell and ADOS are recognized by the Democrats that pushed to get that bill passed. And I'll land it.
And that bill failed. That's not the first study.
FBA is this. Good.
FBA is an offshoot. I say this all the time. Nobody on there paid no attention. North Shelton was the first guy. He used to say DOAS, descendants of American slaves. That's where that come from. That's where that come from. That's where they got it from. Descendants of American slave North Shelton. I'll put it in the back.
But Vovo, you agree that ADOS
And
is
are you
more
claiming that
organized,
Norris Shelton is
and they,
any way
they're doing
affiliated with
things more on a
FBA?
political scene. Tariq
Listen to
said
what
there's no leader for
Are
FBA.
you
There's no
claiming
structure.
that
It ain't
Norris
no leader.
Shelton
How you gonna
in
lead a
any
lineage?
way?
So that's what I'm
The
saying. So you guys are a
Right.
scatterbunch without leadership, whereas ADOS has leadership with Yvette Cornell and her group.
They have no leadership either. It's just
They
why.
do. They engage congressional groups to try to
Well,
get
if
something
that's
passed on
what
reparation. Tariq is not doing that. He has no leadership structure.
I don't have a problem with you calling yourself ADO. Because I know what y'all doing. I know what Will's doing.
It's not just a name. It's an organization that has structure and leadership.
You can.
So what's FBA's approach to reparations? Are they preparing a bill or something as well?
Well, this the thing, right? Y'all keep trying to make it seem like we proposing bill. This is just the name of a lineage. That's what we're saying. I don't know why that's going over y'all head. This is just a delineation name. It's a name to name our lineage.
Okay,
At
so
the
what are
end
you
of the
guys
day,
pushing for?
if
Like,
you
do
would
you
let
have
me finish, you gonna get it. I guarantee you gonna get it. I guarantee it. It'll make it undeniable. I know y'all gonna troll it, but you're gonna get it in your heart. Reparations is already.
Go ahead, Bo. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead.
It's already in writing. Whatever you call yourself, the reparations are for freedmen. For freedmen.
Oh, man.
For the descendants of freedmen. For the freedmen.
That's already in writing. So you call yourself a zebra. It don't matter, because if you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, it ain't gonna happen for you anyway. So we'll be just going in circles.
So what is FBA pushing for? Is there anything you have, like your top
Delineation.
3?
Delineation.
But do you have any
And
kind
what's the
of?
ultimate goal after you
Wait a minute.
delineate?
Wait. I'm asking, are
Reparations
there any
and
tangibles
what do
that
you
you're
mean after we
asking for?
delineate? To thrive on our land. We want justice. I don't know. Y'all, that's too big for y'all. Y'all don't think like that.
So do we know what criteria will be used for reparations?
Yes, it's already yes. But yeah, you're the first one to ask that. Yes.
What is it?
A freedman. We keep saying the same thing. This the criteria.
Define those words for us, Bobo. We're too dumb to understand them. Define them for us.
This is the 100% criteria. You have to be able to trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, and they say black or Negro. You can't get no clearer than that. You can't really fake it. It's a clever motherfucker that's gonna try to fake it, but you can't really fake it. You can't really change it.
But what about people who don't have records, but their ancestors were enslaved, so they're just out of luck?
There's no way. There's no you might not.
You think every descendant of slavery have record of their ancestor being enslaved in this country, Bobo?
Today in 2025, you would have to have records.
Bobo, there are people born in 2000 who can't find their birth certificate and can't find some of their documents. So you're talking about people who were living hundreds of years ago have to have impeccable records of the history of their enslaved ancestors.
Sanders told Will, in order to participate in the American system, you have to be documented. You can't drive a car without a license. That's a document. You can't. When you're born, we're not born, and we're born in hospitals. There's a birth certificate.
What are
when
the
you die,
tangibles
we don't just throw the body in the backyard. You get a death record. That's a document. This shit is really simple. Y'all making it
So
easy.
again, none of this is
What
a
are the
part of the
tangibles that you get for
conversation
being
in the political
FBA?
arena
Are
that
you
ADOS has
getting
put forward.
lands, or
None of
what
that.
is the tangibles?
But
I
given
just wanted to say that Nkrumah is before ADOS, so it's been a reparation movement before ADOS, and they're currently working with the African Union.
HR 40 was for all that. They actually signed it. They actually started giving it away, and then after Lincoln died, they start taking it back. It's been there. What do you mean? Like it's been. We never had
that. Couldn't be more false. That
Huh?
couldn't be more false. And anyone that has Google, I challenge you to just look it up. HR 40. It'll tell you when the bill was established. It'll
Go
tell
to
you
an
who
AAB.
signed it.
Hey, Alcoholic
We got
Anonymous.
Google. We don't have to be goofy.
Give yourself to your higher power. Get the fuck out of here.
So, given the war,
I just wanted
like
to
you
say,
keep saying,
Nkrumah was for ADOS, and they're currently working with CARICOM and the African Union for reparations for all Africans and African descent.
Well, that's some
So with that
shit.
one, they're going to the Hague.
Vobo don't want that.
They're trying to do
No,
that
I do
as an
want that.
international
If
conversation.
Africans give reparations,
not domestic to
I'm gonna
America.
say more
I
power
just
to
want to
you.
make that clear.
I'm gonna say that's dope. I'm gonna say, hey, let's take an idea from them. I ain't gonna hate on it. Fuck, I'm gonna hate on that for. I'm not a lame African, bro. I'm not lame like y'all. Y'all hating on it. I don't hate when I see a man shining. If you do something good, I'm not a hater. I don't got a hater spirit.
Yeah,
like what do you mean that? Oh, don't want that? Go for it. If you can pull it off, go for it. But
then.
But to the other point that the brother brought up about they're going to the Hague.
The African Union
on behalf of all Africans who were part of the transatlantic slave trade. Like they're trying to do it as a group effort, going to the Hague to push that movement. That's very different from who was primarily involved in HR 40 and what happened there. So.
But why you guys letting the British off? It was the
Yeah,
British that was
yeah,
first enslaving in America. You guys are letting the British off.
Because we're slaves and we're stupid.
Nkrumah,
Let's move on.
and they're working with the African Union.
Right. That's the movement I was talking about.
Now the British show us reparations too.
Yeah, but
right. That's what they're trying to address through CARICOM. They're trying to go.
This has already been promised. We're
through
going to make them
international
honor their
courts.
promise. If it takes another 150 years,
they taking.
I just want to say that's separate
It's already
from the
promised.
reparations.
Here's the thing: y'all not even seeing the play. Even the title of the space gets us closer. even the title of the space, when we say that birthright citizenship is for is it for FBA or ADOS? That's a delineation right there, and that's on the president's lips. The presidents of the president of the United States. That's on his lips. So
But then
as much
he's
as much as
talking
I
recognized
about
hate to agree with him, yes, those are two different arguments. One is domestic in the U.S., the other is international. As much as
Well, we
I
got to
hate
identify
to agree
who's
with him.
who. Right, we got it right because we got to identify who was who. If you say that reparations are for all Africans, you know what type of bag that open up? Because
Well, the
everybody is
ASOS
So the
African,
would,
right?
I
argument
mean, the
that
rules and
there
reparations
is
in
a
regulations
bag
make
to
America
be
people
open.
would
Nah,
refugees.
include
reparations shouldn't be for
anyone
Africans.
who
I think when
participated in
Africans are
slave
talking about
trade in any
reparations,
way.
they're talking about reparations from the colonial, from the colonial rules of the Europeans. That's what they're
How
talking
can you
about.
identify?
So,
That's
Would
two
you
Vovo,
say
I have
separate
a
that's bad?
question
arguments.
for you. So what about blacks who were born to parents on a military base abroad?
Come on, stop asking crazy stuff. That's
This
if
is a
you
real
want to.
question.
I
Just
mean,
a
that ain't real.
real
That ain't
question.
with
Are
asking me,
they?
man.
Do
Come on now,
they?
come on, sis. Come on,
Look,
sis.
I'm
as
If
asking
you're on a
you.
military
soldiers, now
base,
that was
that's
a
U.S.
fair
soil.
question.
That's
It's a
As
U.S.
fair
soil.
question
soldiers, they
because
would
That's
still be
U.S. soil.
classified as U.S. citizens, so they would be
I know
covered.
that part, but are
Right.
they entitled to reparations?
That's U.S. soil.
You're
And
saying
they're
if they
U.S.
were,
citizens
hold on,
on
you're saying if
assignment.
they were
They're U.S.
black,
citizens on
you're
assignment.
saying if they were black and
You
they went
answer her question,
abroad
Volvo. You don't got to be
to
too
fight
aggressive
for
Right,
about it.
America.
because
Like, why ask
listen,
crazy? Not
I'm
because
trying
even
to
wait a
understand the
minute.
sisters'
I
that's
think
a
So
Volvo
position.
supports
Shut
I
up.
can
reparations for
explain
Puerto
it.
Ricans,
So you
right?
said that you got to have the documentation and all of that. Well, that particular person would present their passport and it would give the name of the country they were born in.
Nah,
and it
not
would
for
be
children
America.
of
It
soldiers.
does. Don't
Those
challenge me on
children
that.
It would
would
be
still be
America. If you're
U.S.
born on
citizens.
a military base, that's U.S. soil. If you're born in the
It will
embassy,
give
that's
the
U.S.
name of the
soil.
country that
Even
you
if
were
you're
born
born
in.
on in another country that's not U.S. soil, once your parents are American citizen, you're still a U.S. citizen. So it doesn't
And
matter if you're born on
that's
U.S.
not my
soil or not.
question. My question was, are they entitled to reparations as
Yes,
well?
yes,
Okay.
that's the
And
Because
Puerto
their
Ricans.
documentation doesn't match, like you said,
So, sis,
born here, blah blah blah, lineage, all of
going
that.
off of
I
Puerto
do believe
Ricans.
for fun. Yeah,
going
this,
off of what's currently in the
bag. He's
political
punching bag.
conversation, it would be based on having a connection to chattel slavery in America. If you
Ain't
had
no
a
connection.
connection
There ain't no
as a
connection.
slave
That's why, Will.
to
I know what you're
chattel
doing, Will.
slavery,
I know what you're doing.
What are
Will,
you doing?
is you ADOS, Will?
Are you?
Well,
Answer
I'm
the
here.
Will,
question.
are you ADOS, Will?
I'm ABA.
What?
I'm the anti-black. I'm the Anti-Brokenness Association. Right. I'm the founding member.
He's
I'm
a
the founding member.
Latino.
That's my
He's
That's a
movement.
Latino.
nomenclature
You
for
know
you,
where I'm
That's
Volvo.
going.
That's
my
another
You
movement
know
for
where
my
nomenclature.
I'm going.
people.
You know where I'm
ABA.
going. That's a Latino, y'all. He's from New
Yeah.
York. That's a dark
But
skinned
so
Latino.
No,
Volvo, do
he's
you
a white boy. Don't
because you're
say
You hear
saying
this
Latino.
Latino?
goofball?
Puerto Rico is an
You
Can
hear
American
I
this goofball?
territory, and
can
so
Everyone
I
is
can
ask
the
a
go
U.S.
question?
territory.
online
Black
right
people's
now
territory. So
and
what?
Google Michael
Guam is
C.
a
Riley
territory.
Middle School. That's my
Guam is
lineage.
a U.S. territory.
My
What you
people
mean?
have done
I'm
far
sorry, Volvo.
more
I couldn't hear your
for
answer. My
black
bad.
people than your family ever has. So
I
everyone
mean,
pull out your phones,
let's not do that.
Google Michael C. Riley Middle School. That's
Living la
my
vida
family.
loca.
That's
Wait,
my lineage.
Volvo. So how do you feel
Living
about
la
Puerto
vida
So
Ricans,
yeah, I
loca.
could tie mine
Can
back.
I
I can
Virgin
tie mine
Islands?
all the way back to a bill of sale.
Yeah, living la
Right,
vida loca.
man,
right.
let's not go down that rabbit hole,
Can I
man.
Goofball,
can I
goofball.
ask a question? Can I ask a
I'm more
question?
FBA than he is.
Go ahead.
I
Ta-
thought it was BABA.
Talking talking about records,
Huh?
talking about records going as far back as what did you say, 18 something?
1870.
Understand, sis,
Yes.
that's not in the political conversation at all.
Yes, it is.
Now,
Yes, 100% is. There's a reparations bill on the floor in California.
That was
Again,
now,
What
sis,
voted
con-
against.
that wording is? Literally,
The
what that
Black
wording
Caucus
is?
1870
voted
is
against
not
it.
Yeah, the
in the
Black
They
Caucus,
political
voted
the
against
Black
it.
We
They
talked
Caucus
got on
about
the
voted
floor and
for it.
they
delineating
voted
from
against a lot of
African,
stuff.
and we're not holding African
Remember
Americans
when
accountable.
legal and
That's my
it
problem.
kept getting on the floor, it kept getting on the floor, and now it's legal in most states. This shit
But
ain't
now,
overnight yet.
but
Volvo,
brother
Black
Volvo,
Caucus
Volvo,
can
shut
you
down
give
we're
in
us?
now,
trying to
California.
delineate from Africa.
Can you give us some
Black
details on the
caucus voted.
California reparation bill so we can know what's in it and what black folks will get if it does pass?
Well, this my
Well,
Now, talking
The
about
answer is
records.
nothing. Nothing was established in HR 40 on those numbers.
HR 40 is dead.
Proposals,
HR 40 is a doormat.
proposals were
when they
created.
passed that HR
But if
40
when you done yelling,
when they
I'll
passed
answer
that
with
folder
facts.
on the floor,
I still
when
haven't
they
asked
passed
my
that HR 40
question.
When
Oh,
he's
sorry, let
done
her ask her
yelling,
question.
sis,
they
I'll
throw it
answer
on
your
the ground
question with
and
facts.
everybody
Sorry,
wipe
let
their
her
feet on
ask
it.
her question.
That's trash.
Okay. So talking about records, how far back ever we want to go, and all our discussion is about us and them, and what they do to us, and what they try to do to us, and what they did to us, which is why we're asking for reparations. And I feel reparations are in different categories, so different groups of people will be asking for different things because different groups of people experience different damage. So the level of reparations will be different to each category. So anyway, talking about records, knowing that we are at war with the same people who are supposed to settle this thing,
Right.
does it not concern you that these records will be tampered
Absolutely.
with or they could disappear?
That's why I'm not dealing with this goofy
In
argument
the
stuff.
UK, I'll give you an example. In the UK, if you've heard about Windrush, this is what it's about. The people came from the Caribbean, brought in from the Caribbean, just like people were brought into America. So they were not brought in as slaves, but they were brought in to work, which is something similar. But anyway, so they come into the UK in whatever year they came. I can't remember which one. They all were brought in by all these ships. So they have been there since. Some of them have never been back. Some of them have been, like we're saying, second, third, fifth, 10 generations and generations and generations. Some people don't know where they came from and everything like that. So somebody comes into government, like Trump comes in today, and that was Theresa May. That was the prime minister at the time. So during Theresa May, somebody decides these people are not documented.
Right. Now I understand you.
So now it
one of
was, are they or are they not? So people are trying to recall what happened at the time. And are there records? Where are there records? So they
So
did
what year?
So
What
they
year
did.
did the Windrush people started to migrate to the UK, sis?
I can't remember the exact year, but what
Was it the
then
70s
happened
or the
was,
80s?
were they documented or were they not? My argument would be they were documented. You don't put people on a ship without recording them. So they arrive
so here's the thing, sis.
in UK. Hello. Can I just finish? Can I just finish?
I mean, you
So there's an issue now as to whether these people were documented or not. So they start hunting them down. They start deporting them back to the Caribbean, to wherever. I don't know where they were deporting them, but they started deporting them. Some were fighting back. So in the end, the whole thing was halted after advocates argued against it. But by that time,
all right. So sis,
by
I
that time,
understand.
people had been documented.
I understand your point, right? So there's a couple things. There's a couple fundamental differences, right? So we are talking about U.S. citizens connecting themselves to a lineage or bloodline that connects with slavery. One of the things that was discussed in terms of documentation, right, would be one of the things that was discussed that would be accepted would be church records. What we found is a lot of the first Black schools and churches had documentation of things like marriages, things like other things. When you're
Baptism.
factoring in runaway slaves, goofball, can you shut up for 2 seconds and just let me land?
Right. Yeah. Shut up and let them land, you goofball. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that's another thing that was discussed in terms of recognizing things like wedding records, right? Creating family, then now you can in 2025 connect yourself to different legs of your lineage. It doesn't
Which they
stop, it
did,
doesn't
which
stop
they
and end.
did.
Hold on. It doesn't stop and end with a passport or a birth certificate. That's one of the
Which
things I
they
wanted to point
did.
out.
They had all those records only to be told Home Office, meaning the government department, does not have your records. So
Well, no,
you
I
might have
totally
what you have,
understand that. I totally
but the
understand that.
government will
But
turn
look,
around
it's
and
a
say,
completely different
somehow the
situation.
documents disappeared.
Listen, sis, it's a completely different situation because we are
It's
full
not.
citizens. Listen, our citizenship isn't in question. It's about connecting yourself as a plaintiff in a crime. One of the things that was discussed that would be acceptable to prove that would be respected church records. Many huge black churches, I ain't gonna say many, but a few, are actually established museums that have libraries and documents and things that are stored and protected by the federal government, right?
Yeah, and one of the
So,
biggest thing is baptism. When a
so
child
yeah,
is born, to get baptized in the church, and that's a record they keep.
things like baptism,
Right.
I think
I,
also in
things of that
addition
nature.
to just
I'm just
churches, we have
concerned that
literal funeral
people who have
societies.
to pay this money will make sure they tamper with records. They do all sorts not to pay. That's all I can say.
We understand that. We expect that. So we're focused on the caveats of proving our case. And that's one of them outside of traditional records that they can touch. You get what I'm saying?
They're not going to
People,
erase the census records and all that. They're not doing that.
No
The
one
they
said
CPC
that.
did.
already
Over
have it.
That
here,
was
they did.
absolutely never the argument. That was stupid.
Listen, that is
Over
the
here,
argument. She
it
We're
said
saying
that
happened.
they
in
were tampering with
addition to
records.
the
She said, "Are
census
you
records,
afraid?" Her first
in
question was,
addition to the
"Man,
voting records, in
yeah,
addition to birth certificates when they were issued, in
They had
addition
all
to
that. They were all
slave
born
manifests
here.
and records."
that happened over there. Over here, they
I'm
not going
saying
to erase
nobody's talking about
census
erasing the
records
They
and
are
all
census,
the
that."
bro.
same
That was
people.
stupid.
Remember, those people came from here. They
I want you to
collaborate.
think of it like
They
this, right?
discuss. The
Right.
reparations are being asked from America, from United Kingdom, from the whole Europe. They are discussing it just as we are discussing it.
No, absolutely. But those are two different discussions. Those are two different movements. One is domestic to America, and one is about international crimes. Those are two different movements that can work in tandem, but nah, we got our own
No, I ain't
issues
gonna.
here.
Well,
Somebody
if
said
you
stop
feel
putting your
if
records
you
online.
feel
No,
that
you're
all
right.
your
I ain't
records
gonna
are
put all
in
my records
order,
online,
that's fine.
I'm
But I
listening,
but
sis.
don't
you
see
know,
that happening.
you do got to
I'm
teach.
sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm listening, sis.
I said, if you think that all your records are intact and everything is fine, that's good. But I don't think so.
Well,
Well,
that's
no,
hate.
we
Yeah,
know,
that's
sis,
something
we
different. That's something
know all
different.
of our records aren't intact.
How do you
Well,
not
We
that's
think
the
so?
go
case that
into this
Bobo was making earlier,
understanding
that he got all the records, and most black folks who are descendants of slavery have records to prove
nobody
it.
believes
You
Most
that
people
can't
don't.
stupid
be.
argument. Like, we know there was a thing called the runaway slave, right? Do you understand that these were fugitives from justice who changed their name in many cases when they got other places?
Okay, but not
Mhm.
all
Right?
your
So
ancestors.
hold on. So I get
By
it.
the time you go
Yeah.
back in your lineage, 160 years, that is hundreds of people that's responsible for your birth. I'm on the 1870 census over 20 times. Over 20 different times.
They
These
were on
people,
census as well.
most of these people never met each other. They were on plantations in Mississippi, in Georgia, from all over the South.
Yeah,
So
that's
these
great.
people,
All right, the
everybody
point
didn't
is there
change their
are
name,
think
and everybody
tanks
wasn't a runaway
who are
slave.
thinking about
There,
this
there are a lot of people
verification.
who never was on the
There
census
are
of
think tanks.
Volvo,
And I'll
and
land.
they're
If you
descendants
go
And
back
of
when
100,
slavery.
if you're a black American and you don't have any,
when the immigration department is looking for records, they don't go to churches. They don't go
we
to
ain't talking
anywhere
about
else
no immigration
but
department. I don't
their
want to. I'm not an
office.
But we're
immigrant.
not dealing with
But
Yeah,
their
I'm not
immigration
an
and
immigrant.
all.
office,
You're
You're
bringing
it's
up
the
dealing with
same
full
people.
citizens. Hold on. You're dealing
Home
with full
office.
citizens. Hold on. You're dealing with full citizens of a land. So that entire premise of law doesn't even apply here. That's not
And
the
then it goes
conversation.
back to
We
how he got the
hold on.
citizenship.
But as citizens, we have different rights. So the arguments that you had to make in terms of immigration, we don't have to make that for the descendants of
That's
slaves
what
here in
you're
America.
assuming. That's what you're
No, that's what
assuming.
we
No,
know.
we know
That's on
this
record.
already.
That's on
Okay.
record. We are all
Okay.
citizens. We
Okay.
all have at this point, anyone who would potentially be benefiting from it. We all
And
have
then
a birth certificate.
there's a
Not
problem.
even half of us,
And
but
then
some
there's
of us
another
have a
problem.
passport. Hold on. We all have a birth certificate. About a third of
And
us
then
have a passport, but we are all documented as
Everybody got
citizens of America.
school records.
That's a
And
fact.
you
And
can't
then
go
there's
to
another problem. So if we're talking about descendants of slaves or
Why are you
descendants
looking
of
for all the
African
problems, sis?
descents, there are now people who will say at the moment, I'm not this, I'm not that, but I'm this and I'm that. How do
Look, sister, when it comes to money, everybody falls on call. When it talks about are you African American or are you Indian to get this reparation check? They're African American. They're not Indian.
bad faith. If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you can talk in circles. But if you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, ain't nothing we can do for you. Period.
I don't
Like,
agree
So
with
the
that.
people who
I
were
think
saying
like
that they were
everything
here,
else from the
the
government,
people
there
who
will
were
be a
saying
lot
that
of
Plymouth Rock
fraud.
landed on them,
Just like with
they were
they
PPP
here.
too want
loans, right?
reparations.
Just like with PPP loans, there will be a lot of fraud. And yes, the government will come get a lot of what Brother Vovo will call a tether and say, no,
it'll be
he
hard
didn't
to
deserve
fraud
those
that.
funds.
Have you ever
That
seen
will play
actually a
out.
document? Have
So
you
what
ever
I'm
seen
saying is a
executive
lot of
records from
people
that
are going to
era?
claim it that don't
But
fully
but
connect.
Bobo, that's your litmus test on who is an FBA. But what does the government consider to be an FBA? Do they
Now
go
what
by
Vovo is
records?
talking
Do
about.
they go by something else? What do they go by?
A freedman. It's already a freedman.
Okay, explain that to us.
Yeah,
What's
it's
a
not that
freedman?
A
simple.
freedman, by definition, we're gonna go by definition. A freed man. A freed man. Freed, if you freed, you had to been captured. A slave is captured. A freedman. This is already
That is
in
completely wrong, and that shows you don't
Vovo,
know.
you've never been
That
Yeah,
captured.
that's
shows you
So
not
it's
don't
not
know
that's
based
not
on
talking
FBA
about what we're
lineage. Now
talking
it's based
about.
on being free
Freedmen
from
have a
slavery.
very
Okay.
specific designation.
What are you
That's not how
talking
it's
about?
classified by the California
Vovo,
All
were you
Constitution.
captured?
freed slaves are not freedmen. Let's be clear.
By
Freedmen
definition,
was a specific group of people that got free
Yeah,
early
every
on
slave,
in slavery.
every
Thank
freeman
you.
wasn't a slave.
there's some people that chose to
This what happened
Every
when
say
freeman
that
people
name.
wasn't a
teach.
slave because you had about 10% of the black community was freemen.
Yeah, a lot of them bought their
So
freedom very
not
early on in
everybody descend
slavery,
from slaves, especially
If
people
you
in New York.
if you buy your
and they
freedom,
lived most of their life in this country as free
slave.
Yeah,
people.
How do you buy
So
your
those are the
freedom
free
without
men. They're not
being
talking about people who were free from slavery late in the 1800s,
How
yeah.
do you buy
Bobo.
your
That's not what it
at this
means.
point ain't no way
Thank
that
you,
you're a
brother.
full-blooded black
For
American
for
and you don't
for
got no
example,
slavery in your
And you
lineage.
for
find
example,
That's not true.
for example,
uh, a
for
huge
example, Paul
imprint
Cuffey.
of the
For example,
freedmen culture
for example,
in
Paul Cuffey was a
Some
Wilmington,
freeman.
people say
North
slavery
Carolina,
starts
and
before
in
documentation.
Philadelphia.
What?
If you're in those cities, check it out.
Like some people's
But
slavery
Bobo, do you know what a
history
free man
starts
is?
at
Because I
like
don't think
Yeah,
you do, brother.
1800, and there's not
yeah,
a
for
Of
like
freedman
the
course he
movement.
doesn't.
Martins, the Paul
I
Cuffey.
just told you. The
No, that's not
freedmen
what it
was
He
part of
means.
thinks
the
any
reparation.
slave
It's
that
talking
was
about people
freed
who
is
either
a
bought their
freedman.
freedom or were free very early on in slavery and lived for the majority of their life free in this
That
country
ain't
while slavery was still going on.
There's already a precedent. They already promised us reparations all throughout the
No,
reparations.
you switching what I'm saying. That's not even what I said.
Have you
We're
got
adjusting the issue of free men, and you
Was
don't
a
know the
runaway
definition for it.
slave a
All right, well, look
freedman?
it up,
have,
bro. I ain't about to go so
Vovo,
Right.
it's okay if you don't know. It's
have
okay if
you
you don't
got
know,
Right.
this
Vovo.
document,
man,
Vovo?
freed
Was
man,
a
a
runaway
man that was
slave a
freed,
freedman?
freed man.
Vovo,
Right.
Vovo, have you
Goofball.
got this document on you so we can all share and have a look at it?
Yeah, I do actually. Now they said don't. Now
Or
I
the
hold
link,
on, wait,
and you
ain't
can
no
drop
link.
it
I'm gonna show
somewhere.
you. Yeah, you ain't gotta click no link. I'll show you right here.
Why you
Go ahead,
telling
pull,
the
pull it
half
up,
pitch
Bobo.
voice,
Pull it up.
Bobo?
Hold on, wait.
Let's see it, Bobo.
Now I broke down
We
my whole
want to
thing.
see the
I broke
freedman
down my whole.
business.
I traced my name. I put my own name on the internet, and
And
I
this is who
walked
you
back.
want to learn from, sis? See, this is where the Africans be killing me. You want to hear his argument. This is
No,
where
because
y'all be
Volvo
killing me.
is he's
Y'all want
interested
to
in many
hear
people.
the lowest hanging fruit.
He's the one that entertains
I'm
the
the one
people.
that
They don't like the
you the
sense that
one
you
that
bring to the
Right.
conversation,
you
But
Will,
they
don't even
want to
show your
hear
face, Will.
from
So
him
Will, it's
so they
hard to
can
tell you.
say, this
because
is
he's
the stupid
ridiculous. So it's
American
more entertaining
argument.
to hear from him.
You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Now hold on. Let me say
Nah,
this.
it's bigger than
Who?
that,
Mine's
bro.
ridiculous.
This is
No.
what they hinge their whole stupid FBAs and this, that, and the third.
Well,
They
let
hinge it
Volvo
on
spill
these
his lineage.
conversations. They don't want to talk to me.
No,
No,
Bobo,
let me
like
say this,
show.
right? Let me say it. Nobody
I
wants to
think
talk.
you
Bobo
need
don't
to
know
have
what
more
nomenclature
Yo,
conversation.
is. He doesn't know what
Bobo can
Freeman
teach.
is.
Right.
Doesn't know a
No,
lot.
listen to what I'm
Bobo
telling you.
represents for the people.
I spell nomenclature for you in the chat.
Thank you,
If
brother.
you're
You taught
still
me something.
looking.
I'm not opposed to learn. I don't know
But what's the
everything.
definition? You heard the word. Do you know the definition, Bobo?
Of what
Of
Friedman?
course he doesn't.
Oh no, I
Nomenclature.
don't know. I don't know. I don't. How I'm gonna know the definition? I don't even know the word. That's the first time I ever heard the word.
But we
But
want to
look it up.
see
Any
when
man
you're
who
getting
knows that he
this
doesn't
deep,
know
man.
something has
I'm
an
gonna look it
Yo,
itch
up
to
and I'm
leave
learn
talking to
Bobo
to
y'all.
learn it.
alone.
How I'm gonna look it up and I'm talking to y'all. When I look up stuff and study stuff, I like to process it. I like to sit with it.
Man.
He
I
has to
mean, I
let
know
it
it's probably
marinate.
foreign to you.
Bobo,
You know
could
what I
you
mean?
let us know the
I'm an
process
avid
you
reader.
went through for
I'm an
tracing
avid
within
reader.
You're an
yourself?
avid reader. You never seen that word before?
Never seen that word. Never heard of
Well,
it.
maybe you read like ABC books and not
I
sophisticated
used to
books with
read
big
Cat in
words.
the Hat. Used to read Dr. Seuss. Yeah, that's how I got
Yeah,
started.
you need to read tougher books to to challenge your
Well, I
your
read
vocabulary,
Law
brother.
and Power, The Art of War, The 50th Law, Rich Dad Poor Dad. I read all types of shit. 10X Rule by Grant Cardone.
Have you read stuff by
It's all
black people?
motivational. Motivational.
What? Powernomics? What?
How to get rich easy.
What's wrong
Like,
with that? Who don't want to
have you
get rich
read
easy? What are you talking about?
anything by Frederick Douglass? Anything by
So it's
W.E.B. Du
really not
Bois?
even
Haven't
funny.
read it. Haven't read. I read a lot of crime novels. I didn't say now. You know what? That's good. I'm good. You checked me on that. I should have been reading that. I should be reading that.
I think you'd really enjoy it. Like Black Americans, we got some amazing authors on both
I
sides.
know
Like
we do.
Octavia
I
Butler.
know we do.
Read The Message by Ta-Nehisi Coates. That's
I
the
read
book
How
I'm
to Eat to
currently
Live
reading. It's a great book.
How to Eat to Live by not Minister Farrakhan, but was How to Eat to Live.
And now if you really want to get
Oh, is
crazy,
Dr. Sebi? Is
you
that Dr.
read
Sebi?
you
No,
read
no, no,
My
no. Still Dr.
Grandfather's
Sabi.
Son by Clarence Thomas. Yikes. If you
Well,
Yeah,
really
at
want
the
to
end
yeah.
go
of the day,
crazy.
Yeah, I'm
Miss
not. I mean,
Victoria
Thomas Clarence is
Atkinson
a brilliant man,
don't
but I'm
want
not
to
reading
dock
none of his
me,
damn
right?
books.
She said
But
she'll
nah,
dock
Cool.
me.
bro, this is
I
the
can
one
only
thing
show
I
you one,
learned
huh?
about that though. Our hatred toward ourselves has unchanging effects. Like much of why he chose to do
That's the
what he did
1870 census
and be
record.
who he became was because we were calling him the
This lady
ABC,
was
the
born.
absolute blackest child, right? So when Africans talk about being called African booty
This is
scratchers, I am
1832. I don't know if you see it.
sympathetic to it,
That's
but they
1832.
have to
That's just one
understand
person.
how deep that trauma is that we ruined some of our own potentially greatest minds. Because there was a time when Clarence Thomas was a Pantherist. He wasn't actually a part
You
of the
are a
party.
Latino booty
He
scratcher.
wasn't actually a part of the party,
Well, the
but you
brother's
know, he
making a point. He's
dressed
not even
like them.
attacking you, and you try to
He
attack
read
him, man.
their
Stop it.
books. He went to the protests. I stopped listening to this goofy. I mean, I don't waste my time with people who can't teach me nothing. But I do like to share with my brothers who I can learn from.
I will
So
vote for Donald Trump.
Well, what's wrong with you, man? This dude's just an agitator, man. Agitator par excellence.
Do it again, Bubble.
Feliz
Do it
la
again, Bubble.
vida.
Hey, Bubble, sing it again. Sing it again. Sing it again, Bubble. Sing
Feliz
it again.
la vida. Huh?
Sing it again. Sing it again.
Feliz la vida. Feliz la vida.
No, the one before that.
Well, which one? I will vote for Donald Trump. Which one you vote me, huh? I will vote for Donald Trump. Y'all ain't never
I
seen
thought you
that?
were saying Volvo Donald Trump.
No,
Oh
he said,
man.
it's a song called I will vote for Donald Trump. The Latinos was singing that shit. Look how that backfired on them. I got to pull it up. You going to play it
can
about
you sing the Black National Anthem?
That's your people's national anthem.
No, I'm talking about
I
your
will vote
people's.
for Donald Trump.
No, I'm talking about your people's. Can you sing the Black National Anthem?
Yeah, of course I can.
We listening?
Want to hear it?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not trying to hear this full thing,
Say,
Kelton.
can you see?
Nah. It's not the
This
Black
terrible
National
voice.
Anthem.
Lift every voice
You
and sing.
I got a beautiful singing voice. What are you talking about, huh?
Goofball. It's not even funny. It's
Yeah,
sad.
you just mad. You're a Latino. Now, can you sing the Puerto Rican national anthem?
Sing a song
No,
full
we
of
ain't
the
talking. That's
faith
not
that
yours.
the
That's
dark
not
past
yours.
has. No, it is mine. It's not
Lift
No,
every
it's
yours.
not.
You know
voice
it.
You
and
can't
Lift every
You
voice and
don't
sing,
know it.
brother. It's the Black National
That
Anthem.
is mine. You
No,
don't
it's
know
not.
it.
The Puerto Rican national anthem is
I
yours.
asked you the Black National Anthem. You started
I
singing Donald
asked
Trump's song.
you I asked
Because
you the
you
Puerto
are a
Rican national
goofy with
anthem, and you
no
started singing the
knowledge.
black national anthem.
You're the worst thing to represent the black man.
No,
You should
you're not
fall
even
back.
representing black men. You're just talking.
It's called
You should
lift
fall
every
back.
voice and sing.
Lift every voice is saying, of course I know it.
Right.
I'm not about to
Yeah, I
justify that
bet you know it now that I gave it
from
to
a
you.
Latino.
I bet you know it now that I gave it
Yeah,
to
let's
you.
get
You ain't give
constructive
me
with
that.
that.
You ain't give me
Let's
that.
bring it
Facing
back
the
constructive.
Well, Volvo, why you keep
rising
saying he's Latino? I think the brother said he was from Barbados.
our
He's
new
Caribbean, if anything.
You ain't never heard this.
begun.
You only heard us
Let
say it.
us
I grew up
march
with it.
on
In the
till
house.
victory
Say it loud.
A
I'm
lot
black
of
and I'm
slaves from
proud.
is
Barbados came to the
won.
That's the
United
All
real
States.
right,
rap.
bro. That's enough
Yeah.
R&B jamming tonight,
Yeah.
man. Let's leave it at that.
Not but
No,
like,
say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. My
I
not
daddy used
like
to say that.
apologize.
speaking on
I
that. A lot
apologize
of
to the
Bayesian
crowd.
slaves were brought to the United States. Like Bayesian people are our
Yeah,
cousins.
we got a lot of Bayesian in Liberia. They helped. We had a few presidents that was, from Barbados. We even have a big thing from a lot of Barbadians who are Liberians going back to the island and vice versa. So they have a huge, a
So
huge.
you Liberian?
Yeah, I'm Liberian.
Oh, okay. Now, do you consider yourself to be a black American?
No, of course not.
Okay, now this the argument, right? With the Liberians, they say, oh, some black Americans went over there, so they're black Americans too. Now, y'all had an ethnogenesis, right? Would you agree with that? If
No,
you
I'm not. I'm not from them. I'm from one of the native people. I'm not. I'm not
how do you know?
what we call
How
American
do
Liberian.
you know? How do you
Oh,
know for sure?
because of where my father comes from and where my mother comes from. They're from
But
the
how do you
native or
know
the
for 100%?
indigenous people.
How do you know? Nobody over there
Because
knows.
we have a history of my great great
Oral tradition.
grandfather and my great grandmother, where they come from. They come
Volvo,
from
Oral
when would
quote
they
unquote
tradition.
forget?
native lineage.
Oral tradition. I'm not trying to press you or nothing, but I'm just saying oral
Ask him if he
tradition.
knows who Queen Mother Moore is.
No, but Volvo, when would they
She
forget?
picked
Like the
lint
natives
out
aren't gonna
my hair.
What
magically
do you mean? When
forget.
would they forget?
Right,
The natives aren't gonna magically forget when African
right.
Americans come.
Do
So
you
like,
know how lineage works?
Goofball.
can you
My
answer
my
my question?
My fault.
I am answering it.
Okay, so when the African Americans visited, the people who were already there, how did they magically forget their ancestry?
No, what I'm saying is this: you don't know who you mixed in with. If it's a dark skinned person over here and another dark skinned person, this dark skinned person might have been from Liberia or I mean from America or whatever, and he just mixed
What's your
in.
boss?
That was over 100 years ago. So you don't know unless you have documents. That's why we deal with documents. I never met my
What's
great
with
great
you and
grandparents,
these
but I can tell you
documents?
their name.
Christians have their document. It's called the Bible. The Jews have their document. It's called the Torah.
That ain't a
Muslims
document.
have their what's with you
That
and
ain't a
documents?
document. I
And talking about
My family
documents
has an
again,
hold on.
edifice.
What do you ask about
The
documents?
Michael C.
going back
Riley Middle School stands to this day, and I can connect my lineage to him. There's a
going
number of
No, you
ways you
can't.
can
It,
No, you
document
can't.
these things.
excuse
Who
me.
going
did it to you? Who did it to
Bluffton,
you?
South
going
Carolina,
back to
not
documents once
Barbados.
more time.
Goofy.
Going
Yeah,
back
no,
to
Barbados.
documents
We
one more
started.
Can I
time.
answer the question about documents, please? This is Ivy
Can
about
can
the
I just can I
reparations.
just
Yeah,
can I just
let the
finish
sister
off?
go
Yeah.
first about the document. Let her answer, please.
Yeah, so going back to documents again, the issue I raised earlier about if they go missing. Remember when people were taken from Africa, the documents disappeared. There is no record in Africa of what actually happened.
But can I answer that question about the documents,
Well, we
please?
also do
Mm.
have slave records
We ain't
of
Yeah,
talking about Africa.
legends.
Just for the
I
record.
no,
just want
but can
Let
I
her answer the
I
answer?
just
question,
want to
please.
say
Let
I,
her
I just want
answer.
to
sentences.
answer the question because I'm in California. I was involved in some of the testimonies in
Right.
California about the reparations bill here in California.
Mm-hmm.
So our reparations panel in the study, it recommended that it will be lineage based. It also clarified that you have to prove that you are a descendant of a free person of color because a free man and a freed man are two different things. A free man or a free person of color were those people who were free prior to the Civil War. A freedman with a D are those people who were emancipated and they were documented within the Freedmen Bureau. So in California, it states that you have to prove that you are a descendant of an enslaved person or a free person of color who was in the country prior to 1900. And they
1900.
let me finish. And they stated 1900 because before that time there was no black immigration into the country.
So
Let me finish.
Ivy,
So that's
yeah.
why they chose that 1900.
And
Here.
we feel as though that that's not far enough back.
Well, we're learning from the sister. She's giving real
I'm
information.
trying to answer the
Let Ivy finish.
question
Go ahead, Ivy.
about documents. We had a Freedmen Bureau that documented people who were emancipated in this country. Plenty of my family members are documented within the Freedmen Bureau. I made sure to get copies of all of those records. My family members are on the 1870 and 1880 census. I made sure to get copies of those records. My family also bought property in this country prior to 1900s. Of course, we have the deeds to that property. Also, death records in this country, because every death is documented more than a birth. So it is very easy for a person who is black to prove that they were in this country prior to 1900. That is very simple to do. I have all of my family records. It is not hard.
So they have to prove it, which means they have to start now to find these records.
First of all, most people in this country have their, it's very simple to get.
Right.
My cousin went to one county in the South and got every marriage certificate of my family members getting married after the Civil War. She got a copy of everything. It's in the records.
So, Miss Ivy, my question is for those people who don't have impeccable record keeping like you do and your family does, what about them? Even though maybe they have ancestors
That's why
who were
they
enslaved.
stated 1900.
Wait, can I speak to that though?
Because
There
just let me finish, because I am
ahead,
like
sis.
a mid-level genealogist. And what I'm trying to say is that even if your family member died, you have to report it to the coroner's office in the United States. It's not difficult within the United States of America because they're they're really into documentation of everything.
Wait, pardon me,
Everything, every tax you pay when you're registered to vote. I had the first person in my family who registered to vote in Smith County, Texas, right after the Civil War. His signature and everything,
And
because he knew how to write.
And there's a conversation of creating webs and networks that help others identify their lineage through things we found.
Wait,
So that's one of the things you saw with 23andMe. It connected people who had never even dreamed of meeting each other. And they were cousins in towns 2 and 3 blocks away.
Listen,
So there was the talk of
I'm
creating
going to put
those
this.
networks
I
and
put
webs
all.
as well.
I just want to finish saying this. I put all of my records of my family online, so anybody who's related to me can see and get a copy of the records. So that's what I did for my family and for my descendants and whoever come after I'm dead and gone. I put
Sis, on a
everything.
scale of 1 to 10,
Doing
how
the
hard
work.
is
If you're
it?
the descendant of
On a
free
scale of 1
people
to 10.
already,
We
And
got
you're
a
doing the work
doctors here.
for a
On a
system that's
scale of
bigger
1
than
to
just
10.
your family.
Correct. And I'm saying it's there.
Salute
And
to
that's
you.
why I put it online for
On a scale
anybody.
of 1 to 10,
Is
how
it,
difficult
is it the
was it?
same for every state?
Yes, it's the
I'm trying to
government.
let you know
it's
that
only in
every
California
state,
currently.
they have a federal census in the United States every 10 years. They also have state
Yeah,
census.
but what I'm saying is your criteria is 1900. Vovo was saying 1870.
What
What
he
was
was
it?
trying, and let me say what Volvo is saying. What he is saying that there is another category of Black and Negro descent that their litmus is stating that those Black people who can trace themselves back to the 1870 census, which my family is on the 1870 census. All of
Is it
these things
hard?
are very simple. It's not difficult within
It's
the
not
United
difficult
States.
at all. This
Wait,
shit
Not
Ivy,
at
if
all.
you're the descendant of freedmen, do you still get reparations like
What
people
I'm
who were
trying
free
to
earlier?
listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if you are a free man or a freed man. Okay, you were once. It doesn't matter if your people got freed in 1700 or in 1865.
Okay.
That's why our litmus test in California was that you have to be a descendant of a free person of color or a slave, one of their descendants who was in the country prior to 1900. That is very simple. So they made it very simple for people in California. If they do sign a reparations bill, to trace their lineage. 1900 is very easy to do.
In California, we hope everything.
I just
So
said,
wait a minute, guys.
maybe
Hold
it's
on,
because I'm
Vovo.
ugly and she's beautiful.
Hold
That's
on.
why y'all can't hear me. Maybe it's
Hold
my.
on, hold
Maybe
on.
it's my.
Volvo, the lady was making sense that
No,
you
you
had more
actually
information than you ever
read
had,
the
I
brother.
records
said the
there.
exact same thing she
Yeah, you
said.
don't be
She's
talking
Nah,
about
you clearly articulated the way she articulated it, brother.
Ivan,
That
can
it
I ask
be.
you another
maybe it's
question?
just not. I don't. It's something else going on.
All right, guys, let me pass the mic. Let me pass the Cato, then the Zorro, then we got to close out.
Thank you. I got family in California, and I was actually born in Cali, and I was raised in New York. Like, how long would you have to be a Black resident in Cali to qualify?
They stated that your family had to have residency here for 10 years prior to. So if you have family members who have been here for at least 10 years and can trace their lineage back. So if your grandmother, your aunt, or whoever is residing in California have been here at least for 10 years and they have identified
That's what I'm saying. Is it the
themselves
same?
as Black.
I'm in Los Angeles. I thought it was 10 years, at least 10 years prior to 1990.
No, you had to be a legal resident of California for at least 10 years. But
So,
the litmus test for having a claim is 1900. And you can just Google what are the qualifications of reparations in California. And it's going to state that you have to be a descendant of a free person of color or an enslaved person who was in the United States prior to 1900.
Regarding the Freedmen's information, I'm on the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture portal.
Hey,
I typed in my great grandmother's name, and it came up in this Freedmen's with a D Bureau search, and it's
look how
from
easy that is.
1865 and prior.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, my family's
So
there
if
also.
I'm gonna disconnect so that I could put this.
Please print that out and you keep that for
in
your
the
records.
yeah, and I'll
Can you
put it
drop
in
that
this.
Bill's going to
website in the chat,
document
Yes,
from
please?
there
please.
any marriage records, any births that were reported.
Correct.
This stuff is documented.
All of
Yeah.
that stuff is there. And so it's not just one thing. You just
These
have to
are
prove
solutions.
it's
I
different
love you,
ways
sis.
Could you
to
say the
do it.
website again?
I said the same thing.
If you go to
Oh,
the
Bobo, stop it.
Smithsonian,
No, you
they
didn't.
have the Freedmen records in the Smithsonian. Also, Robert F. Smith, he has given a lot of money, the billionaire.
Yeah, we just hope everybody's got this information and that they can look for their records so
That
they
was a
don't doing it
beautiful
at the
display
time.
of Pan-Africanism right there.
All right, guys. Go ahead, Zorro. Then we'll close out.
Will, go to an AA meeting. All right, I'm out, man.
All right, go ahead, Zorro.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm definitely in favor of, everybody getting reparations. Hopefully, other Black people can help out in the fight for reparations. It's not a negative thing to get reparations, and I hope that I hope it does happen one day for Black people in America. But I also wanted to just ask really quickly. I don't know if I caught that on. I wanted to find out what happens to the people who identify as like Indian and stuff like that. Do they also get a chance to claim that? Like, let's say they're able to trace their lineage into Taino, Indian, whatever they say they are. Like, if they're able to like say they're a part of that tribe, are they able to come and say, "Hey, I'm a part of the Black tribe as well," or no?
One drop rule, perhaps.
You want my opinion?
Man, go ahead, Willie. Then we got to close out.
I'm not thinking about them at all.
I'm not either.
No problem. No problem.
Well, they'll make their own
Literally that
claims
simple.
because they were brought in as well.
When we are talking about reparations, we are talking about the descendants of slaves flat out. We're not Aboriginals.
Yeah, but
We're
there are
not
so
any of
many
this
groups.
weird stuff. We are
But
Africans that were taken from the continent and brought here and subjugated. That's it.
but
Cool. That's all. I just
Keep
wanted
it all and don't get
different
nothing.
groups of people are claiming reparations depending on what they went through. People in Africa are claiming reparations. People in all other parts of the world are claiming reparations,
Yeah, but
depending on
America know
what
how
they
to
went
handle a
through.
bad PPP loan. They'll handle it.
So, those in America are also making their own claim based on what they
Somebody
experienced.
felt me on that one.
All right,
Yeah,
but hey,
that's all I
everyone.
wanted to say.
I appreciate everyone. We're gonna close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like,
Peace,
share,
family.
subscribe. Until next time,
Thank
family.
you, Mr. Uhuru.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, bye-bye. Peace.
Thank you, Dinus.